Could we go ahead and start recording, please?
Recording in progress.
Good afternoon, everybody. This is the Wednesday, November 10th, 2021 afternoon session of the Portland City Council. Keelan, good afternoon. Please call the roll.
Good afternoon. Maps.
Here.
Rubio.
Here.
Ryan.
Here.
Hardesty.
Here.
Wheeler.
Here. Under Portland City Code and state law, the City Council is holding this meeting electronically. All members of the council are attending remotely by video and teleconference, and the city has made several avenues available for the public to listen to the audio broadcast of this meeting. This meeting is available to the public on the city's YouTube channel, eGovPDX, www.portlandoregon.gov/video, and channel 30. The public may provide written testimony to the council by emailing the council clerk at cctestimony@portlandoregon.gov. The council is taking these steps as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic and the need to limit in-person contact and to promote physical distancing. The pandemic is an emergency that threatens the public health, welfare, and safety, which requires us to meet by electronic communications. Thank you for your patience, your flexibility, and your understanding as we manage through these challenging circumstances to conduct the city's business. And with that, we'll hear from legal counsel on the rules of order and decorum. Good afternoon.
You're muted, Wendy.
We can't hear legal counsel. You're muted.
Thank you, Mayor. To participate in council meetings, you may sign up in advance with the council clerk's office for communications to briefly speak about any subject. You may also sign up for public testimony on resolutions or for first readings of ordinances. The published council agenda at portlandoregon.gov auditor contains information about how and when you may sign up for testimony while the city council is holding electronic meetings. Your testimony should address the matter being considered at the time. When testifying, please state your name for the record. Your address is not necessary. Please disclose if you're a lobbyist. If you are representing an organization, please identify it. The presiding officer determines the length of testimony. Individuals generally have 3 minutes to testify unless otherwise stated. Today, I believe the time limit is 2 minutes. When your time is up, the presiding officer will ask you to conclude. Disruptive conduct, such as shouting, refusing to conclude your testimony when your time is up, or interrupting others' testimony or council deliberations will not be allowed. If there are disruptions, a warning will be given that further disruption may result in the person being placed on hold or ejected from the remainder of the electronic meeting. Please be aware that all council meetings are recorded.
All right, thank you. We have one item on this afternoon's agenda. It's item 808, please.
Adopt the FY 2021-22 fall supplemental budget and make other budget-related changes.
Houselessness, community safety and livability, and shared economic prosperity. These are my priority areas as mayor, and they're the key areas we agreed to prioritize as a council in spring of this last year. With $62 million to allocate as part of our fall budget monitoring process, Portlanders are relying on us to lead this city through these increasingly challenging times with the funds that we have available. We know our houseless community should be able to connect more easily to local resources and have access to sanitary and stable shelter. People in crisis situations need to know that when they call 911 or 311, an emergency dispatcher will answer their call for assistance quickly and send the right responder in a reasonable time frame. Small business operators need to know that their shops won't be broken into and they won't be repeatedly shuttered by shattered windows and vandalism. Employees of businesses all across our city, large and small businesses, they need to feel comfortable coming and going from work, and customers should feel and be safe supporting our local economy. These fall bump funds are not the final answer to the challenges we face. but they are a significant step forward towards needed changes and improvements. My proposed bump invests over $18 million to help address houselessness, more than $7 million to improve our public safety system, and $2.2 million to strengthen our shared economic prosperity. These unexpected funds provide us with a crucial opportunity to help address our most urgent needs while upstream investments we made earlier this year take shape. With regard to houselessness, we need to get as many houseless Portlanders off the streets and out of the elements as quickly, safely, and humanely as possible. $18.4 million creates a cleaner and more compassionate houselessness response in Portland. Last Monday, I joined Multnomah County Chair Deborah Kafoury and Commissioner Dan Ryan to announce a joint partnership to align city and county fall budget resources. With this partnership, the city's investment in addressing houselessness is nearly doubled. These funds will help alleviate the unsanitary and dangerous conditions in which members of our community are struggling to survive. It will help get people out of the elements and into safe shelter by creating nearly 400 new shelter options. This comprehensive 11-part plan increases campsite cleanup while new outreach workers connect houseless individuals to critical services and resources. It funds greater capacity within the behavioral health unit to improve our response to acute mental and behavioral health crises. And it aligns city and county operations to allow for real-time management of shelter bed availability through the creation of a new street services coordination center, ensuring that no shelter bed goes unfilled. I want to offer my special thanks to Commissioner Dan Ryan and his team for working around the clock to develop this proposal in partnership with my team and the great team at Multnomah County. And special thanks to County Chair Deborah Kafoury and the county commissioners for this unprecedented joint investment. With regard to public safety, Portland continues to suffer from the worst rates of gun violence our city has ever seen, having passed the historic threshold of 70 homicides and 1,000 shootings this year alone. This is unacceptable, and it requires an urgent and effective response. I've always said that community safety means different things to different people, and therefore our approach to public safety must be comprehensive. We need first responders who are equipped with the tools, the training, the resources, and the personnel that they need to be effective in their roles. We need upstream, community-based investments to reduce the need for emergency intervention. And we need our public safety bureaus to be transparent and accountable to the public that they serve. My proposed fall bump adds over $7 million to improve and expand a public safety system that works towards prevention and intervention. Our actions and investments fall into three categories: refocus, reform, and restaff. With regard to refocusing, in 2020, there were over 1 million calls to our 911 system. We anticipate even higher numbers in 2021. My proposal expands the 311 program to appropriately triage 911 calls to reduce call wait times. We also need to make sure that callers are connected with the right response. We know an armed police officer is not always required. This proposal allocates funds to expand our public safety support specialist program and the Portland Street Response, both of which are successful alternatives to a traditional police response. With regard to reform, Police Chief Chuck Lavelle and his colleagues know it's a new day in law enforcement, and that requires deeper transparency and accountability. The public expects nothing less. This package funds greater transparency and accountability in three ways. First, we will hire our first ever civilian dean of training to teach best practices to our new recruits and seasoned officers alike. Second, we will fund an independent assessment of protocol and procedure for crowd management and implement the recommendations. Third, we will fund body-worn camera equipment for our officers. With regard to restaffing, Portland Police Bureau staffing levels are at record lows, and staffing levels will continue to decrease due to projected retirements in the years ahead. It's clear to me that based on our call response times, overtime costs, and officers per capita, that the Portland Police Bureau is critically understaffed. It took us years to get to this point, and it's going to take all of us working together to turn the tide. Starting in fiscal year 22-23, my goal is to bring on 300 staff for the Portland Police Bureau over a 3-year period. 200 of the staff will be traditional trained, certified armed officers, and 100 will be unarmed community safety specialists. I'll work with my council colleagues to meet this hiring goal. Portland must compete with other cities to recruit top applicants who mirror the values of our city, especially anti-racism, transparency, and equity. Our approach to compete, be that through recruitment and retention bonuses, longevity pay, or other measures, will be determined as part of our collective bargaining process, which is underway now. The recruitment, however, needs to start now. As part of this fall budget process, I'm inviting recently retired or soon to be retired officers to serve their city once more. We need you. My goal is to bring back up to 25 officers this fiscal year and an additional 25 next year to serve for a maximum of 2 years through a retire-rehire program. I want to extend my thanks to Commissioner Hardesty and to Commissioner Mapps for working with me to help shape many of these public safety proposals. With regard to economic prosperity, one of our council's stated goals, we know that income inequality has deepened during the pandemic. Local businesses are facing unprecedented competition from national and international online sales. Hybrid work models are challenging the future of our local business districts all across the city. Given the exponential changes that we're facing, we need to chart a course that prepares our city for economic success in our region in the years ahead. This proposal puts $2.2 million into supporting more equitable and sustainable economic prosperity programs. My proposals fund the development of a 5-year inclusive economic development strategy to guide our city's work. It's crucial that our economic future aligns with our climate goals. This summer's extreme heat waves emphasized the urgency of the climate crisis and underscored the disproportionate impact it has on communities of color here in Portland. This investment is key to laying a foundation for a carbon neutral economy and continuing our work in economic and climate justice. I'd like to extend my special thanks to Commissioner Rubio for her tireless advocacy to promote a just, carbon neutral economy. We have the opportunity here, colleagues, to make lasting change through thoughtful and intentional investments. This proposal better coordinates and increases our ability to provide sanitary and safe shelter to those experiencing houselessness. It diversifies, expands, and reforms our public safety response efforts. And it supports equitable economic opportunity for working families and small businesses. To my council colleagues, I want to thank you for the incredible collaboration that went into crafting a proposal that's rooted in our shared priorities. My thanks is to you personally and to your entire staffs. The need is urgent, the issues are critical, and our time to act is now. Before I turn this over to Director Kennard, I want to just quickly review the order of events today. Director Kennard will review the fall supplemental budget ordinance. She will do so briefly. There is a more extensive review from last Thursday's work session that people can look up online, followed by invited testimony. Then council will introduce and second amendments for consideration, after which time we will hear public testimony. We currently have 279 people signed up to testify today. That's obviously a sizable number of people, and we want to ensure that we hear from everyone who's signed up. This means we'll be strictly enforcing the 2-minute speaking time limit for each individual. For those of you testifying, each of you will have 2 minutes to speak. Please set your view settings to gallery in order to see the virtual timer that will count down your speaking time. The timer will flash red when 15 seconds remain. At the end of those 2 minutes, the council clerk's office will mute you and we'll move on to the next individual. I'll reiterate this before we start public testimony and periodically throughout testimony. Once public testimony is completed, council will deliberate and vote on the amendments. Director Kennard, welcome. Please take us through our next steps and introduce invited testimony.
Thank you, Mayor, and good afternoon to you and to our members of council. For the record, my name is Jessica Kennard. I am the city's budget director. As the mayor mentioned, we held a work session last Thursday on November 4th, where we reviewed the mayor's proposed supplemental budget in detail. Given the large number of people who have signed up to testify, I will keep the overview brief, but I'm happy to answer any questions should you have them. My overview focuses on the general fund, but I'd share that the entire supplemental budget is open for discussion today, which includes a total appropriation increase of $517.7 million across all funds. The bulk of total budget changes are due to truing up fund balances between fiscal years. Outside of the general fund, the largest adjustments are in the citywide grants fund, which includes carryover of federal relief dollars. And this is followed by the Portland Clean Energy Community Benefits Fund, which is recognizing a beginning fund balance of over $73 million, followed by true-ups to the Transportation Operating Fund and Sewer System Construction Fund. For the benefit of our listeners on the line and at home, I'd share that the fall bump is the first of 3 budget monitoring processes that we undertake each year. The fall bump is primarily meant to provide prior year reporting, make current year budget adjustments, and true up costs between fiscal years. In the fall bump, we also true up the general fund ending balance from the prior year. After accounting for various types of carryovers and other technical adjustments across fiscal years, we deposit any excess fund balance into the city's capital set-aside account and into contingency for one-time expenditures in the current year. As the mayor mentioned, this fall, we're recognizing an unprecedented $62 million in excess general fund balance. This excess balance is almost entirely due to higher than anticipated business license tax revenue, which, as our city economist Peter Holzman shared last week, is one of the city's most volatile revenue sources, as the bulk of the revenue is dependent on a relatively small number of taxpayers. It's not clear to us at this time how much of this increased revenue is one-time in nature, but we do have it available now for appropriation. Per city financial policy, half of this excess balance was initially deposited into capital set aside, and the other half into unrestricted contingency to be available for current year urgent and unforeseen needs. The mayor's proposed supplemental budget as filed waives this portion of city financial policy to make these resources available for other high priority investments that are included in the filed ordinance. The proposed supplemental budget as filed includes over $44 million in new general fund allocations, which the mayor highlighted in his opening remarks. There are also $2.1 million in proposed current appropriation level target adjustments that preemptively allocate ongoing general fund resources for next year by increasing the ongoing base budget for programs and positions starting in fiscal year 22-23. For those watching who would like to review this in further detail, please see Exhibits 2 and Exhibit 4 of the proposed ordinance. With the changes included in this ordinance as filed, the total general fund unrestricted contingency and contingency set-asides currently stand at $37.7 million, with the following contingency account balances. $8.1 million will be in unrestricted contingency for known and unknown current year needs. $5.2 million is in the compensation set-aside account to support current year Bureau inflationary costs. $20.1 million will stay in our policy reserves for specific policy direction by council. And $4.3 million still remains in capital set aside, but again, with the waiver of financial policy around capital set aside, this balance could be appropriated for general priority needs. These are the balances that exist before the proposal of any amendments, which may be offered and considered today. You all have seen the proposed fall supplemental budget, and I'm happy to walk through any of the exhibits or answer any questions before we move to invited testimony. I will pause now to see if there's any questions from our council members. Yes, Commissioner Hardesty.
Thank you, excuse me, Director Kennard, and as always, I am very appreciative of the hard work of the Budget Office. Yes, you mentioned that we have 62 million in unanticipated one-time money. That is a direct result of some corporations making a gazillion dollars since the pandemic began. And you also made the point, but I want to reemphasize it, that this is one-time money. My understanding of a fall true-up process would be that we would not make policy decisions that would have a economic impact moving forward. Is that this is what I was told last year? I was mansplained to me that we did not do policy development during the fall true-up, and what we're being asked to vote on is actually moving significant policy. So as the budget director at the city of Portland, and as a commissioner who has a bureau with a $5 billion maintenance backlog, I want to know how you are anticipating the unanticipated ongoing expenses that if this budget is voted on as it has been presented, what are the implications on the general fund and what are the implications on staffing next year at the city of Portland?
Thank you, Commissioner, for the question. So as filed, currently there's a little over $2 million, as I mentioned, in ongoing cost increases that will be, as soon as this, if this is passed as filed, those cost increases will be built into our forecast in December and sort of take first claim of any available resources in our forecast. The answer to your question is a challenging one to answer because we don't have our December forecast yet. We don't know yet what we're looking at for next budget season. So any addition of ongoing costs or any sort of implied expectation of ongoing costs will have to be figured out as part of the next budget development process. And depending on the magnitude of expectations around how much of what's being included currently is expected to continue, there may be a need to find reductions within current city programs in order to fund these items. Now, again, we don't have that information yet. We're not certain of how things are going to shake out. We are just going to have to adjust to the best of our ability when we have more complete information next spring.
Okay, thank you, Director Kennard. Let me say that I think the reason the city of Portland is in such good financial health, not great, but good, at this moment was because of the thoughtfulness of your office at the very beginning of the pandemic. We were fiscally responsible. We cut budgets. We were intentional about not making promises we could not keep. We have a significant list of mandates that are either federal mandates or state mandates that have not been considered. And as someone who's voting on this budget, because I've had maybe a week to have input into this budget, I am feeling very conflicted because I know we are in crises right now. I am in support of the money that we're using with the joint with the county. That makes sense. But some of these, I think, as I read it, there are almost 24 million in potential ongoing costs that we've had no policy conversations about. So I am very troubled about where we are. And how this has been presented. Because again, a partnership, we would have started much earlier with the entire council being able to weigh in. And thank you for the memo that I shared with my colleagues, because I have a responsibility to be fiduciary responsible. And this does not appear to be that process. And again, thank you, Director Kennard. We are in good financial health because of your leadership. And I am concerned this budget will take us in a direction that will be painful as we move into the next budget process. Thank you.
Commissioner Maps.
Yes, a question for Director Kennard. Just a clarification. I think I heard two different numbers there about ongoing costs that are baked into this proposed budget. Can you repeat what the number is?
There is a Cal target adjustment of $2.1 million. $2.1 million will be the automatic cost that will be incurred immediately on an ongoing basis as a result of the ordinance as filed. What the commissioner is referring to is that there are a number of packages that are included that have the potential to have ongoing or second year cost implications, but that will be up to the council to decide around the continuation of funding for programs that are initiated through the ordinance today.
Thank you. That helps.
All right. Seeing no-
Excuse me, I have one last question. My apologies. My last question is, I recall a budget note to Prosper Portland that they were directed to come back to the council prior to the next budget process with a plan around the fact that we're facing this TIF cliff. And what I've seen being proposed in this particular budget actually is counter to what the council voted on just in June. So I'm very concerned that, again, we're making a policy decision with one-time money, and it's counter to direction we gave to Prosper Portland just in June. Can you weigh in on that for me, please?
Sure, Commissioner. So I believe that the budget note you're referring to was regarding the return of the expiration of urban renewal areas and the return of those resources to our assessment rolls into the general fund. And the issue, as you'll recall, is a little complex. It involves, of course, Prosper Portland with their TIF cliff. The Housing Bureau is also experiencing a TIF cliff. And then there were other interests, including Build Portland for allocating some of those resources. The first step is actually for my office to determine and be able to communicate clearly with the council how much of that resource will be available as excess once it is factored into and considered as part of our regular 5-year balancing plan. The funding is coming into the 5-year horizon. It has been coming to the 5-year horizon. It's factored into our prior 5-year financial forecast. So we need to update that forecast and share that information with you first. And then we need to have a conversation with the council around where your priorities lie and how to address the TIF cliffs in both the Housing Bureau and Prosper Portland.
And thank you. And you're correct. I think we've identified a set amount for the second year, but there's also some anticipation that some of what we are funding will continue on forever. Again, I mean, will continue on into the future. And some of these things, let me be clear, I really, really support. I really want the training dean. I really want the training dean to have staff. But I also don't want us to predispose what training will look like before we actually have a training dean. And so I am concerned that if we pass this package as it currently stands, we are locking ourselves into commitments that that as a full council, we've had no dialogue or conversation on. How do you recommend we move forward as a council to really make sure that we are not locking ourselves into long-term deals with one-time money?
It's a challenging question, Commissioner. I think, at any time, my guidance, my advice to the council is at this point in the process to allocate ongoing resources and permanent position authority. The council should feel confident that whatever they are supporting with ongoing resources and permanent position authority is a high enough priority that they would be potentially willing to take reductions from other bureaus to fund that item. As I mentioned, that those types of adjustments are to the tune of about $2.1 million. The other option is to initiate funding for and start the plan for a new policy or a new practice with one-time resources and limited term positions, and then come back and reevaluate it as part of the budget process next year. And that is what's occurring with a number of the packages that are included currently.
I promise this is my last question. For my newer colleagues, how long have we funded the Joint Office of Houseless Services with one-time money?
We have had, since their inception, I believe it was the first year that the Joint Office was fully up and running, I believe was fiscal year 2016-17. And for the entirety of that time, we've had a significant amount of ongoing allocation that we have provided to the Joint Office, but we have also had some level of one-time funding that we have provided to that bureau. That's to several millions of dollars of one-time funding that we've provided every year since that relationship started. Okay. So, hearing no other questions, I would like to turn the floor over to the individuals who've been invited to provide testimony as part of our presentation materials today. We're very fortunate to be joined by a number of esteemed colleagues and members of our community, in addition to the, of course, dozens and dozens of folks that have signed up to testify later today. So we have 10 individuals who will be providing invited testimony, and I want to turn it over first to our first participant, the Multnomah County Chair, Deborah Kafoury, and then Chair Kafoury, you will be followed by, let's see, Tavo Cruz and Representative Pham. Go ahead, Chair.
Thank you, Jessica, and thank you, Director Kennard, and thank you everyone who's on the call today. For the record, I'm Deborah Kafoury. I'm the Multnomah County Chair, and I use she, her pronouns. I know you have a lot to get through today, and that the joint city-county package is just one piece of a larger raft of proposals, so I'll try and be brief. In March of 2020, the Multnomah County Board of Commissioners unanimously approved the first permanent update to the county business income tax rate since 1987. And with the proposals before you today, I couldn't be more grateful that we did. Just weeks after that vote, everything was turned upside down as COVID-19 transformed from a headline into a tangible threat to our collective health and safety. In the 20 months since, we've seen the pandemic magnify existing disparities and inequities, upend the lives of many, and stretch our safety net to its limits. Funding infusions from the federal government and from the state of Oregon have been critical in helping both the city and the county respond to the multiple crises that have grown alongside the pandemic. Interventions like rent assistance, shelter capacity expansion, vaccine incentives, and small business grants have all been made possible through this additional funding and support. And now, thanks to an unexpected surplus from the business tax revenue, our jurisdictions have the opportunity to make significant and immediate mid-year investments into strategies that can help us address our most pressing challenges and make a positive impact in the lives of our neighbors. Within hours of agreeing that aligning our surplus investments would lead to better and more effective interventions, city and county staff got to work identifying the areas of our service where a surge of combined funding could be best put to use. The knowledge, expertise, and community connection among the program staff who helped shape this proposal were essential to ensuring that our investments were responsive and strategic, and that they would lead to meaningful support for our neighbors. These emergency interventions are designed to meet the most acute and urgent needs of our neighbors surviving outside through programs that can reach them as soon as possible. And we'll work toward that goal by bringing our resources together to jointly invest in 400 new shelter beds, along with a bigger team of navigation outreach workers and a sizable expansion of storage and hygiene services for people who are living without a home. We also know that there is a growing number of people who are experiencing severe and persistent mental illness out on the streets, where their struggles are made even worse by the trauma of homelessness. So Multnomah County is funding an urgently needed expansion of our behavioral health services to offer more connection and more de-escalation, particularly in Old Town Chinatown. Our public health team will also see an increase in funding to add capacity for vector control, which will help address the increasing need to reduce the risk of vector-borne disease, especially downtown. The trauma that our neighbors experiencing who are living outside only ends when people are connected to the places, the services, and relationships that move them closer to the safety and stability that only housing can provide. These investments are aimed at keeping our neighbors experiencing homelessness safe and engaged with services, but only as a temporary measure while the programs, outreach, and permanent housing made possible by the Metro Supportive Housing Services measure work to connect them to homes of their own. We've remained mindful throughout this process of developing this investment package that this surplus money is one-time only funding, working diligently across all of our allocations to be smart about our commitments, taking care to balance immediate and ongoing service needs. And I want to be clear that we're under no illusions that these investments are enough to end the challenges that our community, challenges in our community once and for all. But we do have an obligation to use the resources that we do have in a way that results in more accessible help, better help, faster help for our neighbors who have been hit hardest by the pandemic, and to get it to them as quickly as possible. I believe that this county and city's shared investments reflect that commitment. I want to thank you both, Mayor Wheeler and Commissioner Ryan, for your partnership, especially over these past few weeks. And I'd also like to thank the entire City Council for your ongoing support and collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Kafori. Thank you for your collaboration on this. We appreciate it very much. And I want the public to know it was actually the chair's idea. She reached out to me and to Commissioner Ryan and suggested this partnership. And it's been very positive and very productive. And I appreciate your being here today to support it. Thank you, Chair.
Next, we have Tavo. Mr. Cruz.
Thank you, Director Kennard, and thank you, Mayor Wheeler and members of the City Council. My name is Tavo Cruz, and I serve as Chair of the Prosper Portland Board of Commissioners. I'm here on behalf of our board to express our strong support for the funding of the Inclusive Economic Development Strategy in the fall bump. After the Great Recession, despite the city's strong economic growth, Portland faced persistent racial and ethnic inequities, and we saw a changing geography of affluence and access. West of 82nd Avenue, where the population is almost 80% white, median household income rose to more than 150% of those east of 82nd Avenue, where the population is only 63% white. In 2015, Prosper Portland and the City of Portland embarked on a 5-year strategic plan that focused on widely shared prosperity to be achieved through healthy neighborhoods, business growth, job and wealth creation, partnerships, and a deep commitment to equity and sustainability. Between 2015 and 2020, we invested more than $71 million in neighborhood redevelopment, from over 250 new housing units in Lentz and the completion of the Gateway Discovery Park to the launch of the Alberta Commons. We provided more than $6 million in business assistance grants, with nearly 70% of those going to Black, Indigenous, and other business owners of color. Traded sector and small business growth, along with workforce program job placements, resulted in more than 14,000 new jobs. Prosper Portland formed the Inclusive Business Resource Network, which now serves 1,000 businesses each year to create a stronger small business environment, and started its Mercatus and My People's Market initiatives to celebrate and support Portland's multicultural entrepreneurs. During the pandemic, the Portland metro area lost more than 150,000 jobs, with disproportionate impact on low-wage workers. In the face of acute impacts to small businesses, the lifeblood of the Portland economy, the city and Prosper Portland, guided by our 2015 to 2020 strategic plan priorities, pivoted to address urgent needs. More than $15 million in CARES funding assisted more than 1,300 small businesses and provided block grants to community partners using the city's equity toolkit and the knowledge that Black people, Indigenous people, and all people of color have experienced disproportionate impacts from the pandemic. The 2015 to 2020 strategic plan set the course for the essential work the city and Prosper Portland completed over the past 5 years. As our economy begins to emerge and recover, Portland's public, private, and community partners must work together to forge a new economic development path that adapts to a new reality shaped by the pandemic, to redouble our focus on inclusive prosperity, and to advance the transition to a zero carbon economy. To achieve that vision, we need an innovative post-pandemic strategy to help all businesses and residents compete and thrive in the face of rapid acceleration of e-commerce, increasing global interdependence, flexible workplace, K-shaped recovery, disproportionate impacts to communities of color, in-migration from cities like San Francisco and Seattle, along with urgent challenges posed by climate change. Prioritizing and allocating resources to an inclusive economic development strategy is an investment with a high yield, a stronger, more resilient, more equitable economy, and a healthier city and sustainable economic future. While I have the floor for a moment, on behalf of our board, I would also like to recognize Executive Director Kimberly Branham and her team for their outstanding work under very difficult circumstances over the last year and a half. Thank you to the council for your consideration and your ongoing partnership in this essential work.
Thank you, Chair Cruz. We appreciate everything you do. Thanks for being here today.
Thank you. It's my pleasure.
Next up, we have is Representative Pham on the line. We will come back if I notice her joining. Next, we have Reverend Haynes.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you so very much. To the Honorable Mayor Ted Wheeler and the distinguished commissioners of the Portland City Council, I am the Reverend Dr. Leroy Haynes Jr., President of the Albina Minister Alliance and Chairperson of the Albina Minister Alliance Coalition for Justice and Police Reform. The AMA is one of the oldest ecumenical alliance of pastors, ministers, and churches in the city of Portland. We have been serving this city for over 70 years. The AMA Coalition for Justice and Police Reform has advocated for police reform and transformation of the culture within the Portland Police Bureau for more than 2 decades. Each of the present oversight systems of police in the city of Portland, as well as the new ballot oversight measure and the U.S. Department of Justice settlement agreement, have been impacted and are birthed by the AMA Coalition for Justice and Police Reform. Since 2003, with the killing of a Black woman named Kendra James by a Portland police officer, we have spearheaded the struggle for police reform and transformation of the culture. Today in the great city of Portland, we face a critical crisis that Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. would often say that every crisis presents 2 options, chaos or community. This charge holds true for our beloved city of Portland. There's a narrative that is being fostered by some in our community that if we just increase the number of police officers in our city, we will immediately solve all the gun violence problems in our city. Such thinking fails to understand that policing cannot be effective without building community trust and support, as well as addressing the root causes. We must begin to start thinking of policing as a component of public safety in a comprehensive and holistic way. Also, we must begin to start thinking of police officers as guardians rather than warriors. Yes, we have a great need for adequate police staffing for our city. But the problems we face in Portland are bigger than staffing issues. Yes, police are a vital and fundamental component to a resolution of gun violence and crime. But the policing component must be always within a larger comprehensive strategy. This city has dealt with a crisis in gun violence, gang violence, increased crime, and epidemic of drug addiction in the 1980s. We did not solve this problem by police alone. There was a concept of community policing and partnership that resolved the problem. There were prevention programs and intervention programs, as well as policing. John Locke, the great French writer and author, said there's a social contract between the government and its citizens. In a similar manner, we need to think beyond the tradition policing box and look towards a 21st century policing. We need to look to new and innovative ways to do public safety. The City Council has taken a major step in addressing the engagement of policing and the mentally ill by the program called Portland Street Response. Instead of having officers receive and respond to 911 calls. They are trained professional engaging the mentally ill. The 21st century perspective can be used in drug addiction and other areas of policing. The same is true in response to gang violence. At one time, our city, we had national recognized gang violence prevention and intervention programs. But soon as the shooting number decreased, the city council shifted funding. There are those who promote a narrative that we can only do gun violence and not focus on justice and police accountability and reform. Justice is both a God-given right and a constitutional right. The issues of justice and police accountability and reform cannot be swept under the rug or passed up for another time. It is neither an either or proposition, but it is a both and proposition. We cannot have a healthy, wholesome, and striving and peaceful with just one. We need public safety and police accountability. We need citizens and others to feel secure in our city from gun violence and criminal activities. But we also need citizens and others, especially Black and brown people and mentally ill persons, to not have to live in fear of threat of unjustified police violence, who are sworn to protect and treat fairly all citizens. In the midst of this crisis, we have an opportunity to create a better Portland, a greater Portland, and we must choose between chaos and community. I pray, and many others pray, that we choose community, a better, a greater Portland. I pray we strive towards the beloved community of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Thank you very much to the mayor and to the commissioner and to you. Amen.
Thank you, Reverend Dr. Haynes. Thank you for being here today.
Mayor, if I may.
Commissioner Hardesty.
Thank you, Dr. Reverend Leroy Haynes. Every time you speak, I could listen to you all day. And I appreciate all you've done over the generations to bring justice to Portlanders. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Kaya Sands.
Good afternoon. I'm Kaya Sand. I'm the executive director of Street Roots, she, her pronouns. First, I just want to recognize with gratitude this council's support of funding Portland Street Response to scale up citywide by March, because this is a significant milestone in our city's work to reimagine public safety. And I want to recognize in particular the leadership of Commissioner Hardesty to get us this far, because she's been working on it since her first days in office, and she's never wavered in her commitment to seeing it through. Street Roots has been involved since the beginning. We've always maintained that Portland Street Response needs to be big enough to be effective, nimble enough to be effective, and separate from the police to be effective. In this regard, we're on the right track. Be assured, though, that come spring, Street Roots and people all across this region will be back loud as ever to make sure that Portland Street Response is fully and permanently funded for the next stage. I also want to lift up the importance of funding BOEC, the Bureau of Emergency Communications, so that people are trained, the software is there on the back end to effectively reroute the calls. And I can't touch on all the portions of the budget, with the time allotted, but I do need to note that the city does continue to follow a false destructive siren song in terms of camp sweeps, rather than investing in a thoroughgoing system of garbage service. This is just simply damaging and superficial. But in this time allotted, I do want to lift up one more win. When I learned about the one-time revenue, my hopes went to the city using that one-time funding to purchase more livable spaces, motels, housing, land, as an important use of one-time funds. We are tens of thousands of housing units short. And what that means, as you all know, is that people can't afford to rent or buy. So they live in the streets. They also live in their cars, on people's sofas, on the brinks of eviction, in unsafe living conditions. So I'm optimistic about that $18 million, including the $13 million from the county that's been targeted toward this. And I really urge the city to buy the lands, the motels, and the buildings to make sure that those livable spaces are permanent. And I've been saying livable spaces to recognize we're talking about a continuum: shelters, transitional spaces, permanent housing. And I want to emphasize that it's really important that that this city is strategic about this, to make sure that this is not just simply leased space, but that we are transitioning more and more of our deeply unaffordable city into affordable places. And so that in this budget is a win. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Kaya. We appreciate you joining us today.
Next, we have Dr. Vernon Baker. Dr. Baker.
You're on mute, Doctor.
I apologize for that. I thought I was taking off. Yes, my name is Dr. Vernon Baker. I want to first say I'm here on behalf of CAG, which is the Coalition of Advisory Council Groups under the Portland Police Bureau. I just want to acknowledge the mayor and all the council members that are here. Truly, I appreciate this opportunity. As I was saying, I'm here on behalf of CAG, who is a representation of the African American Advisory Council, which I'm the chair, the Asian and Pacific Islander American Advisory Council, the Latino Advisory Council, Slavic Advisory Council, the Muslim Advisory Council, the Alliance for Safer Communities Advisory Council, and the Behavioral Health Unit Advisory Council, and finally, the Training Advisory Council. As I think I mentioned, I'm the co-chair, and Leila Haju is the other co-chair for the CAG. Our mission for the CAG is to enhance collaboration and support among duly recognized police advisory groups in the city of Portland, enhancing their ability to act and as an avenue for collective community input to the Portland Police Bureau and the city leadership regarding policies, directives, and programs involving policy and safety. Our focus at this particular time is for CAG, we have identified our top 3 community-based action items for the PPB to be implemented and to consider. Number 1, we believe that the PPB should strive to employ officers that reflect the communities they are serving in, that PPB recruitment of police officers should have community involvement, and that the CAG will work with their volunteer communities to assist with recruiting ethnic community members to apply to become new officers by interfacing and identifying and providing a list of PPB officer candidates. And any retire to hire programs should include community input and participation. Second, we believe that the Bureau should increase staffing and utilize the Behavioral Health Response Team, BHRT, to respond to more referrals and utilize PS3 police safety support specialists in responding to calls when applicable. And finally, PPB training must include community-focused and community-based curriculum that should include interactive training with community members. I just want to say I really appreciate and thank you for the opportunity to share and to bring the awareness to the coalition of the Coalition of Advisory Councils under the auspices of the Police Bureau. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Baker. And just in case people are wondering how people were invited for testimony, each of the commissioners had the opportunity to bring up to 3 individuals in for testimony. And the hope here was we would get different perspectives from different individuals. And so far, we're hearing some great testimony. Thank you, Dr. Baker, for joining us today.
Next, we have Don Osborne.
Hey, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you for having me on, those who invited me. If you don't know me, my name is Don Osborne. My brother-in-law was murdered about a month and a half ago, the Nob Hill district at the Silver Pete's Dollar. So I'm kind of concerned with what I'm hearing. I do hear you guys are trying to come up with more holistic ways of trying to make things better. Now, we all know that everybody's not perfect. We know police officers are not perfect because they're human beings. But I see everything that I've heard so far is reform of the police, but no accountability for criminals. When the police levels were much higher, there was much less shootings. That was obvious in the numbers. So it seems to me that the city council, many here, are more interested in about defending criminals and more about villainizing our police officers than really making real change. Let's talk about laws. I've heard that there's minor officers cannot pull over people for minor traffic stops. Everybody knows if you go back to any stats, that's the way you get criminals and people with warrants off the streets. This is the way you keep from future events happening, is by getting criminals off the streets. I've heard that possession of hard drugs is not even a crime on the streets of Portland. When me and my wife were there, we were walking through the downtown district, we saw somebody slamming. They were probably slamming heroin, I'm not sure. Because there's no fear. Of course, there's no cops. They don't care. And you don't think the gangs don't see this? The gangs see it as their customers are not even going to be arrested for utilizing hardcore drugs. These gangs are going to fight for that territory. And to say anything different is just being delusionized. The gangs are taking over Portland, and they know that they're protected there. I even heard there's officers that these criminals can't even be tracked by their cell phones because of decisions that judges are making. There's been no justice for my brother-in-law Jacob yet because of these laws are being enacted and these decisions are being made. These are the people right here on the city council. Some of these decisions are coming from here. And this directly led to the murder of my brother-in-law. I heard about defunding the police. This is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard in my life. We take the advice of criminals rioting to make the decisions how we move forward. And we ran the police out of the city. Let's have common sense solutions and talks. I know we can't go back to where we came from. I don't have all the answer, but how about quarterly PTSD counseling for our officers? Because these people are human beings. And if you're in that situation, you've never been a cop or whatever, there's PTSD, there's stuff that happens to these police officers. Let's talk about term limits of how long the police officers are on the streets. Let's bring back the gang unit, but have term limits inside the gang units. Yes, and I believe in community outreach also. They'll phase into that. I don't know. There's a lot more common sense situations. We need to increase funding. You need to increase police officers and then tie their hands to do their jobs. To think that we're going to have a drug society where everybody's going to circle around and sing Kumbaya, it's just not reality. I hope that here the city council and the people on this board make common sense decisions because we will fight for it. One way or another, we will have justice for Jacob and all the other Jacobs out there who are being murdered. Thank you guys. I'm sorry for being emotional, but this has been heart-wrenching for our family. Jacob moved up to Portland because of the ideology and a new start on life, and he was murdered because of that decision, because the people that are in power are making horrendous decisions, and they're being motivated by criminals. They're allowing them to dictate the policy. Thank you.
Don, we've never met or spoken for Ted Wheeler, Mayor. I just want to express my condolences to you for your brother-in-law, and thank you for being here today to provide your perspective.
Thank you.
Next, we have Tiffany Hammer.
Hi, good afternoon, Mayor Wheeler and Commissioners. My name is Tiffany Hammer, and I'm the co-president of PSAC, which stands for the Portland Safety Action Coalition. And I'm here today to represent the members and residents and businesses across Portland who are part of our PSAC coalition. We put together a list of recommendations. I will go through them now. Number one, allocate some funding to proven programs like the Bybee Lakes Hope Center. They just put together a new drug treatment center. This is good for Portland. We have a drug crisis right now. Number two, increase shelter bed capacity for all areas, especially areas that don't have shelter bed access at this time. One of the questions or one of the concerns we have is we need real-time census capacity. We need transparency with our city and our county. We need to know exactly at every minute how many shelter beds are available. It's quite frustrating to Portlanders, especially like myself, who see beds go unused every single night in our crisis. We need the software system to work on this. We don't need just outreach workers to have that real-time capacity number. We need the public to know it as well. Number three, the proposal to create a service coordination center was on the table. All that we ask is this: yes, we need a service coordination center, but we need it to be able to triage people at the door. Our unsheltered folks do not have abilities to use phones, and outreach workers are not able to reach everyone. We need people to actually have a place to go, like TPI on the other side of the river, for equitable access. Number three, safe parking program. Our Portland residents' biggest concern right now is the loss of the Expo Center in North Portland. Our East Portland folks are upset too, because their Portland communities are swelling up with folks that are trapped in their cars and RVs with no safe parking program. This is a shame for Portland. We need this now. This could work now. We're in a sheltered crisis. We need it now. And Beaverton has 5 safe parking programs. All that I ask of today is smaller scaled locations at this time to quickly get up and going now for our people. Number 4, increased foot patrols for high impact areas that are disproportionately impacted by violence and crime, like Old Town, Chinatown. We need either PS3 officers or detail police officers. Every single day we are seeing someone shot, killed, or victims of burglaries, theft, and violence and assaults. This has to be addressed by increased directed foot patrol services. Yes, PSAC does support the next one, technology and staffing needs for BOIC services. Most definitely. Many of us cannot even get through the 911 nor the non-emergency. Ask a business owner in downtown Portland. Next, yes, we fully support the full expansion of the Portland Street Response Program citywide. Do want to recognize that downtown's in crisis. We need it now. So we have to figure out how to get those needs met now. Yes, next year's great, but we need it now in downtown. Next, PSAC supports equipping officers with body-worn cameras. And then next, we support a policy recommendation. Due to the high recidivism rate and because of individuals who cause communities harm that are being put back out on our streets within hours, we recommend that the city work with the county by committing some of the budget line items to fund and expand jail capacity for beds up to 50 if possible. We all know of communities we're seeing the most violent offenders being released immediately. And this is something that should be addressed, especially if they are if they're possessing an illegal firearm or a known felon with a firearm. They should not be released into our community to go get another gun. Next, we definitely support the expansion recommendation from the mayor's office and of the 80 sworn officers through the Retire Rehire program. And we do agree that down the road, the 300 additional officers for the next 3 years is essential for us right now. And that looks like in our finale, we support the staffing and trash cleanup disposal services programs to be expanded. Thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Tiffany, for being here today. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next, we have Michael Maggard.
Can you hear me?
Hello? Yep, we can hear you. Can you hear us? Michael?
Thank you. Thank you.
Yep.
My name is Michael Maggard. Thank you, everyone, for having me and inviting me to come on. I am the owner of Five Star Cleaners. I have two business fronts in Northeast Portland by the Lloyd Center and 22nd and Hawthorne. I have experienced in the last 8 weeks 2 robberies, 2 shootings with 4 people injured on my property. My building taking 9 bullets, my van taking 2 bullets, the food cart in our back lot took bullets with people in it, nearly barely missing the propane tanks of the kitchen. I have 10 broken windows. I've lost 2 employees. Mind you, this is all in 8 weeks' time. Lost 2 employees because they felt unsafe coming to work in both of my locations, one at each location. And it's, I concur with, and my heart goes out to the gentleman who lost his family member. What a tragic story. And I talk literally, I have 50,000 people in my database. I literally talk to hundreds of people in the community every single day. And there is a sense of desperation and a despair in the city on the ground level that's never been here before. And if this council does not take this action, and well, there's so many people that are telling me every day they're going to leave the city. They're going away. They can't deal with this. They're angry at the city council because this perceived lack of action, and to the idea that that this proposal could cause further pain down the road on the budget, et cetera. I'm fond of my wife, who tells me with her history degree that wars are not won playing defense. Wars are won by taking the offense, and we really need to take back the streets. And the citizens of the city are telling me every day, we got to do something. We got to take back the streets. A couple of ideas that I would like to throw out to the council would be to take some of the money and to create a rewards program, whether it's $10,000, $50,000, $100,000 per conviction, guarantee anonymity to informants who will go after the head of the snake, so to speak, the gang members, the people that are violating our city. I agree, and I did not vote for decriminalizing the drugs on the streets. It's a formula for disaster. I think that the treatment program is absolutely necessary, but the way that law is playing out is a disaster. I've also suggested to the many politicians I serve that we embrace the federal government and get the domestic terrorism task force involved and make highly visible prosecutions of the people who are terrorizing our city through destroying business fronts. Many of this is politically motivated. We need to find out who these people are and let it be known our city will not tolerate this. My analogy is that when you let children misbehave, that there's no boundaries, they're going to seek out the boundaries and keep misbehaving in worse and worse ways, and that's what's happening. I think that we should take some millions of dollars and fund to Take Back the Streets campaign, highly publicized in the media, and with all of the group leaders who I've heard speak so far today, trying to bring these groups together to take meaningful action, visible, meaningful action to take back our streets and clean them up. Finally, with the homeless issues, my 65-year-old wife was tussling in the streets with a guy who robbed us twice in the same day. the mental illness is apparent, and getting people off the streets and getting them sheltered is one thing. Getting them integrated into society is another. I just received an email from the state of Oregon saying that there's money available as a tax break for employers who will hire difficult people, people maybe with criminal backgrounds or hard to hire people. So I got a hold of the state and said, how do I get a hold of these people? How can I hire somebody? How can I help employ somebody? And they said that the database doesn't exist. There's a tax break, but you got to go find somebody yourself. There's another idea is to put together that database of people that would need to move to employment. And with the employment crisis businesses like mine are having, finding people, there's potentially low-hanging fruit for that as well. Thank you again for having me. It's disheartening, but I'm interfacing, like I said, with hundreds of people every single day, and people want action. And the worst thing that could happen in this situation would be no action to be taken. Please take action and make it loud and make it heard and make it effective. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael, for being here. And Commissioner Hardesty had a comment or a question for you.
Yes, Michael's last point I can help him with. Southeast Uplift has a program. There's a gentleman named Joe Bergenson who works there. And they are desperately looking for employers that will take people who are in recovery. And it won't cost the employer anything. Joe says, give him a call. He will help connect you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh, thanks, Commissioner Hardesty. Thank you, Michael, for being here.
Next, we have Mike Marshall, followed by Taryn Evans.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Mayor Wheeler, Commissioner Ryan, and all the other commissioners for inviting me here today. It's both eye-opening and disheartening to be involved in this conversation. My name is Mike Marshall. I have the honor and privilege of serving as the Executive Director of Oregon Recovers. I'm also a person of long-term recovery, which for me means I haven't had a drink or any crystal meth in almost 14 years. Oregon Recovers is a statewide advocacy campaign that came together 5 years ago to address Oregon's addiction crisis. And we are consistently ranked third or fourth in terms of addiction rates. And generally, I think the last time we were evaluated, we ranked 47th in access to treatment. That was pre-COVID. During COVID, we have gone from 690 beds, residential treatment beds, to 488 statewide for adult residential treatment beds. And I believe the numbers for juvenile treatment beds, youth treatment beds, has fallen from about 120 to 44. So we lost 40% of our adult residential bed capacity and about 60% of our youth treatment capacity, and we were already last in access to treatment. And so I bring those statistics up not because that's your responsibility, but that's the backdrop against which every city in this state is trying to address this crisis. And so I'm really, really grateful to all of you for figuring out how best to take this one-time money and invest it in efforts to mitigate the current crisis. But at the end of the day, you need to call the governor to task. This is the governor's responsibility. And from my perspective, she has abrogated that responsibility since before COVID even started, and has yet to really respond to the crisis during COVID. I also want to just point out that we are an addiction recovery organization. Houselessness has its own set of issues, but houselessness is a symptom sometimes for those of us that suffer from addiction. And so you have to take that into consideration when you're allocating your resources. And I just want to applaud you for doing that. I'm hardly an expert on houselessness. Oregon Recovers isn't. But the investments, as I can see them, that you're making in terms of houselessness this go round are extremely important. And there's two that I want to really give kudos to you for. Investment number 7 on the sheet that I got, which is about hiring retention bonuses. This is hugely important. One of the reasons we're losing all the treatment beds in the state is because of the workforce crisis. And it's something the state should be doing in terms of providing and giving treatment providers the ability to provide bonuses or pay for tuition or whatever the case may be, but they're really tying treatment providers' hands. And so the fact that you're doing it locally demonstrates once again that Portland and Multnomah County are at the forefront of understanding what a system of care is and how to respond. And then obviously the other investment number 9, improving the behavioral health units, hugely important. You know, the antidote to addiction is community, and at the core of community is human interactions. And we are not going to spend our way out of this crisis. We're going to invest in people helping other people. And so these investments, as I can see, are the right allocation of very, very limited resources. And I want to applaud you for that. And again, just conclude with 2 things. Number 1, I urge you to hold the governor to account on this. Alcohol-related deaths have increased 71% during the pandemic. Drug overdose rates have increased 38%. And the state's response was to bend over backwards to promote the sale of alcohol during COVID. Complete opposite of what every health organization has suggested. 2 years ago, at the start of COVID, a 75-page plan was delivered to the governor and the legislature on how to address our crisis, with the goal of reducing our addiction rates to the 10th lowest in the country and to increase recovery rates by 25%. It's very outcome-oriented. The governor has not taken any action on it, and the legislature just distributed a lot of money that will be used for good things, but it's not aligned with any outcomes. It's not about investing in a comprehensive system of care. The governor needs to hear from Oregon cities and elected officials and be held accountable for that. Sorry to get on my soapbox about that, but we're not going to solve this problem at the local level. There has to be a statewide system of care and a comprehensive plan, and a person or an agency needs to be put in charge. We cannot continue to silo responsibility, and that is by far the biggest challenge right now. Every time we try to fix one part of the system, we have to talk to 2 or 3 people who aren't communicating with the other folks. And under COVID, that's understandable. I get it. Everybody is overwhelmed. But if we put one person in charge of solving a crisis, we can then hold that person accountable. Lastly, to the public watching, if you are struggling, if you know someone struggling, please go to OregonRecoverynetwork.org, OregonRecoverynetwork.org. And there's all kinds of resources on there available or information about resources. And you can also be connected to someone with lived experience, a certified peer. Within 24 hours, we'll get back in touch with you to help you navigate where you are at in your substance use and any solutions that might be available to you or that you're interested in. Thank you again, and I honor all of you for the hard work, the important work, and the really difficult work you're doing.
I thank you for being here today. Thanks for sharing your perspective and also putting the helpline information out there for people who might want to connect. And congratulations on 14 years. Well done.
All right, next we have Taryn Evans.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Taryn Evans. I'm here today representing the Coalition of Communities of Color. The CCC supports a collective racial justice effort to improve outcomes for communities of color through policy analysis and advocacy, environmental justice, culturally appropriate data and research, and leadership development in communities of color. I'm here today to support the Bureau of Planning Sustainability's funding request. Over the past couple of years, we've seen all too well the impacts of climate change. We've seen crisis after crisis, from devastating ice storms to raging wildfires with smoke engulfing our city to unprecedented heat. When we talk about climate change, we're not talking about something abstract or theoretical, but about the real life experiences of people who are impacted by this crisis. We know that Black, Indigenous, and people of color communities disproportionately bear the burden of this crisis. A long history of structural racism and disinvestment in our communities has made our communities more vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. BIPOC communities are more likely to be in neighborhoods with less parks and green spaces and tree canopy coverage, causing temperatures to be even higher in these areas during extreme heat events. Our community members are more likely to live in older housing that lacks proper ceiling and ventilation, resulting in bad indoor air quality and adverse health impacts. There are also economic impacts as community members contend with higher utility bills because of the quality of their housing and have to make difficult decisions between paying utility bills or for the cost of food or medication. These are trade-offs that no one should ever have to make. These same community members are also more likely to live in rental housing and lack the ability to make upgrades to improve the quality of their housing. For the past year and a half, the climate crisis and racial justice have been front and center. Right now in Glasgow, world leaders are convening in an effort to reduce global emissions. Recently, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change released its latest report, which was a dire warning to humanity that if we do not act right now to lower emissions, we'll have irreversible changes that will alter life on Earth as we know it. We're at such a critical moment right now, and the urgency of the moment must compel us to act differently, to challenge existing systems and innovate. The Bureau of Planning Sustainability is working to do those very things, to innovate, to develop new models, to challenge how things have been done, and work toward collaborative solutions that have the most impacted communities at the forefront of developing those solutions. CCC partners with BPS on several projects that are working toward achieving this, including Building Community Shifting Power. Build Shift is a group of BIPOC community leaders convened to work on developing new standards for buildings that center health, reduce energy burden, and increase resilience to the impacts of climate change. The enormity of the problem that we're facing demands that we all work together to develop collaborative solutions, bringing both the resources of community-based organizations and government together. A few months ago, we came together to talk about the Climate Emergency Declaration update. We talked about the important work that is being done, including the work of Build Shift and the Climate Justice Initiative, but also talked about the scale of the work that needs to be done and the need for more resources to achieve the goals outlined in that declaration. Ultimately, how we decide to allocate resources in our city reflects what we value as a city. I encourage you all to make a decision that values climate justice and racial equity and supports this ask by the Bureau of Planning Sustainability for additional funding to support this critical work. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Tom. Appreciate you being here today.
All right, that concludes our invited testimony. Mayor, go ahead.
Yeah, Director Kennard, do we know, I know Representative Pham was not originally on, has she logged on? Does anybody know?
I have heard that she's not, that she confirmed that she is unfortunately not able to attend.
Very good. Okay, good. So that completes, thank you, Director Kennard, for your presentation and invited testimony. We have 279 people signed up today, but I think, yeah, we're going to go to amendments first. And Director Kennard, were you going to walk us through the amendment process?
That's right, Mayor.
Okay.
So we have a handful of amendments, and the process is for members of council to make a motion, then second the amendments, to put them on the table for discussion. And then we will hear public testimony, and then council will come back together and deliberate, discuss, and vote on those amendments following public testimony. So we have a number of amendments. These are, in our typical budget fashion, fairly complex and technical. So I am going to read the language based upon what bureaus have shared with me. I'm sorry, council offices have shared with me. And then I will pause and look for the sponsor to, I have the folks that have listed as sponsors, but my understanding from the clerk is that we should pause, look for the sponsor to say they make a motion, and listen for a second. And then I'll move on to the next. So the first item is from Mayor Wheeler, and I understand that it may be co-sponsored by Commissioner Mapps. And it's a motion to make the following adjustments to the supplemental budget as proposed to support winter and spring public events in the city of Portland. So this is to increase Bureau program expenses and Special Appropriations General Fund by $315,000 for a grant to Pioneer Courthouse Square for additional winter and spring events on Pioneer Square and Director Park. The funding will be used for events planning, equipment, programming, marketing, and consultants. $50,000 of the total will support the Portland Winter Light Festival. This will also reduce general fund unrestricted contingency by $315,000 one time to fund this change, and will update exhibits 1 to 5 as needed to reflect the change.
I'll move that, obviously.
Second.
We have a motion and a second.
Great. Wheeler 2 is motion to make the following adjustments to the supplemental budget as proposed for the Behavioral Health Emergency Coordination Network, also known as Beacon. Will increase Bureau program expenses in the Office of Management and Finance Community Safety Division on a one-time basis to help support the Beacon project. We will then reduce the general fund policy set aside for the Sobering Center contract replacement by $750,000 in one time to fund this change. We'll update exhibits 1 through 5 as needed to reflect this change. And I will clarify for the council that this is not a new expense. This is funding coming from a policy set aside and ongoing funding that has been set aside for a similar purpose in the past.
Thank you. I move.
Second.
I have a second from Commissioner Hardesty.
Wheeler 3 is motion to make the following adjustments to the supplemental budget as proposed to costs related to the Department of Justice Settlement Agreement. This is to increase Bureau program expenses in the Portland Police Bureau General Fund by $111,514 in one-time resources to fund 3 regular permanent FTE support staff for the Dean of Education and for the Department of Justice Settlement Agreement. We will reduce general fund unrestricted contingency by $111,514 one time to fund this change. We'll amend Exhibit 2 to include the following current appropriation level target adjustment. So we'll increase the Cal target in the Portland Police Bureau by $401,057 for these 3 support staff costs to support the Dean of Education and the Department of Justice Settlement Agreement. And we'll update Exhibits 1 through 5 as needed to reflect these changes. So this includes both a one-time allocation of funding to support the current year costs of these 3 new positions and an ongoing allocation to make sure that those positions can be authorized as permanent and support them on a continued basis.
All right, I move that.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Hardesty.
Lost my mute there. And I'm having trouble with my screen. There we go. All right, we have Wheeler 4 is a motion to make the following adjustments to the supplemental budget as proposed to reflect reductions to several line item allocations. And this is a reduction to a small reduction to a number of items that were included in the mayor's proposed as a way to fund other amendments that are forthcoming. The first is an impact reduction team, decrease Bureau program expenses in the Office of Management and Finance's general fund by $500,000, reducing the total one-time investment from $6.5 million to $6 million. Another is within the Inclusive Economic Development Strategy, will decrease Bureau program expenses in Prosper Portland's general fund by $100,000, reducing the total one-time investment from $850,000 to $750,000. Next is within the equitable development outside of TIF districts line item. The proposal is to decrease Bureau program expenses in Prosper Portland's general fund by $250,000, which will reduce the total one-time investment from $450,000 to $200,000. Next, a reduction to the line item for Police Bureau's Basic Training Academy. This would decrease Bureau program expenses in Portland Police Bureau's general fund by $100,000, reducing the total one-time investment from $856,000 to $756,000. Next is a reduction to the Department of Justice Settlement Agreement related to crowd control. This would decrease the Bureau program expenses in the City Attorney's Office general fund by $100,000, which reduces the total one-time investment for this crowd control assessment to be from $400,000 to $300,000. Next is a reduction to the line item for the Office of Equity and Human Rights LGBTQIA+ study. This would decrease the Bureau program expenses in the Office of Equity and Human Rights general fund by $100,000, reducing the total one-time investment from $330,000 to $230,000. Next is a procurement position addition line. It would decrease the program expenses in the Office of Management and Finance's general fund by $250,000, reducing the total one-time investment from $500,000 to $250,000. The next is, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. Sorry, I'm going to get to Commissioner Hardesty. Go ahead.
Okay, so those are the total reductions. Those reductions all total $1.4 million. So we will offset this by increasing our general fund unrestricted contingency by $1.4 million one time to balance the change, and we'll update exhibits 1 through 5 as needed to reflect the
I move this.
Second.
Commissioner Orion seconds. Commissioner Hardesty.
I think the last thing that Director Kennard said corrected I was wondering why this hodgepodge of issues were put into this one amendment. And now I think I understand it better. So I'm good.
Yeah, just to clarify, These programs were carefully evaluated. We believe that these programs can operate sufficiently with the funding that's being allocated, even with these revisions. And these revisions were also necessary to fund some of the other amendments that my colleagues are bringing forward.
Thank you.
Okay, those conclude the amendments that I have listed to be sponsored by the mayor. Next, I will move to amendments that I have listed under Commissioner Hardesty's sponsorship. And I believe this first one is actually co-sponsored by the Office of the Mayor, by the mayor himself. And that is a motion to make the following adjustments to the supplemental budget as proposed to add a directive H to the ordinance related to the Portland Police Bureau rehire program parameters. So we'll be adding this language to the ordinance in a directive, and it will say, release of funding and hiring of officers, whether just before retirement or from current retirement status, shall be conditional on bargaining language with the PPA that limits the rehiring of retired officers to a one-year assignment with an option at the discretion of the chief of police to extend the assignment by no more than one additional year. No contract shall be offered under this program after June 30th, 2023, and all contracts shall expire no later than June 30th, 2024. Council further directs the chief of police to adhere to the following parameters in rehiring any program eligible candidates. Specifically, the chief shall not hire any officers who have or will retire in lieu of being investigated or with a pending investigation or disciplinary matter. Any officers where it has been determined that the officer intentionally trained others in methods known to be unconstitutional crowd control practices. Any officers who were found to have violated city policy by cooperating with federal agents to attack Portland residents. And any officers with sustained complaints in their personnel file within the last 10 years for use of force, unconstitutional policing, or Human Resources Administrative Rules 2.02. The chief will further prioritize any eligible officers who reside in Portland.
I move.
Second.
Commissioner Rubio seconds.
We have Hardesty 2 is a motion to make the following adjustments to the supplemental budget as proposed to move the expand public safety support specialist funding to a policy set aside, pending the outcome of a program evaluation in accordance with a fiscal year 21-22 adopted budget note requirement. And I have this noted that this would also be co-sponsored by the mayor. This would decrease Bureau program expenses in the Portland Police Bureau by $448,257 in one-time resources for the expansion of the public safety support specialists. So reduce position authority for 8 limited term FTE, and it would increase the general fund policy set aside by $448,257 one time to balance this change. Update exhibits 1 through 5 as needed to reflect this change. And I will also note that there's a companion amendment coming next to this with relation to the ongoing Cal target for the PS3s.
Thank you. I'll second this.
Okay. We have Hardesty 3, which is related to Hardesty 2, and it is a motion to make the following adjustments to the supplemental budget as proposed to eliminate an increase to Portland Police Bureau current appropriation level target for the Public Safety Support Specialist Program. This would amend Exhibit 2 to strike the following Cal target adjustment. Increase ongoing general fund discretionary resources in the Portland Police Bureau to support expansion of the Public Safety Support Specialist Program by $900,000. We would update Exhibits 1 through 5 as needed to reflect this change.
Move.
Second.
Okay. Then we have Hardesty 4 is a motion to make the following technical adjustments to the supplemental budget as proposed. And this would decrease Bureau program expenses in the Office of Community and Civic Life in the amount of $636,000 in one-time general fund resources, which would come from the $3.4 million that was allocated for graffiti and appropriated in the fiscal year 21-22 budget, adopted budget. We will then increase Bureau program expenses in the Portland Bureau of Transportation Operating Fund in the amount of $636,000 funded by this one-time cash transfer from the general fund to increase the towing of fully unoccupied abandoned autos, help move inoperable cars and RVs to safe auto camping spots, and assist individuals living in RVs with repairs to their waste systems so they can function properly and can be moved. Update Exhibits 1 through 5 as needed to reflect this change.
So moved.
Second.
We have Hardesty 5, which is a motion to make the following adjustments to the supplemental budget as proposed for the Portland Aerial Tram Project. This would increase Bureau program expenses in the Portland Bureau of Transportation Operating Fund in the amount of $1.5 million, funded by a one-time cash transfer from the general fund to fully fund the Portland Aerial Tram Project. We would then decrease general fund unrestricted contingency by 1.5 million one time to fund the change, and we would update exhibits 1 through 5 as needed to reflect the change.
So moved.
Do we have a second for the
I'll
aerial?
second this.
All right. Next, I will move to amendments offered by Commissioner Rubio. The first is a motion to make the following adjustments to the supplemental budget as proposed for climate emergency declaration.
Excuse me, Director Kennard, I have motion 6 that you skipped. Did that disappear from today's list?
So Commissioner, I think we accidentally included an item on the Tuesday memo that there is not sufficient resources currently in the balancing plan to support. If you would like to include that item, I've communicated with Kristen offline. She has some potential language for you. And we can come back to that at the end of that. My suggestion would be to come back to that item at the end once we run through the rest of these amendments.
Well, thank you, Director Kennard. I will say the second highest cost of death in the city of Portland today is vehicular homicide. And if we are supposedly addressing the emergencies on our street with this emergency one-time money, I just find it inexcusable that we're not actually investing dollars and making our streets safer. So and the fact that we're taking money back that was promised just like a day ago.
Commissioner Hardesty, if I could turn this over to Bobby for just 1 second, I think we can solve this issue.
I was wondering who Ness was. Apparently, Bobby's
That's my legislative director. He's the one who keeps me on the straight and narrow during these meetings.
Commissioner Hardesty, sorry for the confusion. Let me try to clarify.
You're on mute, Bobby. And please identify yourself when you're off mute.
Oh, okay. So sorry about the confusion, Commissioner.
It's okay, Bobby. Would you identify yourself for the record?
Oh, Bobby Lee, I'm the Chief of Staff to the Mayor. Sorry, I can't quite hear you through our system here. I apologize. So originally, your request was for 2.2 million, and we bumped it up to 3 million in the original request. So this item got taken out. So it is at 3 million, not at 2.2 million. This was a procedural typo. This shouldn't have been included. It's in your other supplemental list.
So we did not.
My apologies for the confusion.
Okay, yeah, okay. Thank you. That helps. Continue, Director. My apologies.
Yeah, thank you, Bobby.
Thank you, Bobby.
All right. So Commissioner Rubio, one is the motion to make the following adjustments to the supplemental budget as proposed for climate emergency declaration work. This would increase Bureau program expenses in the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability's general fund by $300,000 in one-time resources to help further the city's work as outlined in the 2020 Climate Emergency Declaration, including 2 limited term FTE. The first position will provide analytical and policy development support to buildings and energy decarbonization work, including implementation of key climate emergency declaration commitments, and help to implement the internal cost of carbon policy passed by City Council in December of 2020. The second position will implement building reporting programs, such as home energy score and commercial energy reporting, which establish foundational information for the city to take the next step in establishing energy performance standards for buildings called for in the Climate Emergency Declaration. We will then reduce general fund unrestricted contingency by $300,000 one time to fund this change and update exhibits 1 through 5 as needed to reflect the change.
So moved. Second.
Commissioner Hardesty seconds, just ahead of you there, Dan.
Rubio 2 is a motion to make the following adjustments to the supplemental budget as proposed for parks programming, and it is an increase to Bureau program expenses in the Parks and Recreation General Fund by 1.5 million in one-time resources to explore interim solutions for North Portland Aquatics multi-year service interruption. We will then reduce general fund unrestricted contingency by 1.5 million in one time to fund this change and update exhibits 1 through 5 as needed to reflect the change.
So moved.
Second.
I'm giving that one to Ryan.
It's like we're playing that game.
He's
Spoon.
being generous by giving it to you.
Noted.
Next, we have Commissioner Ryan as a sponsor for the first one. The one is a motion to make the following adjustments to the supplemental budget as proposed to provide relocation assistance for households residing at manufactured home parks, a manufactured home park subject to imminent closure. This would increase Bureau program expenses in the Portland Housing Bureau General Fund by $600,000 in one-time resources to help support low and moderate income households with one-time costs related to relocation and stabilization. The Housing Bureau will partner with a community-based organization to assist in relocating the remaining manufactured dwelling units to new locations or provide assistance in finding new housing with up to 12 months of assistance for housing costs after relocation. We will then reduce general fund unrestricted contingency by $600,000 in one time to fund this change and update exhibits 1 through 5 as needed to reflect the change.
Moved.
Second.
We have a second from Commissioner Hardesty.
And then finally, we have amendments from Commissioner Mapps. The first is a motion to make the following adjustments to the supplemental budget as proposed for utility debt relief. This would increase Bureau program expenses in the Portland Water Bureau Water Operating Fund by $500,000 in one-time resources to help support a utility debt relief program, which will provide utility debt relief for customers experiencing hardship and having accumulated significant arrears. The Bureau will use an equity committee to ensure that the funds are distributed to the most vulnerable populations. This program will be funded by a one-time cash transfer from the general fund. And then we will reduce unrestricted general fund contingency by $500,000 in one time to fund this change and update exhibits 1 through 5 as needed to reflect the change.
Second.
Moved.
Second.
The mayor was trying so hard to be second that he actually beat the first.
You know, we need like a little starting line here or something so we don't jump over it. I'm happy to second that one, Commissioner Mapps. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Finally, we have MAPS 2, which is a motion to make the following adjustments to the supplemental budget as proposed for the Human Access Project. This would increase Bureau program expenses in the Bureau of Environmental Services Sewer System Operating Fund by $20,000 in one-time resources for Human Access Project to help support a cost estimate of leveraging the earthquake-ready Burnside Bridge project to develop improved pedestrian, biking, water, and natural area access on the east side of the Willamette River. The cost estimate shall include options for completing the work in 2 phases. 1, an east side ramp to provide pedestrian and bike access to the area, and 2, placemaking to improve access to the river and natural areas along the east bank of the Willamette River. We'll then reduce unrestricted general fund contingency by $20,000 one time to fund the change and update exhibits 1 through 5 as needed to reflect the change.
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Hardesty seconds.
All right, so that is the list of amendments that I have. Are there any other items that members of council would like to put on the table at this time?
Commissioner Hardesty.
Thank you, Mayor. Director Kennard, this is not a normal process, so I'm a bit confused because am I able to put amendments on the table to remove things from the overall budget? I know what would happen during a normal budget process, but I'm really confused about how this process came together. And because there's some really good things in this budget, but there's really some things that should wait to the regular budget process. So will we be entertaining motions to set aside some of these dollars if in fact that's what the wish of the council is? Just confused. I'm feeling like this is an up or down with no conversation and no deliberation. So
and I may need to lean on the council clerk for advice here. We are at this point just putting on the amendments for discussion on the table for discussion. I do believe, should you want to take public testimony and think about the package of amendments that are in front of us, I do believe you can offer additional amendments and seconds as part of our discussion after public testimony as well. And so if we want to take this time to think about, and we will be deliberating and having discussion around the amendments following public testimony. Does that sound okay? All right. So with that, Mayor, I believe we are at the point in the agenda where we should be opening things up to public testimony.
Yeah, I was just considering that. I mean, if legal counsel has a difference of opinion, but it would be my understanding that the council has the opportunity to shape this budget right up until the time we vote on the amendments. Isn't that accurate?
That is accurate, Mayor.
All right, thanks, Wendy. Appreciate it. Good. All right. So
Excuse me, Mayor.
Yeah, Commissioner Hardison.
We've been sitting here for almost 2 hours and we're going to be sitting for a while. Would it be okay to take a quick break before we go jump into public testimony?
Yeah, that'll be fine. It's 3:45. Why don't we reconvene at 5 minutes till? We'll take a 10-minute break. We are in recess. quorum back.
Recording in progress.
And we're recording again. So we want to ensure, of course, that we hear from everybody who signed up, which means we will be strictly enforcing the 2-minute speaking limit for each individual. For those of you testifying today, please take a moment to switch to gallery view on your Zoom setting. That'll allow you to see the timer. The timer will be set for 2 minutes for each speaker by the council clerk. You will see the timer flashing red when you have 15 seconds left. So I always encourage people, make your summary argument in that last 15 seconds to just nail it in. And at the end of the 2 minutes, the council clerk will mute you and we'll move on to the next speaker. We don't mean any disrespect. It's just there are lots and lots of people signed up and we want to make sure that we have a chance to hear from them all before the council concludes its business tonight. So with that, Keelan, please call the first individuals.
Thank you, Mayor. I will call 3 people at a time. First up, we have Tim McCormick, Jesse Burke, and Matt Huff.
Hello, can you hear me?
It's loud and clear.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council members. My name is Tim McCormick. I'm here representing Housing Alternatives Network and the Village Collaborative National Group, both of which I direct. First, I want to thank city officials and staff for their hard work on this and for making homelessness the top priority as it should be, also for making space for the uninvited. However, what I see in this budget revision is a huge expansion of street outreach and cleanup services and policing, but still no provision of secure legal places for unhoused people to be at anywhere near the scale of need. The new funding for shelter is mainly congregate shelter, which we know large portions of the unhoused will not choose to go to for valid reasons. Secondly, it's unclear to me how the city's policies will pass muster under Boise versus Martin and Oregon HB 3115. We see planned a 5X expansion of camp clearances in the clear absence of sufficient legal alternative places to be. HB 3115 in 2023 will make any city law generally allowing this subject to wide legal challenge. Thirdly, we see longstanding broad community support for a clear alternative direction, which is citywide safe areas or villages, which would give all residents of our city humane, non-criminalized places to be. Polling indicates 85% support among Portland likely voters for, quote, 50 new safe sanitary villages with housing for unhoused residents. That was People for Portland. We see We Shine PDX and Harbor of Hope building innovative programs for this, and we see them struggle to even be recognized. The key need and moral obligation is city support and cooperation, including support services to all villages, including these community-driven efforts, not just restricted to city-selected sites. Thank you.
Next up, we have Jesse Burke.
Hi, can you hear me? Great. My name is Jesse Burke. I'm the owner of the Society Hotel and chair of the Old Town Community Association. I suspect my name may be becoming all too familiar with everyone here on this call, but hopefully it's as a partner to all of you and an advocate for positive change and bold steps to rebuild the city we all love. I'm testifying today to express my gratitude to city and county leadership for having heard us in Old Town and for the city and county coming together at this important moment to find tangible, measurable solutions to address the needs of the community. Our weekly calls with Sam Adams and Tom Miller have provided meaningful on-the-ground information and a feedback loop to your teams. And our hope is that we're able to build on these weekly calls to get even more work done. A few specific items I want to highlight as important next steps beyond the central database of available shelter beds that I know Commissioner Ryan is on the case. One is that I want to make sure that the shelter that we do have in Old Town, we're receiving feedback that people aren't going because they don't feel safe. And I want to make sure that we use some of the funding we have available to make the resources we do have safe for those that want to stay there. Second, Scott Kerman of Blanchet House submitted a proposal or a concept for a crisis response team. Our community strongly supports this project, and I would ask that Blanchet House be awarded the pilot contract. We need the very community that is here every day to build capacity for their changing needs and lead some of the solutions being proposed. As head of the Old Town community, I want leadership to know that we are ready to rally around this work, ready to help in establishing a baseline for where we are and where we need to go, and ready to work together with our government and nonprofit partners to create thoughtful solutions and implementations. We remain at your service to make sure we do not miss this important moment for all of us in the key part of the city. Thank you all for your service.
Next up, we have Matt Huff.
Hi, my name is Matt. I'm with Shelter Now, a group advocating for more shelter options for our unhoused community members. I'm also pastor at Central Nazarene Church here in East Portland, where we're this winter hosting a winter shelter, and we also have Agape Village on our property, so involved heavily in this community. In the work we do, we see the need for more shelter beds, and we support the 400 beds, it sounds like, that are being discussed. But as others have said, we want to make sure these beds are diverse and that they are new year-round beds, and that there aren't other sites that are closing, that it's actually 400 additional beds to what's currently offered. We see a diverse need, and it's a diverse population, and it's going to require a diverse set of solutions and shelter options. Congregant shelters certainly work for some, but not for everyone. But it'd be nice to see some other shelter options, such as more tiny house villages. And we also support the proposed funding for additional mental health and behavioral health services. We think it is critical to adequately fund and expand the countywide, on the ground, and trauma-informed crisis intervention teams like Portland Street Response. Currently, however, the coverage of this type, it's just not adequate. Just last week, or actually Monday, on our property, we ended up having to call for help 8 different times for individuals in mental health crisis. And unfortunately, we're never able to get a crisis team on site. The police came and were helpful, but not the type of help that these folks needed. So we just want to encourage that these services be fully funded and adequately staffed to meet the ever increasing and diverse need of those struggling on the streets in our community. Thanks.
Next up, we have Michael Wallingford, Eric Johnson, and Steve Jackson. And Kat Wilson is also here and will make a statement on behalf of those 3 speakers.
Good afternoon. 12.9% of Portlanders live with a disability. We are the largest minority in Portland. 7.1% have ambulatory mobility disabilities. Portlanders with mobility impairments are the 3rd largest minority in Portland, behind Hispanics and Asians. 2.4% of Portlanders have a visual impairment. Oregon Commission for the Blind offers orientation and mobility training, which takes anywhere from 10 to 12 weeks. However, it is important that you understand that training to maintain our mobility and independence never stops. Many of us choose to live in Portland because its robust public transportation system helps us live independent lives. Unlike the majority of Americans, the privilege of driving does not extend to people with visual impairments, for obvious reasons. Walking is our gateway to the world, and accessible sidewalks are imperative to our mobility and hard-won independence. As citizens of Portland, your constituents with disabilities, we are not here today to rouse your pity or ask for your sympathy. Today, we are here to incite your compassion, to ask for your solidarity, for you to take a moment to step into our lives and understand how the current situation in Portland is impacting our mobility and independence. Thank you.
Next up, we have Michael Wallingford. Michael, are you able to unmute?
Am I there?
Yes, we hear you.
All right. My name is Michael Wallingford. I'm a Portland native and resident. I'm blind, and I received my training through Oregon Commission for the Blind on orientation and mobility. And all right, so I can't get around. I can't get around town. every bus stop, I get asked for either a cigarette or a light or money. Walking down on the streets, I step on people that are sleeping or just out of it. And also when there's a bunch of us to go to the dojo there in Hollywood, we'll walk right into the door, and there's bodies laying on the alcove, and we're continuously having to clean up their excrement and needles and whatnot, all their stuff.
30 seconds remain.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Really, it's a safety. It's a safety and security. I can't walk in the street.
15 seconds.
I'm really not sure where to go at this point.
Next up, we have Eric Johnson.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, I'm coming through. All right. Hello, council members, mayor, the rest of the folks listening in on the call. My name is Eric, and I was diagnosed with narrow tunnel vision and severe night blindness at age 11, slowly getting worse over time. And I moved over to Portland in 2011 to go to the Commission for the Blind to learn mobility skills, how to use adaptive software for computers and get back into the workforce and be productive with life moving forward with this. And I just wanted to state, along with my friend Mike, who was in earlier, that, yeah, there's a big issue on the sidewalks going through Portland. It might be different for folks who could see if someone is laying out on the sidewalk, but for folks who are not expecting that and you step on somebody and sometimes there are no responses at all, you start thinking to yourself, am I dealing with an OD, or, did someone just die here and I just stumbled upon a dead person? Other times, though, the alternative is you step on someone and they're extremely upset, and being blind, you don't know who's out there who could see it, be able to help you. And it's a serious issue. Between that, stepping in human feces, Mike and I both go to a martial arts school or a dojo over there and volunteer.
30 seconds.
I help with a kids class, and my instructor was stabbed with a needle trying to clean this stuff up. And enabling people with this sort of behavior to continue is unacceptable. I mean, we got laws out there for public intoxication. I would strongly encourage that we enforce those laws on the books, as opposed to paying more than what we're, yeah.
Next up, we have Steve Jackson. Steve, are you able to unmute? Are you there, Steve? It looks like you're unmuted, but you may be having some audio difficulty. Maybe we should move on to the next group and we can come back to see if Steve is available. Next up, we have Marie Allen Claire, Scott Kerman, and Elizabeth Nye. why don't we go to Scott Kerman?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Wheeler and commissioners. I am Scott Kerman, Executive Director of Blanchet House. I use he, him, his pronouns. I am grateful for this opportunity to speak with you today and for your support for Blanchet House. The situation in Old Town and its neighboring districts is well documented, but I want to make something very clear. The housing insecure people Blanchet House serves are not dangerous criminals. Let me say that again. The housing insecure people we serve at Blanchet House are not dangerous criminals, but they are suffering. They are despondent and they are scared. The past 20 months have been brutal and dehumanizing. Their need for compassion, restoration, and healing is extreme. The joint city-county budget package contains an initiative I have developed in consultation with our colleague agencies that seeks to provide this healing and restoration. This initiative creates a consortium of care among agencies serving in Old Town and its neighboring districts. Agencies that, like Blanchet House, serve many people experiencing elevated mental health and substance abuse disorders. This initiative promotes greater continuity of care and relationship building through shared teams of mental health and peer support specialists. Imagine what better outcomes may be gained when the people we serve encounter and build trust with specialists who work across agencies, and when teams of specialists can build on previous experiences with our clients across the course of a single day and over weeks. Such continuity of care and familiarity could be a game changer for the people we serve, helping them prepare for better outcomes that may include permanent supported housing. And because these shared teams will be scheduled at agencies when they need the support most, and because these specialists will get to know our clients very well, they will be able to pre- and de-escalate situations before they become disruptive or even unsafe. And by preventing or resolving crisis situations, these teams will help our services flourish, promoting a safe, compassionate, dignified experience for the people we serve and for our staffs and volunteers. Thank you.
Next up, we have Elizabeth Nye.
Hi, everybody, Mayor Wheeler and City Commissioners. I appreciate the opportunity to testify today. I'm Elizabeth Nye, the Executive Director of Bonsu Chinese Garden. The garden is a city-owned jewel supported every year by more than 5,000 local volunteers, staff, board members, and community donors. You know from our past conversations, the situation in Old Town is dire. I do want to say today that I'm extremely grateful to all of you for allocating more financial resources in this budget package to specifically address the safety and security in Old Town specifically. Over the past year, we have seen dangerous forms of methamphetamines on Old Town streets that are leading to psychotic and violent episodes. Nobody feels safe in Old Town right now, absolutely nobody, and we have to do something. So please, I urge you to dedicate additional resources to behavioral mental health supports, including Scott Kerman's proposal. I believe these teams can be effective in de-escalating situations before they become violent. I want to close by emphasizing two things. One, and you've heard me say this before, the need is urgent. If this crisis before us had been created by an earthquake or a damaging storm, we would find ways to help people who are hurting now. And that's the situation that we are in. Every day counts and matters. And the second thing I want to say is that in order for this significant investment to make to have any chance of making a lasting difference, we need your continued leadership well after these votes are cast. I know that these have been challenging times and that your leadership has been tested over and over again. I can't imagine what it's like to be screamed at day in and day out. That being said, if all of you and our county leaders commit to working together as a team, I know that we can make Portland a city that works again for all of its residents. Thank you for listening.
Next up, we have Roberta Jans, Alex Stone, and Vadim Mazirski. Roberta, are you able to unmute? Why don't we go to Alex Stone? Oh, you're muted, Alex.
Hello, my name is Alex Stone, him. First and foremost, for those present, especially Portland's elected representatives, I would like to say thank you. This is a hard time to serve. Again, thank you. I have been houseless twice in my life. Once as a child, which resulted in the separation of me from my family and my siblings, as well as my entrance into foster care. My second period of houselessness occurred when I was an adult, during which I lived in my vehicle for more than 2 years. Today, I'm here to be a voice for the houseless. This is what I hear. From Felicia. What I don't need is another facility far from my camp. I don't want to steal a shopping cart, pack up my house, and leave it to be robbed just to walk in the rain or snow to get to a building where I stand outside all day. I can't do it anymore. I'm tired of being robbed. Claude. Echelon gets it. Y'all come by my tent like 4 to 5 times a week, making sure I'm okay, giving me food, water, clothes. No one else will do this. No one comes to where I live to see me. My message today is to ask those present to consider investing in mobilized service units that meet people where they live. The purpose of these units should be the purposeful establishment of genuine relationships with the houseless. Get to know us before you offer us your services and ideas. Unless service providers meet people where they are on the street in a tent, any attempts to offer assistance to shelter will continue to appear suspect, unattainable, and condescending. The beginning of service should be a relationship. Thank you for your time.
Next up, we have Vadim Mazurski.
Good afternoon, Mayor Wheeler and City Commissioners. My name is Vadim Mazurski. Portlanders, like all Americans, expect and deserve certain basic services from our government. We want litter to be picked up so that our streets and parks are clean. We want good schools so our children are prepared for the future. We want to feel safe in our neighborhoods so that we can work, live, and play without fear of being victimized. And if misfortune falls upon us, we want to pick up the phone and have responders arrive in time to help. In exchange for this, we work, we uphold our civic responsibilities, and we follow the laws, and we pay our taxes. This is the solemn covenant between the government and its people. Portlanders have done their part. Our city government has not. We are witnessing the highest murder rate in Portland's history. From 2019 to 2021, homicides are up 110%. In East Portland, in the first 9 months of the year from 2019 to 2021, shooting injuries are up 250%. In North Portland, up 400%. In the Central Precinct, shooting injuries are up a staggering 800%. Other crimes such as arson up 88%, kidnappings up 94%, car theft already high up 23%. The list goes on and on. At the same time, we have the lowest police staffing levels in 30 years. You don't have to be a statistician to see the cause and effect inherent there. Portlanders are resilient and continue to do their part. It's past time for our city government to do its part. Expand trash and graffiti pickup. Expand Portland Street Response so that the 2-year-old promise of 24/7 services to people experiencing mental health crisis is fully realized. And expand the police force so that it is historically up to where it's been in the past. Too many innocent lives have been sacrificed on the altars of rhetoric and failed policies. Set aside your differences, unite, and address these basic needs of the Portland community. Thank you very much.
Let's go back to Marie Allen Claire.
Okay, good afternoon, and thank you. My computer kept freezing. Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Maria Lynn Claire with Organ Renters in Action. And first, we're proposing using funds from the budget surplus for establishing seeding for a permanent tenant fund. We have presented this concept to tenants, advocates, and advocacy organizations, and they agree that a fund is critical for creating long-term housing stability, especially for lower-income renters. It would be separate from the pandemic emergency funds and would serve to help struggling renters to stay housed over the long haul. And as we know, many lower-income tenants, BIPOC, and other vulnerable tenant communities were barely hanging on before the pandemic. So the continued escalating annual rent increases make it near impossible to accrue savings for emergencies, and tenants have expressed strong need to build a rainy day fund as a protective shield against loss of housing. An emergency stopgap for tenants facing housing instability due to loss of household income, sudden debilitating illness or injury, having to stay home to care for loved ones, or building sales. It could be funded through a combination of city funds, community grants, funding, and long-term investments. And we're thinking of ways to rebuild stability back into Portland's tenant community. So we're asking the mayor and city council to adopt our idea of using a portion of the surplus dollars to seed a tenant fund, and your support can pave the way for providing an essential tool for stability of our tenant communities for years to come. And I'm happy to meet further for discussion, and thank you for your time and attention.
Next up, we have Dan Lenzen, TJ Browning, and Ann Casper.
Hello, commissioners and mayor. My name is Dan Lenzen. I'm a business and property owner in Old Town. I acknowledge that we're in one of the most challenging times in our history as a city, and I appreciate the hard work that you and your staff do each day to find solutions to our challenges. The many groups I'm involved in and I am in support of the proposed budgeted items. Referencing the safety items, this is a zero-sum budget that will slow the issues it intends to address. Unless I've missed it, a plan for retaining good officers within the PPB still needs to be developed and funded. With the number of officers retiring, quitting, and lateral transferring, the plan's critical. Homelessness and mental health require a long-term plan for housing our citizens with severe mental health issues. Some of you might have heard this. There was a person named Jasmine who for months was naked laying on a mattress in a sidewalk in Old Town. Outreach businesses and agencies knew who she was. She was abused, naked, flinging feces and screaming. Her condition was 24/7. When we were all in our beds, she was still in that state. She finally got a reprieve from her family. Until then, she had no future alive. Fund a future for the Jasmines, please. We're in a life-stealing state of emergency in our proud city, and you can slow it. Ethics and integrity are on the table with this budget update, possibly more than ever in the modern history of Portland. We all know that it takes longer than intended, but please don't let paralysis by analysis slow our healing process. You'll make imperfect decisions. The budget choices you make aren't just about what you want to do, they're about who you want to be. This budget's a chance at a seat on a rocket ship. Don't ask which seat. In any case, if you do nothing else, decide to move forward. Thank you.
Next up is TJ Browning.
Hello. I don't think any of us don't recognize that Portland's in a crisis right now. And in a crisis, there needs to be some sense of urgency. I was so hopeful. Mayor Wheeler's priorities that he laid out were right on point. We have to address homelessness. We have to address public safety. We have to address economic recovery. Yet I don't see this budget filled with exclusively those items. Anything that doesn't belong under this definition of these priorities shouldn't be in this budget. We're in crisis. There needs to be urgent action. There needs to be things happening now that will help everybody. Where is the triage center? Officers, first responders have nowhere to take somebody if they're a danger to themselves or others. First responders have no safe spot to take them. That would help the person in crisis. That would help the people who are frightened by the people in crisis. That would help the first responders. Where is the funding for the triage center? I can't believe the behavioral health unit. Why isn't that budget huge? May I respectfully remind some city commissioners, this unit is a police reform. It was brought about because of the DOJ. This is trained, specially trained police officers and mental health clinicians. The street response team is great. They don't deal with armed people. Who does? We need the behavioral response unit beefed up, not just returned to what they were, but greater. It doesn't help to have long-term vision. That's like planting the new roof on your house that's on fire. We need action now. Please fund the police.
Next up, we have Ann Casper.
Mayor Wheeler and Commissioners, for the record, I'm Ann Casper, pronouns she, her, and Kanajo. If Reverend Haynes is still here, it's so good to see you. I've been through a house fire this year, interesting you mentioned that, and I really thank the fire department for helping. I also had my purse stolen while sitting on 45th in Woodstock, and the community got it back. We chased the person down. That's what I love about Portland. That's public safety. Thank you for your service to Portland in this deep time of trauma. I don't agree with you on how you handle mental health, yet I see you as humans. I really, really appreciate you. Unfortunately for us, the mental health community, we are not one of the communities that you think of and treat of as equal beings. Again and again, our community is used as pawns in the City of Portland politics for others' agendas for many years now. We can see this in the outcomes of the DOJ settlement, PSEP, Portland disaster planning, and now the Portland Street response. Unfortunately, I don't even think you know what our mental health community agenda is. I understand CCIT, NYC, I would mention Scott Kiernan's proposal sounds good. I'm sorry, I'm very nervous because City Hall makes me very nervous. I don't feel welcome there. As a person from the mental health community, I'm requesting that you do not give any more funding to the Portland Street response. One positive thing I would like to highlight is to encourage you to fund the 5 teams for the Portland Public Behavioral Health Unit. We appreciate them and they work with us. If you're going to do Portland Street response, please get some outcomes and measures that we in the mental health community agree to, and please get an independent study. Or just don't call it a mental health program at all. And please keep it on the street, not with families that are not ready to go into homes whatsoever. And also, please pay us, the peer support specialists, which are $30,000 less than the community health workers, the same rate, equal pay for equal work. And thank you. So one last thing, a quote from Lillian Watson: if you come here to help me, you're wasting your time. But if you come here because your liberation is found with mine, let's work together. Thank you.
Let's go back to Roberta Jans. Roberta, are you able to unmute?
Yeah, hi. You guys hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, hi. So I had some stuff written up. Sorry, my name's Roberta Jans. I'm a resident of Arbor Lodge, former teacher, active community volunteer, and also UA Local 290 union welder. I was going to talk about some different stuff, but then hearing a lot of other people's concerns and testimony today, I feel like there's this one piece that's sort of missing that seems to me like the glue that could be tying all of these ideas and proposals and just, different methodologies together. And that's actually just providing housing. It seems to me like anyone who's spent time living in, working in, or volunteering in shelters, which I have pretty extensively, knows that they offer very little in the way of building a stable existence. It's next to impossible to do any kind of demanding work in a place like that. They're restless, arbitrary policies often that do more harm than good. It seems to me like we're not looking at, housing first methods that are being implemented in other parts of the country and across the world that are widely successful and, much less costly than supporting people living in shelters and on the streets. Once permanent houses are available for folks with quality supportive services, the need for expensive emergency services just drop dramatically, improving health and reducing healthcare costs. I quickly looked up a recent study that was done by the Massachusetts Housing and Shelter Alliance, and they estimated that the annual cost per person before entering permanent housing to be around $37,000 annually, and then once permanently housed, it drops to $25,000, roughly about a $12,000 savings annually per person. So I don't know. I urge the council to look at this 18 million in housing services, and rather than building more temporary shelter beds and things like that, just keep in mind that the concept of moving through different stages of temporary housing while you attempt to get your life together is kind of absurd for most folks. Housing must be unconditional. We should be saying, it's time. You don't need to get your life together to get a home, but rather here's a home to, act as a secure.
Let's go back to Steve Jackson. Steve, are you able to unmute? Steve, it looks like you're unmuted. Are you there? Okay, we'll move on and then we'll come back to Steve. Next up, we have Desiree Eden Ocampo, Jessica Shellhorn, and Sally Mize.
Good afternoon. My name is Desiree Eden Ocampo, she, her. I'm the executive director of Rahab Sisters. And for over 18 years, we have been building community through radical hospitality with those marginalized by poverty, houselessness, sex work, violence, and substance abuse. And I also want to acknowledge the men and women over the years in the mayor's and the city commissioner's office who have listened. Thank you. Rahab Sisters has never missed a week since we opened our doors on 82nd Avenue in 2003. Throughout the coronavirus pandemic, as we saw organizations limit and shutter their services, we filled the gap. Through ice storms and heat waves, not once did we close. Rahab Sisters is a major role to play in our city, and especially on the east side and up and down the I-205 corridor. Up until a few years ago, we were an all-volunteer organization. The coronavirus saw our volunteer base decrease by 60% as the number of people at our doors more than doubled. 80% of our guests are unhoused, but no matter their particular situation at any given moment, what has been tried and true for over 18 years is that no barrier access works. It is the bare minimum, both the lowest and the highest bar required if we are to see our communities out of a houselessness pandemic. It is the foundation for building trust so that our mental health support has grounds to grow, where each houseless neighbor is seen and acknowledged as an equal member of this city, regardless of their circumstance, as a unique human being worthy of dignity and love, not a case to be solved. In 2 years, we've tripled our budget for licensed counselors for trauma-informed care. Our costs for basic hygiene supplies and hot meals have quadrupled in the last year, sadly in part because sweeps have ramped up and supplies are unretrievable. How we've been able to meet the needs of the community the past 22 months is clearly unsustainable. Give the people on the ground who have built relationships with the houseless for decades a seat at the table. Allow us no barrier access to the funds we desperately need to sustain a continuum of care model that works if only we had the resources. 2 hours ago, I learned one of our longtime houseless neighbors this morning died. He used a wheelchair for mobility. He didn't have the option to live their life on a strict shelter schedule, nor meet sobriety standards. We have to do better.
Next up, we have Jessica Shellhorn.
Excuse me, Mayor.
Commissioner Hurst.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to really appreciate the last speaker. Thank you so much for being here. I know I can't appreciate everybody who speaks because otherwise we'd be here all night, but I just wanted to take a moment to say thank you for what you're doing and ask you if you are aware of a Oregon a Office of Violence Prevention grant that we've put out, which is a request for information from groups just like yours who've been doing the work on the ground, but has never been able to achieve public funding. You can find that online at the Office of Violence Prevention on their website, or you could also find it on my Commissioner Facebook page. You're exactly the kind of organization that we need to invest in, because you're the type of organization that has invested in people with no voice since the pandemic began. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Next up, we have Jessica Shellhorn.
Hey, thank you for seeking input on, can you guys hear me? Thank you for seeking input on how to spend the fall bump. I'm here today to voice support for the safety and trash proposals Mayor Wheeler and Commissioner Mapps have put forth. Sorry, I'm nervous. I live with my husband and my 2 stepchildren off of 162nd and Division. I'm also 5 months pregnant, and my family is at the point where we only feel safe in our house and basically don't leave. My breaking point was last summer when I tried to take my then 9-year-old stepson for a walk, and I had to steer him home as quickly as possible as I navigated his little sandaled feet away from needles, broken glass, and human feces. In our neighborhood, there are gunshots, fires, violent crime, and theft every single day and night. And the urgency that's needed to address this situation, I barely have words to express at this point. I'm trying to do my part. I organize a monthly trash group to resolve. I have 5 months pregnant when I'm still of morning sickness. I'm cleaning up needles, broken meth pipes, human poop, and dead rats in my neighborhood. Last month, I cleaned up a sidewalk near a 55 and older apartment complex that had been blocked all summer, and elders were driving their wheelchairs into the middle of Division for safer passage. For the past years, Portlanders have been on our own, and having pregnant moms who already work 60 hours per week and barely have time to get dinner on the table for our families to be the front lines for Portland's safety is an idiotic plan. We're tired and we need help. My mixed race LGBTQ family is seeking to leave Portland, but so far we can't afford it and are stuck like every other family east of 82nd. It's clear at this point that the decisions made in the past year, while made with good intent, have had the opposite impact on Portlanders' lives. If systemic racism can be identified by the institutional impacts of our public policy, regardless of the good intent, I cannot think of a better example of systemic racism than the city's abandonment of me and my neighbors east of 82nd in regards to violent crime and trash management. I'm supportive of the renewed efforts to bolster the number of police and increase trash resources for this reason. Commissioner Hardesty, under the Portland Street response, which I wholeheartedly support, your other livability.
Next up, we have Sally Mize.
Thanks, and thanks to all of you. I know you've made some very well laid sustainable plans to help our houseless, which is what I want to address today. I'm part of PSAC. I'm the Pearl Trash Queen. I've worked with Solve and every deep dive level there is. And I'm out on the streets 10 to 15 hours a week volunteering, trying to help now out people that are living on the streets, which in my opinion, at this point, I'm not going to use the word crisis anymore. That's the people on the streets and the messes in the streets for everyone is a state of emergency. And we need to change the way we think about that. We have to prioritize cleanup of the streets now. If you wait, it's like a wildfire that you cannot stop. It's already a wildfire. And if you don't treat it as a state of emergency, the two with the planning of your good temporary shelters, whatever, is never going to catch up with what keeps the wildfire going. We have to prioritize what's on the street, get them cleaned up. Even if we have to call in FEMA, National Guard, they know how to take care and protect at the same time thousands, not hundreds. And maybe that way we can stop the wildfire on the streets. They don't need, and it's not their fault that they're there. They're dealing with rats, nightly people that are other campers stealing from them. They have weapons. It's very fluid and it has to stop. Thank you all so much for what you do.
Let's try Steve Jackson again.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yay, I'm so sorry. Technical problem with my device settings. My name's Steve Jackson. I'm legally blind. I'm a taxpayer here in Portland. Lived here for 31 years. I received some cane training from the Commission for the Blind. They helped me get a job. I've been riding the Max and the TriMet this whole time. I just want to say that the sidewalks are getting harder to navigate. I find tents in like back streets, even kind of near like residential areas where I used to walk on sidewalks to get away from traffic. And it's just, I feel horrible, you know, running into people's tents and not seeing them until the last minute. And like my other blind friends said, is you know, walking to work, here's a small story. I was walking to work, I missed the bus stop I normally get off, so I have to walk down Grand, and I accidentally kick somebody in the foot and step on his shin, and he doesn't even move. And he's laying right in the sidewalk by the streetcar stop. So I don't know. And then that freaks me out and concerns me, you know, because why is he laying in the sidewalk perpendicular? So anyways, I go to work and I'm leaving and I come down the stairs off the Max stop, and there's this guy who is always camped on the stairs, and I almost fall over him going down the stairs, and he yells at me because I hit him in the back with my cane, but I
30
didn't know.
seconds remain.
All I'm trying to say is there's so many obstacles already as a blind person, and if people are hanging out in the main thoroughway, it's just super hard sometimes for me to navigate. I'm not trying to
15
say
seconds.
anybody's fault, but everybody should come together and help them get more space, just like other people have said, is we all need to, you know, help each other here. Thank you.
Next up, we have Frank Damarad, Sean Flynn, and Mark Davison.
Keelan, and before the first individual speaks, I believe at 5 p.m. we need to take a break to switch over closed captioning. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so I just want to give my colleagues a heads up. If you're wondering about a break, we'll take one in about 15 minutes or so.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, Frank Damarad. Let's see. Oh, I'm sorry, Frank Blackston. That was my mistake.
Oh, hey there. Hi, everybody. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I am disabled. I have mobility issues, and I will mirror what other people said. The sidewalks are not available like they used to be, and does pose a safety hazard. Number two, I do support more police. Public safety reform is a long-term goal. We do need that, but we need more police on the ground now, in my opinion. It's painfully obvious the effects of reduced police in Portland. Crime has increased, and you can't get help on 911 or 311, and people and businesses are suffering. I do respect you have a very hard job, and these are trying times. But the perception is crime goes unpunished here. The majority of citizens are not your priority. The city feels lawless, and we feel abandoned by our elected officials. I do believe you can continue public safety reform and police accountability and have more police. These choices are not mutually exclusive. These are trying times that require action. Once again, I support more police now, in addition to continued public safety reform and increased police accountability. And I want to shout out to caller number 14, Vadim. I agree with everything that you said. And I think caller number 20, the lady who's 5 months pregnant, I completely empathize with everything you said, and it broke my heart. So I hope City Council, I hope you hear what we're saying and you do move forward with this initiative. Thank you.
Sorry about that. Next up, we have Sean Flynn.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners, for giving me the opportunity to provide my testimony today. Additionally, seeing that we're on the cusp of Veterans Day, I would like to thank Commissioner Hardesty for her service. My name is Sean Michael. I'm a 49-year-old Black man living in the city of Portland. I'm a healthcare CEO, entrepreneur, Army veteran, dad of a Black 23-year-old son, and grandfather to a 1-year-old grandson. Gun violence in our community is out of control, and Portland can't wait any longer to get this right. Too many people are dying that look like me and my family. I constantly worry about my son driving within the city and wonder if one day he won't make it back home safely. As you mentioned, Mayor, we have passed a terrible milestone, over 1,000 shootings this year with too many lives prematurely ended, many of which come from people who look like me, my son, and my grandson. Now, the crisis we face is multifactorial and cannot solely be fixed with simply adding additional police. In conjunction with bringing our police force to the levels adequate for our population size and city, we must address our mental health crisis. We must find ways to bring police officers into our neighborhoods via innovative housing programs like the ones in Atlanta, so our officers are a part of the community they serve. We must address and work on reconciliation by those victimized by police violence. Reconciliation is healing, and our community needs this in order to begin to build trust in future policing efforts. We must address the systemic racism and implicit bias that exists in these institutions. Like the military, I can imagine these institutions are a reflection of the thoughts and beliefs we see in our society today. We must hold accountable corruption, racism, and bad policing. We wouldn't tolerate it in our own place of work and shouldn't be acceptable within our police force. We must provide resources to support adequate staffing, and training will give our officers the ability to protect and serve these communities more effectively. Lastly, we cannot afford continued division and has contributed to this crisis. Let's come together as a community alongside our public safety professionals to provide solutions that will move us forward out of the crisis together, reinvent and reinvest.
Excuse me, Mayor, if I may jump in for just 30 seconds.
Yeah, you bet, Commissioner Hardesty.
Thank you, Mayor. Sean, thank you so much for your testimony. I want to let you know that the mayor and I last year actually worked together to get funded a truth and reconciliation process. I think that is going to be vital if we're ever going to build a police force that the community trusts and that the police know that they are partners in community crime solving. And so I want you to know that I'm committed to having that RFP out before the end of the year. And I'm happy to say that Chief Lavelle is a strong partner in this effort. The Portland Police have big work they have to do internally before they are ready to actually participate in a real truth and reconciliation process. And just wanted you to know, I'm committed to that process. We're never going to get to building a true police force that the community wants as part of our community safety system without the hard work that it will take to rebuild those relationships. And so I just wanted you to know, we have not forgotten the promises that we made last year when Black Lives mattered. In my mind, Black lives still matter. And I am still committed to the fundamental changes that we as a council took up last year. So I appreciate you being here and just want you to know, I've not forgotten anything that we promised the community we would do. Thank you.
Next up, we have Mark Davison.
Well, good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to address you guys. You all have impossible jobs, and I don't envy you for it. I had something written out, but after listening to Sean speak and the mother who's 5 months pregnant speak, all I could really do is add to what you already know, is that many of us here are afraid to leave our homes, don't leave our homes. Our lifestyles are completely destroyed as a result of the impossible situations going on. And that includes the awareness of known felons who fall under the category of houselessness or uninvited. Those are nice terms to describe many, many people who are on the streets right now, who are gang members, ex-convicts. They harbor weapons, they harbor our stolen goods that are at times publicly displayed outside their tents. What I want to do is devote the rest of my time to any one of you to tell us what you're going to do tonight and tomorrow to help start to clean up our streets. I know, like, just a couple of weeks ago, 4 new tents showed up across the street. Judging by their actions, it's highly likely that they're drug dealers and they go unattended. I want to know what the plan is today and tomorrow to start getting our lives back in order. So you guys have 30 seconds. You have my 30 seconds to give us some sense of leadership of what we can expect when we wake up in the morning.
Next up, we have Lance Goldenberg, Anna Kemper, and Keith Comas.
Am I on?
Lance Golden, yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'll basically echo what the last speaker said as well. I had something loosely prepared, but I feel like many of the points I wanted to make have been made here. If anything, I feel like a lot of the people that I strongly represent, the bulk of Portlanders, the bulk of what we're saying, and I think people are actually being too nice, too maybe Portland nice. I've seen way too many people who are disabled in wheelchairs, blind people unable to walk on the sidewalks because one group, i.e. the homeless or houseless or whatever the correct term is that you want to use at this moment, as a privileged group in many ways. I know that's a horrible thing for a lot of you to hear, but they're allowed to stay there so that people that can't see, that can't walk, are put in unsafe situations. Somebody's going to get killed if they haven't already. And their death is going to be, well, I think you know on whose hands it's going to be. We are in crisis. This is a completely dysfunctional situation. And I'm sorry, I'm emotional about this too. But something has to be done now. Thank you.
Next up, we have Anna Kemper.
Hi, Commissioners and Mayor Wheeler. Thank you for the opportunity to testify this afternoon. My name is Anna Kemper, and I'm here today representing over 400 businesses and organizations that comprise Business for a Better Portland. So our members know that businesses are not able to thrive unless they're doing business in a thriving community. I just want to say we're thankful that the council is addressing the humanitarian crisis on our streets, which hurts the most vulnerable neighbors among us, as well as local businesses who are trying to stay afloat during this recession. I am here today to express our deep disappointment that out of $62 million surplus, your proposal currently contains no relief for small businesses. We're fully in support of Prosper Portland's budgetary requests that will fund our city's long-term equitable economic growth strategy and analyze the needs of businesses in neighborhoods throughout Portland. That being said, we are truly shocked to learn that despite the need for a continued life raft for small businesses, the current proposal abandons our small business community at this critical time. Last week, we completed a member survey, which affirmed how unsupported small businesses feel right now. Many brick and mortar retailers still face hundreds of thousands of dollars in back rent, while revenues have not returned to normal. The state's commercial rent assistance program was not sufficient to meet the demand in the Portland region, and it's estimated that roughly 11 million in requests went unfulfilled. Small retailers and restaurants that define our neighborhoods and the Portland brand, who have been a critical magnet for high-wage talent and tourism, are not back to normal. They're struggling. We acknowledge that your ARPA package a few months ago included some economic support, but given the sizable role that small businesses play in our city's economy, it is shocking that you would not include any small business relief in the fall bump. Since learning that the proposed budget changes do not include small business support, we have been in urgent conversations with our trusted partners from the Oregon Native American Chamber, the Philippine American Chamber of Commerce, Accelerate, Bricks Need Mortar, and others. And we're currently working in collaboration with them on a letter to detail our specific proposal, which your offices will receive by Friday. Thank you for all the hard work you're doing for the city, and please consider the immediate economic recovery needed for Portland small businesses during the pandemic's recession.
Hey, Anna, if I could just jump in here for a sec. Thank you very much for your testimony. Thanks for your leadership and certainly bringing small businesses together. I want to be clear, though, that the priorities that are fundamental to this package, homelessness and addressing that issue, public safety, addressing that issue in multiple different ways, finding ways to help people get off the streets as quickly and humanely as possible, increase support to abate litter and graffiti. Those are all priorities that were reflected to us by small business owners and operators throughout the city. So I want to just state that clearly and unequivocally. Secondarily, and I should have said this up front, but I was trying to be somewhat shorter than usual in my remarks. This is, of course, one budget process out of many. We have the spring bump process. We had last year's annual budget. We'll be going into the annual budget process immediately following this. We have small business support in the CARES Act. The ARPA funds still have not been fully distributed, and there's small business support in those funds as well. So I just want to be really clear, if you're not seeing exactly your program or your priority elevated in this particular budget package, that does not mean that we're not supportive of it, or that it isn't being funded somewhere else, or that we won't fund it going forward. But I really just wanted to get the point out that a lot of the priorities that are reflected here and are funded in the fall bump package are priorities that we heard very specifically, loudly, and uniformly from small business owners and operators. Thank you for your testimony.
Next up, we have Keith Kames. Keith, you're muted.
The Department of County Management, Evaluation, and Research Unit estimated that $240 million were spent on homeless services between 2014 and 2017. Last year's Metro tax will add $210 million per year for homeless services. There is now a $62 million budget surplus to add to this. The homeless emergency was declared in 2015. Two questions. One, how do Tri-County taxpayers get accountability and itemized reporting of successes and failures? And number two, where and when will we see tangible evidence that funds will be used to effectively reduce tents, trash, and homelessness? Thank you.
Next up, I'll call the next three. We have Bonnie Lizer, Michelle Wolf, and Debbie Kay.
Keelan,
I want to give a time check.
Yeah, me too. Keelan, I'm okay to go through three more if that works with the closed captioner, but I just want to be cognizant of the fact that they asked for a 5 o'clock switch over.
Yeah, and yeah, I mean, I'm happy to break, and we'll make that switch now, and then we can come back to the three I just called if that works.
Why don't we do that? So we'll take a 10-minute pause here. We will reconvene at 10 minutes past 5. We are in recess.
Recording stopped. Hi, my name's Bonnie Leiser, and I am a citizen, taxpayer, and voter who cares deeply about Portland. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I have a little different approach. I wrote a poem last May 20th in the spring. That was 6 months ago. So I've heard promises and rhetoric, and yet as I look around, things have only gotten worse since that 6 months. So here's my poem. Portlandia gone. Tents, tarps, and shopping carts, garbage, slime, and plenty of crime. Gun violence, death, and danger abound. It's time to act, to turn this around. This Northwest city, once a sparkling jewel, has fallen to ruin, become a cesspool. I've lived here in Portland for some 50 years. Watching this happen just brings me to tears. We must speak up. Something must be done. Feeling this sadness, I'm not the only one. Every night it's another riot. The time has come, we cannot keep quiet. Violence, destruction, small businesses closing. And while this is happening, city leaders are dozing. Wake up, city leaders, and do something right. Awaken and look at this terrible plight. We're angry, dear leaders, against you we chafe. Our families and children deserve to be safe. Because of this mess, many people are leaving. Do we care enough, or are we just grieving? Beloved Portland, where have you gone? Our fervent hope is that you may live on. Before it's too late, let us get back on track with decisions and actions to bring Portland back. And for the record, I support the proposed budget that's being discussed, and I hope that it brings some action. Thank you very much.
Next up, we have Michelle Wolf.
Good evening. My name is Michelle Wolf. Life in Portland is difficult. As a member of a large 55 plus community, we bonded together through COVID. We helped each other by making masks, helping each other register for vaccines, and running errands and taking care of each other through all of this. But we've been very isolated. Staying home day after day in your house by yourself is very difficult. But now we're staying home for a different reason, because we're scared. It's the crime has really increased in our area. We've seen a rise in stolen vehicles. We've had several break-ins to our RV lot recently with 2 trailers stolen and 4 catalytic converters stolen in the last 2.5 weeks. Plus additional vandalism and road rage. Many residents are terrified. Homeowners are being taxed and priced out of their homes. The majority of the residents here are retired. We're on fixed incomes, and things keep getting worse and worse, and our money's getting shorter and shorter. I'm afraid that people are going to start not being able to afford to live in their homes anymore, where we plan to spend the rest of our supposedly golden years. So seniors account for 13% of the population in Portland. We need to know that we matter, that we are remembered, and that we're thought of when all these changes are made. We need to do something about the homeless, and it needs to be done now. Thank you, and I appreciate your listening.
Next up, we have Debbie Kay.
Good afternoon, Mayor Wheeler and commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Debbie Kay. I am the president of the League of Women Voters of Portland. And today I want to express the League's strong support for both the Portland Street Response and the Public Safety Support Specialist programs. First, we strongly support the continuation and expansion of the Portland Street Response program. The League was impressed with the result of PSU's thorough evaluation of its first 6 months of operation. We agree with their recommendation that PSR be expanded citywide. The report identified PSR's strengths, and including a staff skilled in communicating with individuals in distress, the capacity to spend time with each person to address their specific needs, and the coordination with other organizations for follow-up services. The League also supports the mayor's request for more funding for the Public Safety Support Specialist program. Support specialists are authorized to do a variety of tasks that, while essential, do not need the presence of an armed officer. Because their training time is shorter and their salaries are lower than sworn officers, overall costs are less. This is a cost-effective way to free up sworn officers for duties better suited to their level of expertise and training. It also demonstrates that the PPB leadership recognizes the stress that officers are experiencing and is taking steps to provide assistance. The Portland League recently adopted an advocacy position that states in part, quote, "The city and the PPB should invest in programs that assign some duties currently held by Bureau members to unarmed, appropriately trained civilian employees." We understand that improving public safety is complex and there are few simple solutions. Thank you for this opportunity to share our recommendations and for your work.
Next up, we have Charlene Penny, Ed Arenello, and Darren Campbell. Charlene, you're muted. Let's go to Ed Arenello, and we'll circle back to Charlene.
Good evening. Thanks for taking time to listen to the testimonies. I know there's many. It's been a long day. My name is Ed Arenello. I'm a 50-year inner city and area resident. I grew up serving and taking care of houseless and ill people in downtown Portland at places like the Chapel. And I also have a brother who suffers from addiction to methamphetamines, and his house often looks the same as our streets. I'm the owner of the U.S. Outdoor Store. We were previously located on Broadway in downtown Portland, and proudly so. And in 2017, I purchased the business to save it from closing at that time and invested my life savings in it. We're now relocated in Portland's Pearl. Like many, we regularly have drawn and depend on customers from roughly the 24-mile Portland metro area. This is essential for our restaurants and businesses. Due to the decline in the city's safety, security, and cleanliness, customers and families and their willingness to enjoy, shop, or work in Portland has had a dramatic decline. This was magnified by the pandemic, the riots, the severe break-ins of which we suffered 3, the lootings of those 3, customer safety and such forced us into a position to decide to close forever or legally restructure, vacate a legendary location, an iconic building, and move to a safe, clean, employee, customer-friendly environment as we hoped we found in the Pearl. Today, we remain a bit unsure. The Portland can appear to be a mild improvement over the downtown or over Old Town. However, the unchecked vagrancy has been spreading. We alone have suffered 5 more break-ins here at this building and massive losses in merchandise. Our insurance company has us on hold. Our shared customers, Portland metro communities, remain fearful and avoid Portland. Recently, we hosted 5 events in the Portland, Salem, and Vancouver area, and all we could hear is never again will I go to Portland. Please save us. I approve.
Next up, we have Darren Campbell.
Good evening, Mayor Wheeler, members of the committee. I appreciate you guys staying late tonight and listening to us all. I am a registered state lobbyist with Radio Cab Company. I'm also, just as of this morning, been informed that I've been accepted to be on the Private Hire Transportation Advisory Committee through the City of Portland. So you might see a little bit more of me. I want to address, or at least bring to light, a little bit of some inequities amongst the disability community, and it has everything to do with the private for hire transportation in our city. Simply, we just do not have enough wheelchair vans to take care of those that need mobility assistance devices, AKA wheelchairs, scooters, that type of thing. And I'm hoping to get some sort of investment in the future to be able to offset the extreme costs of putting those vehicles on the road. Typically, when a new cab goes on the road, it is the driver's investment. And if we can find a way to offset the difference between a regular sedan type taxi and a wheelchair van, I think we can take care of a lot of those inequities and be able to get people out in the community that otherwise wouldn't be able to. Right now, we're barely able to take care of the required medical trips that people have to attend. And even then, we're woefully short on the ability to meet that demand. So I've got some ideas and I'd love to send them your way, but I think an investment of this type in a subsidy or grant through the through PBOT, and I'd love to work with you, Commissioner Hardesty and possibly Derek on this, but some type of investment, even if it's a pilot project, to be able to get this off the ground would be great. And I appreciate your time tonight. Thank you.
Let's try Charlene Penny again.
Darren, I just wanted to, before you leave, Mayor, if I may, I know that the cab industry has been devastated by COVID, and there are very limited opportunities for cab owners to actually be able to make money. And some of it has to do with the rideshare companies, and some have to do with other economic issues. It costs a lot of money to be a cab driver. And I am absolutely hopeful that you and I can look at this transportation package and some of the other federal packages that are coming in. Maybe there's some opportunities for partnerships. Not too long ago, maybe remember City Hall actually had the very first African-owned medallion company. That company is no longer in business because of COVID, and most of the other cab companies. If you try to call a cab, you get like an 800 number, and it's like, because there aren't as many companies as there used to be. So Darren, you know, I'm very aware of the impact that this pandemic has had. And we do need to continue to work for solutions for these independent business owners. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Next up, we have Sam Pierce, Jenna Golden, and Drew Smith. Sam, you're muted. Sam, are you able to unmute? Let's go to Jenna Golden.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I wanted to start by thanking Alex Stone for making Houseless Folks visible and human. My name is Jenna Golden. I co-own Shift Accounting LLC, and I do taxes for hundreds of small businesses in the city of Portland. I also have spent the last 14 months doing direct outreach with about 75 houseless folks in North Portland. My testimony is dedicated to Lori and Diamond, both of whom were hit by a car on Friday, and Lori lost her life. So many lives have been lost in the houseless community, and your office and your direction are supposed to serve the entirety of Portland's populations, not just those with houses and big business interests. Spending money on temporary shelter sweeps and increased policing has proven time and time again to be unsuccessful. In a Mercury article just yesterday, it was reported that according to PPB's own data, additional officers do not correlate with a decrease in crimes. According to PSU's research on Housing First models, to address homelessness, not only is there a cost savings for permanent housing versus temporary shelters, but also 75 to 91% of households remain housed a year after being rapidly rehoused, like Roberta said, and like Desiree said. Given the facts, it seems that the current budget proposal reflects the values of those who care more about optics than change. What's the goal here? What are you trying to accomplish by utilizing tactics that have been proven to fail time and time again? It appears that you are intentionally increasing the number of shelter beds in order to justify increasing sweeps, since technically, according to Boise and Martin, sweeps are legal under the law if enough shelter beds are available. I witnessed the sweep at a camp with folks who had called home for 2 years. I watched rapid response employees hold a very threatening position at the camp and was told after I left that they stole items and were physically aggressive with residents. After the eviction, folks were scattered around the city, more exposed, less community, and none were offered shelter or housing. Meanwhile, rapid response get at least $10,000 a contract. I've seen them through getting public records. If you want to know what to do, ask houseless folks, caseworkers, organizations like Rahab Sisters, and the informal social workers in the mutual aid community who have been doing the outreach work the entire pandemic. You have our emails through the Joint Office of Homeless Services because we show up every day. We agree that unconditional, no barrier, permanent housing with wraparound services is the most sustainable long-term solution. Thank you, Joanna Hardesty.
Next up, we have Drew Smith.
Thank you. My name is Drew Smith. I'm a homeowner in Portland. Thank you to the mayor and the esteemed council members for taking time to listen to my story. Our family recently took a trip out of town after having stayed very close to Portland for over a year. Upon returning, we were struck by how degraded the city appeared. It seemed like everywhere we looked, there was graffiti, garbage, and tent encampments. These problems are the city's to fix, yet the fixes have been slow in coming. However, more than these, the problem of escalated crime, gun violence, and homicide rests squarely on the shoulders of the city council. In June of 2020, you acceded to the demands of protesters and defunded the police. Unsurprisingly, crime skyrocketed. Yet, when the council had an opportunity to fix this mistake in March of this year, you instead opted to continue to deny resources to law enforcement. Defund the police might be a snappy slogan on the street, but it's a terrible basis for policy. We need to provide the Portland Police Bureau with more sources immediately, as well as providing funding for community-based preventive programs. There's no doubt that policing in Portland has myriad problems: bias, racism, lack of accountability. These problems aren't going to be fixed by denying the Portland Police Bureau funds. We need to reform the police and support them. We should also take this opportunity to reevaluate our current form of city government, which does not seem to be representing the best interests of the people it's supposed to serve. Reform the police and reform the city government. Thank you.
Next up, let's try Sam Pierce again. Sam, are you able to unmute? Okay, we'll call the next three: Ebony Brown, Dan Handelman, and Forrest Tyler.
Am I up? Hi, yes, my name is Ebony Brown. I am a member of the Shelter Now Coalition. I also am an executive director of a nonprofit called Greater Good Northwest. I would like to speak on the hygiene and storage proposed plan. Yes, we support the money directed to hygiene and storage strategy and recommend implementing an urban rest stop model similar to Seattle. It is important to remember, though, that we need to make sure that these places have not marginalized this houseless community or people of color to ensure safety. Another thing is the outreach and navigation. We want to ensure that outreach models will be changed as the existing models are not working, and we need to make sure that we are gathering more resources before going onto the streets. Also, we are facing an issue as outreach and navigation workers in which this community is no longer trusting us because they fear that we are in cahoots with the city, the county, when it comes to sweeps. It makes it harder to do our jobs. It makes our jobs unsafer. We also want to make sure that we're investing in more programs like Ground Score and peer-supported initiatives. We want to make sure that these are trauma-informed outreach services and that those who meet the needs should be prioritized and come first. We also want to make sure that there are actual spaces for people to be moved to once we're sweeping them, as when we sweep them, we are asking them to go nowhere. We've had somebody reach out yesterday, a deaf individual who said they have been swept almost 15 times since the pandemic began, and they have nowhere to go. They have lost everything in that time. So what are we doing? Another thing is we want to make sure that retention and incentives for staff are a key component of this. We want to make sure that we are paying for the trauma work that we have to do out here. Thank you.
Next up, we have Dan Handelman.
Good evening, Mayor Wheeler and Commissioners. I'm Dan Handelman with Portland Cop Watch. In the interest of time, I'll just list some items quickly about the proposed budget around policing. The line item budget for the Police Bureau is very unclear. Supposedly there's money for overtime pay for training, but that's not listed. There is one item for $244,000 listed as PPB related subject to bargaining, but it's not clear if that's overtime pay, money for the attorneys who negotiated the contract, or something else. Our group put out an analysis on Monday showing that 18 officers involved in deadly force recently resigned or retired, and we contend that they should not be part of the retire rehire program. There are also 92 more officers who've been involved in deadly force still with the Bureau who should not be considered for this program if the city intends to build community trust. While it's understandable that the city is looking for solutions to fill officer vacancies, the retire rehire program, one, amounts to double dipping by the cops who take their pensions and new salaries at the same time, and two, has produced 2 to 3 officers who committed misconduct after being rehired in the past. If the Bureau can't fill the current 120 plus vacancies, why is there a plan to hire dozens or hundreds more officers before those positions are filled? It seems more like a political gesture to calm people who still, after a year of racial justice protests in 2020, think adding more police will solve the gun violence in the city. It's not really a wise expenditure of tax dollars. Does the city think the institutional problems that were identified over the months of protests and hundreds of years went away because you disbanded the gun violence team and school police? While we welcome hiring more unarmed police, the public safety support specialists need to be allowed to engage in more activities. This may not happen so long as they are in the same collective bargaining unit as the line officers who keep objecting to work being taken away from them. At the same time, they complain about being short-staffed. Finally, we hope the body camera money is not going to be spent until the policies for cameras have been established. As a reminder, in 2016, a stakeholder group was supposed to be created to review such policies when the PPA contract was approved. It's 5 years later. We hope that group is still going to be created. And thank you for your time.
Next up, we have Forrest Tyler.
Council members, my name is Forrest, and I'm here as an advocate for the houseless community. The idea of using tax dollars for any city program that doesn't put the needs of houseless and low-income people first is absurd. I am a member of the Overdose Prevention Collective and also access the JOHS Supply Outreach Office bi-weekly. Myself and others bring supplies to an area of Old Town every week, including things like blankets, tents, hygiene items, and as OPC, we offer a satellite exchange. Every week we are down there, we hear about the atrocities committed by city-funded programs that are legally questionable. The nonstop sweeps of people's homes and constant harassment from bureaus such as Portland Police, Fire and Rescue, Parks, and PBOT make daily life that much harder for people living in tents or in their cars who are fighting the elements. I'm not here to go into details about the illegality of sweeping a camp without notice or the lack of humanity associated with evicting people from a very shady park just before a record-breaking heat wave. I'm here on behalf of those who are victims of this constant city-funded harassment and my neighbors experiencing any form of housing insecurity to object to using any amount of funding for any type of city-defined homeless service that doesn't center the needs of those living on our streets and in our parks in a trauma-informed way. We don't need sweeps and we don't need unsafe and crowded shelters. We need housing first models and direct rent relief so no one else is stuck under the threat of being forced onto the street simply because they cannot pay the rapidly rising cost of rent in this city that seems determined to kick out anyone in the lowest tax bracket. Council members, I ask you, at what point will you start to see the people who are forced to live in cars and tents as actual human beings and begin to support them as such? If you want to make lasting change through thoughtful and intentional investments, the obvious choice is to assist people into permanent housing programs with housing first models, as well as safe consumption sites and safe supply. With a feeling of distaste and disgust for sweep funding to even be proposed, I yield my time.
Next up, we have Demetria Hester, Jennifer Krasuski, and Kayleen Custer.
My name is Demetria Hester, and the budget that you're proposing is typical for colonizers like you to propose. You're taking the money that you know supposed to go to our community and pretending to do what you say you're going to do, which is a lie. Capitalism is what you're doing. The social system characterized by socialized production and private ownership of the means of production and exploitation
Demetria, we've lost you. We can't understand you.
Between bosses, it comes to an existence as a system through what that you've created and that you're continuing to do. You're naming the things that you might, can, should. When if you were in the community, you would know what we need, but you're not in the community. You're colonizers, and you sit here and say what you think is best for our community of color, African people. Then you sit and act as if you're helping us with coming up with the plans that is not helping us. You're commending each other for the time you've spent, the money you've wasted, the time you've wasted. This is what you're telling us, is that we're taking your lives and we're still going to make money off of your lives.
Next up, we have Jennifer Krasuski.
I'm Jennifer Kraszewski. I'm a small business owner and I help run a Jewish mutual aid group that also supports the houseless community. Ted Wheeler, it's a complete gross failure that you want to use any part of the surplus towards rehire bonuses for the police. A large cash bonus shouldn't be needed to take back a position that you're passionate about. And that means cops will be driven by the desire to receive a large chunk of money rather than being driven by the values of wanting to serve and protect the people of Portland, which is pretty typical. If police are quitting in groups because they're being held accountable, then they are proving they should have never been in that position to begin with. You want to solve a large part of the lesser crimes while having a smaller police force? Put the surplus funds towards immediate housing and services for the houseless community and low-income families. direct the police that you do have towards these violent crimes you keep talking about instead of punishing houseless people.
Next up, we have Kayleen Custer.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to talk today. Portland is at an inflection point created by the $62 million windfall. We all know that inflection points are more significant than the small day-to-day progress typically made in an organization, and the effects of the change are often well-known and widespread. Mayor Wheeler and the City Council have agreed and aligned on the city's priorities. If the council is not willing to flow resources to the priorities, you are sending a clear message to the voters that these are not your priorities, that they are merely a wish list. Three major needs stand out to me. Hire additional police officers. They are desperately needed. We are currently 400 officers short. Portland needs behavioral health units with sufficient funding to operate 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. Having a specially trained police officer teamed with a mental health partner available 24 hours a day is necessary. The current funding proposal only has enough funds to staff the BHU Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. And we know that the issues extend far beyond these time limits. Portland must have detox and triage facilities available. Access to treatment beds is an important part of addressing the addiction and mental health crisis in our city. This is the time to act, to change the trajectory of our city, to make it safer and more livable for all of us. It is the time for bold action. It is the time to lead from the front. It is time for aspirational, inspirational leadership. The people of this city want it, and we deserve it. It is time to get our priorities straight.
Next up, we have Callie Riley, Jasmine Dean, and Hank Barton. Callie, you're muted. Are you able to unmute? Let's move to Jasmine Dean.
Hello.
We hear you.
Okay, perfect. I just wanted to start off by saying that my name is Jasmine Dean. I've lived in Portland, Oregon my entire life. And I just want to point out how on this call, I'm hearing a lot of what I'm assuming, since only a couple people are identifying themselves as Black or a person of color, I'm just hearing a lot of white people going against Black and brown people and what we were saying throughout the uprising. I do understand this is a challenging time for folks. I have spent my entire life living in deep Southeast Portland, and I do see the difference of late, but also I am here to say that just because we are in a moment of fear and it seems as though crime is rising, studies are showing that from 2016 until 2021, police staffing has been consistent and crime has always gone up and down. This is nothing new. Also, I just want to point out that we shouldn't run back to a system that holds its knee on a man's neck for 8 minutes and kills him in broad daylight, and how not a single officer during that time before he was convicted was able to come out and say that this was clearly a heinous act. I would also like to point out how officers were able to break into people's homes and shoot people while they are sleeping, and we are still not seeing justice. I do understand it is scary. This is a scary time, but we need to invest in non-methods of guns on our streets, on them allowing who can and cannot be shot and killed. We need to invest our money in non-violent methods of community safety. And I say community safety because this is community safety. This isn't, I do understand that police are out there, and I do understand and I do feel for a lot of people echoing that mom who was pregnant. I was pregnant living in between 125th and Division and Stark. I do understand the danger there, but I also do understand as a Black woman with Black family members and Black brothers and cousins and uncles that it is not safe to allow police officers to come back to the streets. And it is the council's job to find alternative methods than policing. Thank you.
Next up, we have Hank Barton. Hank, you're muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I want to start by saying that I am a lifetime resident of Portland. And I think that any mission impossible endeavor can be accomplished with a passionate leader and a well-organized brand strategy and copying and improving what others have already done. At Portland State, I was a business major in marketing and branding and brand development. I've had a couple business associations and experiences in my life that were led and I learned from passionate leaders. After Portland State, I found myself at the Miami Dolphins, and that was 72 when Don Shula went undefeated, and he had great success because he wasn't afraid to copy what others had done and then come up with innovative things. I was a part of his no-name defense. From there, I went to ADEC, manufacturing company in Newburgh, where I worked for 28 years, and saw Ken and Joanne Austin build their company up and do amazing things. After that, I had my own business, manufacturing business in Hillsborough. But what I'd like to say is I jump up in the balcony and I look around and I see what the world has done with Housing First. It's an incredible success story. I don't know why we just don't look around and copy what has already been done successfully. I think that we have all kinds of opportunities to run our business, our city like a brand and manage it with brand slogans such as Portland, Back to the Future, Help the Homeless, Eliminate Crime, Housing First, Managing Our Homeless Back Home, and on and on. I've written pages on it. I don't know if I've ever said anything completely.
Let's try Callie Riley again.
And am I working now?
Yes, I hear you.
Great. My name is Callie Riley. My pronouns are she and her, and I'm testifying on behalf of the Anti-Displacement PDX Coalition, which I facilitated my role as an organizer for Unite Oregon. Portland must ask a fundamental question. Who is this city for? Will this be merely a playground for the wealthy, tourists, gentrifiers, white nationalists, developers, and landlords? Or will we build a city that's for all of us, where everyone is able to thrive? Anti-Displacement PDX believes that Portland is for all of us, and that the proposed budget amendments tonight fail to meet the challenges that our communities are facing. Every night, thousands of our neighbors are forced to sleep in tents and on sidewalks because of this city's decades-long failure to build affordable public housing. This budget proposal would instead dedicate money to short-term shelters and violent sweeps to uproot our unhoused neighbors, treating human beings as a cosmetic blight on the city's image and not as people. Thousands more Portlanders have been gentrified out into the outskirts by urban renewal programs, which have remade large swaths of North Portland and inner Northeast into neighborhoods for middle and upper class gentrifiers after pushing out people who lived, worked, and built community there. Instead of repairing that history of harm, this budget dedicates scarce public resources to policing and advertising on behalf of downtown businesses. After nearly 2 years of pandemic-related economic hardship, the number of people unable to afford to continue living in the city has never been higher. Rents are going up, people are struggling to make ends meet, and we are approaching a devastating tipping point. Without immediate action from the city, thousands of community members will be at risk of eviction and homelessness in what could be one of the most significant waves of residential displacement we've seen in years. Invest the full $62 million available to you in programs to stabilize at-risk communities across the city. That means rental and mortgage assistance and funds to help tenants pay back rent they've accumulated during the pandemic. It means permanent supportive housing for folks who are unhoused, and it means addressing the shameful history of gentrification and displacement, which have put so many Portlanders into precarious situations and exacerbated the crisis we're faced with today. Let's build a city for all of us. Thank you.
Next up, we have Julie Perko, Glenn Traeger, and Sarah Drescher.
Hello. Hi, my name's Julie Perko, and I have been a citizen of Portland for 21 years, and the city has changed radically in the last couple of years. And I know a lot of people are testifying to that. And it's become a place that I'm scared of walking around it in certain neighborhoods. My daughter takes aerial lessons and off of Broadway and MLK, not always been a great spot, but during the pandemic, one of her instructors almost got carjacked. Now, that is not normal. I know someone on here said, oh, crime goes up and down and that's normal. So I've never experienced that. And it was really terrifying. And now the business has a lock on the door and lets the girls come in and locks the door behind them. And my neighbors have had their catalytic converters stolen and our car has been broken into. And I want to see you move forward on these ideas that you've put forth tonight. I fully support that. And I want our city to be a community that works together. And I'm not seeing that right now. So I really want to move forward on solving some of these problems. And I appreciate you taking the time to listen. That's all. Thank you.
Next up, we have Glenn Traeger.
Good evening, Mayor Wheeler and City Commissioners. My name is Glenn Traeger. As I've been waiting, I've been editing my testimony, so I'll be short. Walking through my neighborhood today, I went by Safeway and saw a heap of trash by the front door, right next to 3 empty jumbo trash cans. Then continuing down the street, I saw a building totally covered with new graffiti that was just cleaned up a couple weeks ago. This is a reoccurring movie that happens in my neighborhood, and I am confident happens in many neighborhoods throughout the city every day. As a community, we are continually experiencing crime, trash, and graffiti. We are simply wasting the effort of good people and millions of dollars by cleaning up this mess over and over again. Until we can slow this lawless behavior, we are doomed as a city to regain our once beautiful past. But I do have a simple solution. My plan would cost little money and have immediate impact. Our mayor needs to announce that gun violence and property crimes are out of control and the people of Portland will not put up with it anymore. Effective immediately, with the cooperation of Mike Schmidt, our district attorney, all gun violence and property crimes will be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. Criminals will be caught, tried, and punished. With the lack of police presence, we can't be Mr. Nice Guy anymore. Thank you for listening.
Next up, we have Sarah Drescher.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, commissioners. For the record, my name is Sarah Drescher. I'm a resident of Inner Northeast Portland, and I'm a small business owner. My small business is housed in a building on Northeast Broadway. Today, I worked on replacing all of the screens on the building, and that's because over the weekend, a man jumped on top of Elmer's flag and looked like he was carrying a rifle. The police were called and he was taken off the roof, and it turned out he had stolen flags from Elmer's and used them to damage all of the screens on my building. The police said that that was the second time they had apprehended him that night in Northeast Portland. On Tuesday, I picked up human feces, not just a day's worth, mind you, from the driveway from my building on Northeast Broadway. And yesterday I reported the growing campsite that's happening across the street on Weidler and 14th that's beginning to accumulate trash across the sidewalks. A month ago, there was a shooting up the block on 14th and Broadway. That was the second shooting in the last 2 months. And we heard from Five Star Cleaners owner, who's one of our neighbors up the street earlier tonight, about the damage to his business. 2 weeks ago, a man tried to break into the backside of my building in broad daylight with burglar tools. I've cleaned up graffiti from the front of my building twice in the last week. And this morning I spoke with the owners of a business next door about starting our own patrol for the Northeast Broadway corridor. And as we're discussing this, I'm thinking, why are we, the local businesses, having to create our own patrol? We shouldn't have to do that. It's not our job to do that. It's your job. It's your job to do that. And I know you know that. But the saddest part, I think, is that people are giving up on you. We've heard you talk and you like to pontificate about whether police are good or police are bad. And the truth is, the people of...
Next up, we have Charlene Penny, Jean-Marie Benes, and Shannon Ferguson.
These seem like abrupt endings, but I certainly appreciate us staying on track since we have over 40 additional speakers to listen to.
Char, are you able to unmute? Let's move on to Jean-Marie Benes.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Okay, perfect. All right. Hello, my name is Jean Marie, and I'm a citizen in Southeast Portland. During the last 2 years, we've had a struggle with an uptick in gang violence. It feels like the violent criminals run our neighborhoods, not our local officials. I've been curious about other alternatives like state-funded bulletproof clothing for citizens or materials to protect houses in high gun violence areas. My neighbors and I have lost many hours of sleep due to the sounds of gunshots at night. And if I work late, I find it terrifying to go from my car in the driveway to the front door, scrambling to get my keys in the door quick enough. Everyone in our neighborhoods are stuck wondering when the next stray bullet will hit them or a family member when we hear about the random bullets that hit cars or houses where our children sleep. I can't imagine having to feel this way in a tent. Talk about vulnerability. Mount Scott Park has been hit an uncomfortable amount of times. No one wants to be the next mother and son who recently had their car randomly shot at driving over there. It seems to rapidly be getting worse. People being held at gunpoint in broad daylight. It's insanely irresponsible to look the other way. Are we all so afraid or too nice or cowardly that we just let it happen? I moved to Oregon 8 years ago because I felt it radiated compassion, but the lack of acting with love when abandoning people on the streets because we think it's the right thing to do, to let humans, even those mentally unfit, fend for themselves. This is not love. Is this how we would treat our own children? In many places in the United States, loitering is illegal. And sometimes this is the first step to mandating people to get help at facilities such as rehab for drugs or psychiatric facilities. It amazes me such a loving state has such a quiet voice. We have welfare resources in some rehabs, but maybe that's not enough. It's our moral responsibility to make Portland safe for everyone. Thank you.
Next up, we have Shannon Ferguson.
Hi there. My name is Shannon Ferguson. I'm from North Portland. I'm a nurse, a mother, a homeowner. And I'm trying to currently help my best friend find housing who's been outpriced. I have had my car stolen twice in the last 8 weeks, and the second time it's gone forever.
Oh man, I was shaking.
No, that came off. That worked.
And so what I'm sitting here realizing as I'm talking and listening to everyone, it just reinforces to me that we're not an island and that everything that we do affects everyone else and everything that they do affects us. And that we're all feeling very, fragile, angry, upset. And this includes our houseless communities that are also feeling the same. One of the issues that I see is I feel like our police have kind of capitulated. When I've talked to them, I've gotten the response of, we can't do anything. You've seen what they've done to us. And I think I saw a lot of the problems develop when we went away from community policing and when the police station in North Portland closed and when people no longer feel that the police officers that are serving them are actually serving them in part of their community. And I feel like we all have a responsibility to each other. So I have a responsibility to Mayor Wheeler. Mayor Wheeler has a responsibility to me, to my neighbors. I try to do what I can by picking up trash by, providing people with the support that I can. And I just think that the community aspect has been forgotten here. And I think that there is a problem with us helping each other as neighbors and all taking responsibility. My son has asked to carry pepper spray to school on his walk. That's not normal. And it's not normal for kids to see this. And I really want us to see us clean up our city in many ways, not just with policing, but housing first. All of the things go together. Thank you for your time.
Let's try Charlene Penny again.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Oh, great. Good evening. My name is Charlene Penny. I'm the Secretary Treasurer of the Lentz Neighborhood Livability Association. You have vilified the police and made victims out of the criminals. With your intent to invite criminals here by relaxing laws and decriminalizing drugs, the city has become a safe haven for crime. Good luck on hiring new officers. It takes nearly 2 years for a new recruit to be ready for our streets. In 2 years, we will have less officers due to retirement. And with the current political climate of not enforcing the laws, things are only going to get worse. It's time to make an immediate change in the way you are handling arrests and failing to support our police officers. It is mandatory that you increase the police budget and reinstate the laws so the police can start enforcing them. Thank you.
Next up, we have Emre Taskin, Ruth Ann Barrett, and Tawasi. Go ahead, Emre.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, hi. My name is Emre Taskin. I own a business in Central Southeast Side called Wild Shaman Rugs. We moved here with my wife from Istanbul, Turkey 8 years ago for a hope for a better life, to start a business, which we did out of a scratch. And we are really, really hardworking people. Since the pandemic started, we had 4 break-ins into our shop. The last one was a burglary, and it cost us almost $20,000 with the damages. And every day we are in the neighborhood. We live very close by to the shop because we expect the alarm to go off almost, anytime. We have to run to the shop. Sometimes we're there before the police arrives. It's frustrating. We have no one here. It's just me and my wife working every day. We have issue with the lawlessness. That's our biggest issue. We have campsites all over the Southeast. Some campsites are openly distributing drugs and, some lawlessness, and some people are really in need in these campsites, and they just kind of make everything look bad, the lawlessness. We just want to feel safe, conduct our business in peace, earn money, pay our taxes, but it's getting harder and harder and harder. And we're really tired of dealing with daily struggles. We don't feel safe. Hopefully, you guys can figure out something very, very soon, because we seriously thought about closing our business and moving out, but we really don't want to do that. We trust you. We love you. We love Portland. Please help us, and we can help you. Thank you so much.
Next up, we have Ruth Ann Barrett. Ruth Ann, you're muted.
Hello. I'm going to read this. I submitted testimony, and but I want to do a little something different. I want to thank you, Mayor and Commissioners, for the opportunity to express my opinion. And I want to reinforce points raised by Tiffany Hammer and Michael Marshall, Sally Mize, Michelle Wolf, and Jenna Golden, and the others who are coming forward today and live and work in proximity to the underserved, vulnerable, and those living on no or fixed incomes. The comments are thoughtful and the lists are on target. Unfortunately, the content isn't new, as the crises are well known to all of the many activists in our city who have been around since 2014. So I would like to express the 45,000 view that I have. And I call it the world of ORs: police or affordable housing, police or job training, police or mental health workers, police or street response, police or parks. Pitting people against each other is the end result of the world of ORs: homeowners or renters, high or low income, seniors or youngsters, white or black, housed or unhoused, business development or community investment, biker or walker, armed or unarmed, east or west, north or south, old town or downtown, English or Spanish, skateboarders or dog owners, walkers or rollers, respectful or disrespectful. It needs to be and no buts. Be in close proximity to the underserved and vulnerable. Change the narrative to one of abundance and to we and us. You all need to practice walk around management. And I owe that to Brian Stevenson, who is the founder and executive director of the Equal Justice Initiative. I have found it to be very good advice. Thank you.
Next up, we have Tawasi.
Hi there. I would like to first of all acknowledge that this is Chinook land. I am not a Chinook person, so I just am speaking for myself and not any tribal affiliation. But I'm ashamed of you colonizers. I'm ashamed, in large part because of the violations of human rights. They're gross violations of human rights. And a lack of caring that, in my eyes, is leading to genocide. We already know that being unhoused cuts your life expectancy by nearly half. According to Lewis and Clark College, there are about 1% of Portlanders who are unhoused. That's the equivalent of about 40,000 people. From what I understand, you're talking about adding maybe 50 beds to your jail. You're not arresting your way out of 40,000 people. The only solution, as I see it, is passing Housing First legislation and also immediately passing the Homeless Bill of Rights. And it should never be illegal for a person to sit, lay, or stand, eat, drink, or pray. Your leadership wants to make it illegal to sit, stand, or lay, eat, drink, or pray, and that's abominable. It's actually against the law under Boise versus Martin, and you should be ashamed of you should be held criminally liable for shortening the lives of people that you sweep under your draconian laws with your beautified liberal homeless spikes, because that's what they are. Horse troughs are homeless spikes, and you know it. I can't believe that you people go to church and pray because you have no spirituality. You're servants of the evil and the darkness, and shame on you.
Next up, we have Indigo Namkung, Laura Hopkins, and Richard Matza. Let's go to Laura Hopkins.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Okay. I've heard a lot today, and I feel like a lot of what everyone has been saying about what's going on in Portland. I had a bunch of things to say and then I forgot. I am just a person that lives in a house now, and I would like to reiterate what Jenna and Andy Stone and Desiree, Dan Handel, Forrest and Demetria were saying. If the problem lays with the houseless community, then that's who we should be talking to, as city council members, talking to the people who are being affected in this time. And everyone else who is scared and hiding inside of their houses, you know, if there's an issue outside, we need to go and talk to them, talk to your neighbors who are living outside in the elements, who have dealt with the smoke last year, who have dealt with everything. Calls for if you call the 911 for mental health crisis, they'll come. In April, they came to my neighbor's house and they told my neighbor just to deal with the issue and they would deal with it afterwards. And so I think what's happening, we just need to take the funding and to deliver it to those who are already doing the on-the-ground work. It needs to be permanent housing.
Next up, we have Richard Matza. Richard, you're muted. Are you able to unmute? Let's try Indigo Namkoon one more time. Indigo, are you able to unmute? All right, let's go on to the next three and we can come back. Next up, we have Sean Jacobson, Martin Summer, and Shannon Dittler.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
So I had something else prepared, and I'm just gonna wing it because I've heard some things that I kind of wanted to reiterate. The first thing I wanted to say is that some data has come out recently about the fact that the violence and crime rate in Portland and in many other large cities is not related to the number of police officers. We still have 800 police officers. So, you know, police can do their job if they're allowed to. The other thing that I really wanted to talk about was that the underlying root causality of the behaviors that we're talking about has nothing to do with the level of punishment or punitive nature of a structure, right? Not only do people need services, but it needs to be acknowledged that there are only two major factors that determine most criminal violence, right? It's the level of education and the degree of socioeconomic inequality in a society. That's the science. If you're trying to solve this issue, you need to solve socioeconomic inequality, and you need to make sure that youth education, that child development is leading to people that do not have the degree of trauma and shame that socioeconomic inequality and repeated exposure to the idea of their inferiority, that's not triggering. I don't know if you can do that in your budget. We're just fighting over scraps. If you really want a solution, it's universal basic income. If you actually want to get people off the streets, you need to guarantee that they have the resources to get them off the streets. You need to build the housing and give people money. That will solve most of your problems. None of that's not going to happen in the city, but I just don't really understand what most of the people here are talking about. Like, it's just not science-based. And the solutions that you're proposing just don't get to the heart of the issue. Every major city in the country is having the same issue. It's the result of gentrification, economics, and debt. And you can't solve that, you know, in our city budget. So I'll leave it there.
Next up, we have Martin Summer.
Hey, hi. Hi, thank you. I'm Martin Sommer. I live with my family in Portland. I work in Portland, and our son takes the public bus to his high school in Portland. I'm here to support this plan. My friends do not let their children play outside. A minority female engineer I work with told me I do not feel safe walking outside my apartment. I sometimes take the long walk to the office, and besides the terrible humanitarian crisis, I see so many storefronts boarded up and business closed. I've seen people naked in the streets. I've seen people injecting themselves with feces. Now we have record gun violence. It is high time for this plan. Approve it, show the people of Portland that having well-staffed, well-trained, well-led police department and the other proposals in this plan are essential to a healthy city. Thank you.
Keelan, before you get to the next person, I just, it's been a while and some people have probably joined us. I just want to reiterate, just because of the large number of people who want to testify and our desire to have everybody have a chance to be heard, we are strictly limiting testimony to 2 minutes each. Go to the view on your Zoom and pick the gallery view. Then you can see the clock. There's a countdown clock and it'll turn red when your time is nearly up, but that might help guide you. And after 2 minutes, the council clerk will mute you. So I just want you to be aware of that.
Let's try Indigo Namkung again.
Yes, thank you. Good evening, commissioners, and thank you for having me. My name is Indigo Namkung. I'm a resident of Northeast Portland and the coalition manager at 350 PDX. Portland's largest budget surplus in over a decade is fueled by taxes on the large businesses that made a killing during the pandemic, while ordinary Portlanders suffered. It's clear that this council wants to see this money spent to make our city whole again in safety and stability. The question is how we get there. The budget proposal before you asks for more vacant positions for police on a force that's already struggling to fill its current vacancies, as well as funds to increase camp sweeps 5 times over. But we know that the size of our police force has no substantial impact on crime rates according to the PPB's own data. Neither do sweeps and houselessness, as Kaya Sands and others have already covered. So this begs the question, if police and sweeps are provably failing to move the needle on our safety and recovery, what investments would? Commissioners, I'm here tonight to urge you to invest in the community-led and vetted solutions already on the table for public safety, housing, and climate resilience. This includes support for Commissioner Rubio's proposal to allocate $300,000 of the surplus to begin implementing the work of the climate emergency declaration passed in 2020. Frontline community leaders in the Bureau of Planning and Sustainability have been working diligently and without the necessary budget to develop plans for decarbonizing the building sector, which currently generates 30% of our carbon emissions nationally, as well as transportation industry and our power grid. The climate crisis is here and worsening, a present threat to our safety, and we cannot afford to lose momentum on life-sustaining work already in progress. Expanding Portland Street Response is another major step in the right direction, and I ask that you continue to support this program, as well as other non-police crisis responses that support public safety while keeping police out of the way of calls they shouldn't be responding to. Community safety is also about opportunity and stability, investments in land acquisition and affordable housing stock, green spaces and infrastructure, resilience and livability, and services to those disproportionately impacted by the pandemic. The moment calls for us to make a critical shift from superficial strategies like sweeps and police staffing that have been proven ineffective. I urge you to use this surplus to invest in deeper safety and leadership for our communities. Thank you.
All right, let's try Richard Matza.
Thank you for allowing us to give some testimony. I'm a lifelong Portlander. I was born here in Portland. I was a businessman. I created 130 jobs from a startup company. And I sold that company to a larger company that's even provided more jobs. And now I'm a housing provider in Portland. And I look at the city and I see the city is in terrible crisis. It's a mess. It's a mess regarding business enterprises. I'm glad I don't have my business today because I think that I would have difficulty in holding employees. I would have difficulty in having a safe business. Our real estate values in the city have gone down. The public presence in the city is very sparse now. You can go downtown, find a parking space any place in a minute. And the homeless situation downtown is untenable. And I look at this and I ask, what's the cause of this? And I see that the cause of it started back when riots came out of protest. When people protest, they have a right to protest, but they don't have a right to riot. And this has given the lawless folks an opportunity and a license, if you will, to become even more lawless, more bold. We've had a city council that has flip-flopped from supporting protests and riots to now saying we need more police. You've defunded the police, and now you've got to refund the police. It's crazy. The district attorney is in the same boat. So I think responsibility lies with you. I wanted to admonish that and to tell you the way that I feel. Thank you for listening to me.
Next up, we have Shannon Dittler.
Hello, I'm Shannon Dittler. First of all, I've seen a lot of eye rolls and something about mansplaining come out of Joanna Hardesty. Yeah, I'm a registered nurse and I'm a community care registered nurse, and I work in a female dominated field. I've never had anybody disrespect me as a male like that. That's almost like sexual harassment kind of shit. Okay, done with that. So I grew up here. My area that I work as a community care nurse is from 82nd Avenue to Gresham and I-84 to Foster. I live in the Cully neighborhood. We used to pride Portland on being weird and different. Lately, though, I've heard people say we're just like every other large city across America with the increase in guns and violent crime. I find that alarming and demeaning that we allow it to be the new normal. And I wonder, how are we going to make Portland weird and cool again? Over 2020, during the savage summer riots of destruction, we allowed the demoralization of our Portland police. Precisely when we needed to give more funding to police, we cut their legs out from under them. Ted, I recently heard you say you want to follow evidence-based models for policing in Portland. Depending on where you get your evidence, I have heard the city of our size should have between 1,200 and estimates as high as 1,600 police officers. Follow the science. 18 months ago as a nurse, my greatest fear was to catch COVID. I learned over time, if I follow the science, I can protect myself from getting it. But gun violence and indiscriminate lead flying, we have no way to protect ourselves. I can only imagine how the residents of these neighborhoods must feel. I believe it's time for more police officers, not just the 300 over 300 or over 3 years. That still leaves us behind the curve at the end of your term, Ted. That's not enough. A healthy society thrives when they have safety and security. It doesn't matter your nationality or your politics. Safety and security will be the top ranked things people of Portland and their families want. It's time to have more police officers, and the health of our city depends on it. Thank you very much for listening, and have a good night.
Next up, we have Diane McMahon, Peter Blackston, and David Dixon. Diane, you're muted. Are you able to unmute? Let's try Peter Blackston. Oh, just a moment, David. Let's go to Peter Blackston.
Hello, can everybody hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
All right. My name is Peter Blackston. I have lived in Portland for 7 years. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I thank the mayor, the commissioners, and everybody behind the scenes for the service to Portland. I'm opening with the average tax-paying citizen does not feel like a priority to the city and does not feel protected. As crime continues to rise and Portland citizens suffer from a short-staffed and overworked police force, your constituents are anxious and afraid, as there seems to be no end in sight to this painful time.
This is David.
Sorry, shall I continue?
Yes, go ahead.
Please continue. I ask all city council members and the mayor to please work together to approve immediately the use of the budget surplus to get additional police and public safety officers, get body-worn cameras for the police, while continuing to focus on reform to build community trust and support. And I have to say, please continue to focus on Portland Street Response. I am excited at the prospect of continued success with that program. Regarding the homelessness crisis, Portland continues to get large amounts of money to address the houselessness, but nothing seems to be done. We need this addressed. It's astounding we let people suffer on our streets. And as they suffer, the house, residents, and businesses near the camp suffer from the side effects of these businesses just trying to, or these companies, or these people trying to figure out how to survive. One effect are the blocked sidewalks, which you've heard about. People are passed out, there are tents, garbage on the street, in addition to a public safety aspect of people doing drugs in altered states or having a mental health crisis. I am personally impacted with a family member has mobility issues. Our sidewalks need to be clear. Support our small businesses. You've heard from everybody how they are impacted. Portland used to be known as a city people want to visit. I now have to go visit all my clients and spend my money in their cities, money that should stay here. Thank you to everybody. Please work hard for us. We appreciate everything you're doing.
All right, let's go to David Dixon.
Okay. You hear me?
We hear you.
Okay. I'm David Dixon, co-chair of the Downtown Neighborhood Association's Homeless Houseless team. For the past year, our Good Neighbor Project volunteers have worked in teams on a weekly basis to deliver survival items, coffee, and support to over 200 unhoused downtown neighbors. A very similar service that Alex Stone earlier in the day was talking about, just needing to have compassion for neighbors in the community. I commend the city and the county for working together to spend surplus funds to address our homelessness crisis. In spite of our successes over the last 7 years in providing housing and keeping people in their housing, the number of unsheltered Portlanders grows every year. We see this every day. I urge you to expand the vision of a home for everyone that you set when you joined forces with the county in 2014. Houselessness is a humanitarian crisis for the unhoused, but it is also an existential crisis for the entire city. It saps our pride, our reputation, and our quality of life. I urge the city and the county to expand your vision by committing to, number one, cutting unsheltered houselessness in half by the year end 2022. And the first person I've ever heard give an actual number was Commissioner Mapps said that we would reduce unsheltered houselessness by 1,000 by the end of 2022. Number two, creating sufficient diverse alternative shelters so that no one will be forced to live unsheltered on Portland streets in the future. And three, very important, treating our unsheltered neighbors with compassion and respect. We can do this. We must do this. Thank you very much for listening.
Let's try Diane McMahon again. Diane, are you able to unmute? Okay, Elsie Hansen, Mark Blanchard, and Elle Stanger.
Hi there. Am I heard?
We hear you.
Thank you. My name is Elsie Hansen. I live in Portland. I'm speaking to support the framework put forth by Commissioner Mapps. And I especially favor these two elements. First, to numerically reduce the number of people sleeping in tents, and in particular, to give extra money to support the coordination that the city has with the county-wide or metro-wide administrative structure. I think it would be efficient to reduce the number of houseless people on the streets. Use a numerical goal, please. Second, I strongly support more money for police. All of us should receive prompt, respectful assistance if we call the cops. I'm speaking as a radical, feminist, queer trade unionist. Yes, I'm also aging and white. But when I say all of us, I mean people who don't speak English, citizens who don't have much money, people of color with a long and valid negative history with the police, folks on the street, and all those humans that so many hours ago, the mayor began this meeting by listing. I was a letter carrier in Portland, and most recently I was a public school teacher. I believe that well-trained civil servants are needed to maintain a civil society. The police need support. I support the practical points raised by Commissioner Mapps. Thank you for listening, and may your deliberations be productive.
All right, next up, we have Al Stanger.
Good evening, everybody. I've been on the call since 2. Thank you for hearing me. Mayor Ted Wheeler, at the beginning of the call, I heard you speak of police accountability, and I'm really, really grateful. I'm asking your support, everyone, to stop funding anti-sex work stings under the guise of fighting human trafficking. I'm here as a co-chair of the Oregon Sex Workers Committee, or OSWC. My name is Elle Stanger, and I've lived and worked in Portland since 2008. I'm certified by the American Association of Sexuality Educators, Counselors, and Therapists to teach sex education. I specialize in consent communication, trauma awareness, and reduction of STIs. I earned my bachelor's in criminology from PSU. As local journalists have recently uncovered, Portland City Police and Multnomah County currently fund and operate decoy stings. This is adults looking to sexually interact with other adults. These people are then arrested and sometimes mislabeled in the media as engaging in sex trafficking. 85% of the charges made against Portlanders by the Human Trafficking Unit of PPB were actually charges related to buying sexual touch, AKA prostitution. Even if you personally don't believe that adults should be able to work sex or purchase it consensually, it is a myth that people who pay for sexual services are inherently harmful and dangerous. Indeed, the current laws criminalizing any aspect of consensual adult labor is what drives people underground and prevents them from reporting actual crimes against them. The people who are arrested in these decoy stings are charged $1,400 to complete a sex buyer accountability and diversion program. Please do not renew this program at the end of the year. This is inhumane and is an outdated approach to shaming people into obeying archaic laws. Thank you for considering to defund diversion programs and decoy stings in Portland, Oregon.
Next up, we have Mark Blanchard. Mark, you're muted.
Hi, this is Mark. Can you hear me? I just wanted to reiterate a couple things. One is I've also lived in Portland my whole life. I'm an avid cyclist. I ride on a daily basis in the Portland area. And as a cyclist, you see a lot, both on the streets and the bike paths. I'm also an active volunteer with SOLVE. I've been helping with them throughout the spring and summer. This is the type of thing that I'm seeing on the streets. Speeding cars, endangering pedestrians and cyclists, cars running red lights, cars making illegal U-turns, causing confusion and near misses, cars without license plates, and cars that are not roadworthy. On the bike paths, I'm seeing countless campsites and garbage, especially on the 205 path and Marine Drive path. 2 weeks ago, I was coming south from Marine Drive on the 205 path, and I came across a camp underneath the Sandy Boulevard overpass that had so much garbage and debris on the path that I had to get off and walk my bike over the garbage to get through it. Traveling further south that same day on the bike path, I came across a car on the path coming towards me. I stopped and asked if they were lost and if they knew that this was a bike path, and he said, yes, but this is a rental. So I'm not sure what that response meant. Also earlier this summer on the 205 path, I came across a naked woman on the overpass of Division Street. I called the non-emergency police. I waited about 15 or 20 minutes and then called 911. Two of the things that I'm asking today is in support of is more police, including more police presence on the streets and immediate solutions to the trash cleanup and homeless situation. Thank you.
Next up, we have Chelsea Wilkinson, Johanna Brenner, and Eric Clark.
Hello, my name is Chelsea Wilkinson. My pronouns are she, hers, and I'm an artist in Portland. And I also work for a nonprofit called Income Movement that fights for a basic income, but I'm currently not representing them. I want to ask why we are not seeing the city address the root problem of houselessness, which is poverty is the lack of funds to take care of one's basic needs. Individuals know what they need the most, and cash transfers provide choice and purchasing power and flexibility. You have to be able to buy your way out of poverty to afford food, rent, household items, clothing, and other essential needs. Because not being able to pay for these things is what gets people there in the first place. Solutions without including direct cash resources won't be enough. With a $62 million surplus budget, the city of Portland must look at the effectiveness of direct cash transfers as a solution. There are several real-world demonstrations of this, such as the New Leaf project in 2018 by Vancouver, Canada. They gave $7,500 to 50 homeless individuals in a lump sum, and that came out to about $5,800 US. The results make this solution undeniable. The group that received the cash spent 4,396 fewer nights homeless over 12 months than the control group that didn't receive cash. And by spending fewer nights in shelters, these 50 people saved the shelter system approximately $8,100 per person for a total of roughly $405,000 over the 1 year. And to disrupt the myth that they'd spend this money irresponsibly, they saw there was a 39% reduction in spending of goods such as like alcohol and drugs. Participant stays homeless.
Next up, we have Johanna Brenner.
Thank you. I'm Professor Emerita in Sociology at Portland State University. We've heard a lot of very emotional testimony tonight that reflects fear-based responses, uninformed by what criminologists and sociologists understand about the drivers of crime, and how little evidence there is that the levels of spending on police determine the levels of crime. There's no doubt that property crime and violent crime have risen, but there is little evidence that the source lies primarily in the expansion of houselessness. According to the Portland Committee on Community Engaged Policing, up to 43% of all calls for service to 911 are non-emergency calls that have nothing to do with property or violent crime. This points clearly to the fact that the police are doing work that does not require sworn officers. We don't need more police. We need to focus the work of PPB away from welfare checks, disorder calls, mental health crises, so they can refocus the work on real public safety problems that do require a police response. Current staffing at the PPB is down to 794 out of a funded 916 position. This puts PPB at 14% down. However, considering that we don't need police for about 43% of 911 calls, PPB is overstaffed from a public safety standpoint. Rather than hiring bonuses and lucrative deals for staffing up the police, the city needs to both invest in alternative safety interventions and to focus more of the current one-time budget surplus on increasing alternative shelter models, such as motels and supported campsites, rather than congregate shelters. We do not need more police officers. We do need to invest in hiring and training public safety support specialists and boosting their pay and working conditions to attract a high quality and diverse hiring pool. We also need to increase funding for proven, community-based and
Next up, we have Eric Clark.
Mayor, City Council members, my name is Eric Clark. I'm a Presbyterian minister here in Portland, and I'm here today to thank you for recognizing that budgets are moral documents and striving to honor that by using our city's resources to address houselessness and public safety. At the same time, I'm here to urge you to recognize the real nature of the crises that we're confronting and not to be misled into reinvesting in the failed strategies of the past. In June of 2020, I was here with hundreds of others to ask you to defund the police and invest instead in public safety measures that work, like improving access to housing, medical care, mental health resources, and unarmed street response teams. At the time, the police were in the middle of a violent spree that, by their own estimates, involved over 6,000 documented instances of use of force, often validated by supervisors with no critical assessment, no discussion of reasonableness, and no de-escalation attempts. This is the same bureau that reports that over half of their interactions with the public are with members of the houseless community, many of which amount to harassment and theft of the property of the poorest people in our city. I've been tear gassed, chased, and assaulted by Portland police officers with no badge number visible for being in the street in my clergy vestments as a moral witness and trying to provide spiritual counsel to people traumatized by police violence. And these are the officers you're asking me to entrust with my public safety. Police officers have not made me safe. They've endangered my life and the lives of those who I serve. Sweeps will not solve our housing crisis. Only housing can do that. Armed officers will not solve our gun violence crisis. Only addressing the conditions that lead to violence can do that. Hiring more armed cops will not help those who are having a mental health crisis. It will just end up with more of our citizens dead and more family members in mourning. Please consider revising this fall budget bump so the vast majority of the funds go to programs like Portland Street Response and to permanent housing solutions for the houseless. Do not use this as a moment as an opportunity to further militarize our city. The next time I'm at a protest chanting the names of those killed by police, I don't want it to be because in a rush to clean up downtown and draw in tourism revenue, our city council hired hundreds of armed cops instead of being visionary enough to imagine true public safety. Thank you.
Next up, we have Maria Cahill, Jared Kimball, and Bella Michelle.
Hello, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Rossi Cahill, also known as Maria Cahill. I use they, them pronouns. I'm a volunteer spokesperson with Pacific Northwest Family Circle, which is a nonprofit led by families whose loved ones were killed by police. Loved ones like Terrell Johnson, Moose Hayes, also known only in death as Quantis Hayes, and Bradley Morgan, who were all killed by Portland police. Pacific Northwest Family Circle is not anti-police. We are pro-family. Our message is simple. Police beat up 6,000 people last year, and somehow this didn't put you out of compliance with the DOJ settlement, but not filling out their paperwork afterwards did. No, Mayor Wheeler spoke earlier about promising to follow recommendations. And there's just not a history of that in this city. At a minimum, police should get back into compliance before we pay bonuses for police officers, hiring bonuses and hiring back retired people. There are enough police in this city, as a lot of people have mentioned. If we fund them now, we're just rewarding bad behavior. Thank you.
Next up, we have Jared Kimball.
Hello, can you hear me?
We hear you.
Thank you. Hi, my name's Jared Kimball. I'm a resident of Southeast Portland. This is my first time addressing you, so thank you very much for entertaining me. I see that there are approximately 3 topics we're listening to testimony about tonight: houselessness, gun violence, and to a lesser extent, non-gun violence deaths on our streets. I feel pretty confident in some of the work going on around houselessness and the work of ending a Vision Zero to a lesser extent, but still feel more confident there. On the gun violence topic, I would like to highlight the testimony of Dr. J, who presented to this council last year, Sean Jacobson earlier, and Joanna just a moment ago, about the research around police strength and budgets and their effect on crime and gun violence. And I'd also like to mention the Portland Mercury article, which was pointed out by another testifier. Portlanders are scared. They're looking for answers, and policing, like a religion, isn't a comfortable institution to try to cling to. We've been trained this way. We've been told, call the police. We're told policing will solve everything. And so they've taken on so many duties. But Joanna rightly pointed out that there are many things that we can do outside of that. The research shows that non-police solutions are likely to pay dividends over the very expensive short-term effects of police investments. So with only 2 minutes, I would like to say that there is some great work going on at BOEC with Mike Myers, Director Green at the Office of Violence Prevention, and I urge the council to listen to the research and ask Portlanders to be patient despite their fear in your investments.
Next up, we have Bella Michelle.
Hello, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Bella, a single mom, a business owner, and a sex worker. I'm requesting the defunding of prostitution stings in Portland. As a survivor of human trafficking, clients I met through sex work helped me escape an abusive relationship with my kid's father, whom was also my pimp. Although I consented to sex work, I didn't consent to being exploited for someone else's financial gain. Criminalization of prostitution forced me into the shadows, unable to seek human resources for fear of being arrested. You see, although I'm a consenting adult, I was arrested in a decoy sting, labeled a criminal, my mugshot broadcast across various media sources. I was slammed with hefty court fines and denied a number of jobs in housing because of my prostitution records. I was not offered any social services. Being arrested for prostitution nearly ruined my life and put me on the brink of losing everything. It's taken years to regain stability, and sex work is the source of stability in my life. I feel victimized and taken advantage of by the justice system. I live in constant fear of being thrown in jail for simply working to provide for my family. This fear exists for many sex workers. Criminalization puts the most at-risk people at even higher risk. Minorities, trans people, orphans that age out of the system and are arrested in decoy stings are stripped of their livelihood, oftentimes left with slim options of survival besides returning to sex work because of their public arrest record. Funding decoy stings between consenting adults that throw people in jail and label them criminals is wrong. It causes job and housing loss while offering no social services. Decoy stings tear families apart. Sex workers want rights. Giving us our rights would ensure our safety and protection from predators. Please stop dehumanizing prostitutes and please stop funding decoy stings between consenting adults. Thank you for your time.
Next up, we have Danielle Henry.
Excuse me, Mayor, if I may, just before we go to Daniel.
Yeah, Commissioner Hardesty.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to tell our last speaker that I look forward to working with her in the committee to move that proposal forward in our regular budget process. I explained to them that the fall bump wasn't where we made policy decisions. And so I look forward to working with them as we start the next budget process. Thank you.
Okay, next up, we have Danielle Henry, Advocates for Portland Lead-Free Drinking Water, and Javier Reyes. Danielle, you're muted. Are you able to unmute?
Hey, I'm sorry. I tried to click out of the thing so that I wouldn't speak because I don't think that I would be saying anything that hasn't already been covered, but stop the sweeps and stop criminalizing sex work. All right, thank you. Bye. Sorry, I don't know how I ended up actually doing the thing. A lot of people are really awesome. Bye.
Next up, we have Advocates for Portland Lead-Free Drinking Water. You're muted. Let's go to Javier Reyes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Hi, I'm Javier. Work 2 jobs and I'm a student. There's been a lot of good stuff, but I wanted to say that there's one thing we didn't need today is for people who live in California and Lake Oswego to come tell us how we need more police violence. Thank you, Council, for inviting these two men to speak at the beginning. And a reminder that you can't just repeat something until it's true. There's way too many myths being said about quote unquote defunding. Now on body cameras, we already have a lot of videos of law enforcement breaking the law and abusing their power, and almost every single one of them got away with it last year. So I don't understand what the point of this is. We have an entire year of violence and you want to sign off on giving PPB another tool to abuse. We all saw the exit interviews, the drive to give cops more money based on a myth and rehire the racists who left in the wake of protests with a bonus. It just seems like an expensive, sick joke. And in service of a department that can't even fill its current roster and slow down response times and endangered people as a political stunt. Take the word reform out of whatever you're trying to do here, because the only thing you've reformed is the racist gang enforcement team. Your plan to increase sweeps fivefold as we get into winter, it's intentional murder. I understand that streets and sidewalks need to be accessible, but you could do that without destroying people's shelter. Opening up 400 temporary beds to use as an excuse for these sweeps is only going to get more people killed. And it wouldn't be the first time somebody freezes to death under this mayor. From the 60 million, you could cover $1,300 a month worth of rent and bills for 10 months for over 4,000 people. You could take a real step to end homelessness in Portland, and it would also alleviate many of the issues that like the housed people and a lot of the folks are speaking about today. Turning Portland into a mock-up San Francisco only benefits a tiny group of privileged people. So many of the folks in our community, including the anarchists that you love to complain about, work every single day to provide help, comfort, and food to our homeless neighbors. So please, Mayor Wheeler and your cadre of sexual abusers and cop surrogates, stop basing your policies on TripAdvisor and actually make the city livable for those of us who live here.
All right, let's try Advocates for Portland lead-free drinking water again. You're muted. All right, I'll call the next three. We have Michelle Planbeck, Amy Rathfelder, and Sandy Chung.
Good evening, Mayor and City Commissioners. I'll keep my remarks fairly brief. Thank you for staying. My name is Michelle Planbeck, and I am here today as a registered representative of Oregon Smart Growth, a group of civically minded, responsible developers, investors, and allied industries. Wanted to really take the opportunity to thank City Council for working together and with jurisdictional partners to address the city's homelessness, livability, and public safety crises more urgently through strategic investments. And specifically, we support the following: investments made to the joint office and the $6.5 million to the city's impact reduction program for trash and cleanup, the expansion of the behavioral health unit to increase the city's capacity to address violent higher acuity incidents resulting from known or suspected mental illness and or drug and alcohol addiction, the rehiring of officers, and investments that decrease 911 answering times. Thank you very much.
Next up, we have Amy Rathfelder.
Good evening, Council. Can you hear me? Great. So good evening, Mayor and members of Council. Apologies, I'm a little under the weather, so my voice is a little iffy. I'm going to do my best here. My name is Amy Rathfelder. I serve as the Director of Government Affairs for the Portland Business Alliance. The Alliance is Greater Portland's Chamber of Commerce and represents the largest and most diverse network of employers in the region. We advocate for employer community at all levels of government to create opportunity and advance the well-being for all who live and work in our region, and to support a healthy and resilient business ecosystem. Currently, we represent more than 2,000 members from 27 counties, 13 states, and virtually every industry sector. More than 80% of our members are small businesses. I'm really excited to be here today on behalf of the Alliance to express strong support for the allocations in this year's fall bump, specifically those historic investments around housing and homelessness services, impact reduction, livability, and public safety. With a $62 million surplus this year, much of it the result of the revenue raised from business license tax collections, as was stated earlier, the collaboration, creativity, and willingness to listen to Portlanders from all around the city that this council has exhibited in crafting this budget is extraordinary. So we'd just like to say thank you. We recognize the urgent need that so many of these budget allocations will address in mitigating some of Portland's most prolific problems. We are grateful to this council for coming together to identify solutions to these problems, and we look forward to working as a partner with the city in continuing to find, fund, and implement the right kinds of initiatives and programs to address these issues. Thank you all so much.
Next up is Sandy Chung.
Good evening, commissioners and mayor. My name is Sandy Chung. My pronouns are she and her. I'm the executive director of the ACLU of Oregon. The ACLU is dedicated to civil liberties and civil rights with more than 28,000 members statewide. I want to thank you for taking the time today to listen to all of the community members who've spoken and thank prior speakers as well. In 2020, the people of Portland took to the streets for 100 straight days to protest systemic racism and white supremacy. We protested because it is unjust and immoral for the police to harm and kill Black people, and we must prioritize stopping police violence. As the city makes decisions about the Portland Police Bureau, it is important for you to remember the Portland police officers' racist misconduct and violence towards Black community members. These are just some examples. In 1981, Portland police officers left dead possums in front of a Black-owned restaurant. In 1985, Lloyd Tony Stevenson was killed by police by a sleeper chokehold. In response to public outrage about this murder, Portland police officers sold T-shirts in a precinct parking lot with the image of a smoking handgun and the words, "Don't choke him, smoke him." In 2003, Kendra James was gunned down by police during a traffic stop. In 2010, Aaron Campbell was shot in the back and killed by police during a welfare check. In 2017, Quinese Hayes was killed by police while on his arms and with his arms raised. In 2017, Portland police officers helped Westland police harass Michael Fesser with a wrongful arrest because Mr. Fesser's boss wanted to intimidate Mr. Fesser. In 2019, Andre Gladden, a legally blind man with a mental health need, was killed by police. The proposal to add more police officers is a fear-based knee-jerk reaction that is not based on the data and evidence. Data specific to Portland shows that crime rates are not impacted by the size of the police force. The ACLU of Oregon urges you to center racial justice and evidence-based solutions such as Portland Street Response and civilian-led offices specifically designed to administer.
Next up, we have Bill Resnick, Fawn Aberson, and Mark Porras.
Am I on?
Yeah, go ahead, Bill.
I'm Bill Resnick, once a lawyer for the poor. For 10 years, I was the research and planning director for New Jersey's statewide child welfare program. I want to address where our resources, new money and old, need to be allocated to deal with a set of social problems, including mental health emergencies, homelessness, public intoxication and addiction, also youth gang activity and violence. Up to now, for a long time, the city has relied on law and order approach to police, the approach of police courts, incarceration, fines, civil penalties, and the rest. Social research shows that the law and order punishment approach to these problems is very expensive, has little success, and indeed is often counterproductive. On the other hand, a variety of helping services can be quite successful when the services are well run, have resources to help people on their way to a better life. And secure housing is indispensable for people to succeed in that struggle. That being the case, I've been wondering why my city would spend additional funds on police. And you've heard that the number of police has very little to do with the amount of crime, when we could free up the police for fighting actual crime by giving responsibility to deal with those mental health emergencies, with houselessness, with public intoxication and addiction, with youth gang activity and violence, deal with them with programs employing people trained and disposed to more empathetic and effective responses than the police. Take houselessness. In a time of rising homicides, 50% of police arrests are of the homeless. What happens after the arrest? They're processed by the police, the criminal justice system, and then they are dumped back on the streets, poorer, more angry, more depressed, more likely to retaliate and do some jail time and come out more bitter. Throughout the country, cities have effective programs for replacing the police as first responders, shoveling.
Next up, we have Fawn Aberson.
Thank you. My name is Fawn Aberson, and I'm representing the Seoul District Business Association in lieu of our business's organizational leader, John Washington, who regretfully was not able to attend the meeting today. Thank you, Mayor Wheeler, Commissioner Hardesty, Maps, Rubio, and Ryan for allowing our organization to represent ourselves. While we understand the complexities of trying to fulfill the many needs of the city, we find it somewhat disingenuous for you to invite the public to participate in a process that has left little time for public feedback and collaboration. The public's first chance to review the budget was last week, November 4th. Then you asked commissioners to make adjustments to this proposed budget by Monday, November 8th, essentially taking the weekend to think about it. While we applaud the mayor and the council persons who held post-listening sessions between the work sessions and today, it was not enough time for we, the people, to be fully represented authentically in a final decision you all are making today. We are equally concerned that the proposed investment in this one-time money is currently earmarked to have left out opportunities to make dire and critical investments into our city's small businesses who have already shouldered much of the burdens through both professional and personal philanthropy that have arose from the uptick in vandalism, violence, and houseless crisis, and all the byproducts those conditions accrue. As we review, it looks like roughly only 4% of this one-time funding, $2.3 million, which was reduced in tonight's council session, was allotted to economic investment. Additionally, all of that funding is going to Prosper Portland, and zero money is going to other economic development groups who serve low-income, disadvantaged, and minority business owners that continue to face disproportionate barriers to revenue growth while being asked to wait patiently in the face of their demise. We would much rather see this one-time funding be using to help infuse small businesses with free technical support, micro grants, and advocacy. We acknowledge that the social service crisis we face is dire and urgent, and so is the crisis faced by business owners each and every day. Each of these small business owners represents a Portland family, and each of these family members have needs and are served and are not served.
Next up, we have Mark Porras.
Thanks. My name is Mark Porras. I live in Northeast Portland and use he, him pronouns. I'm here for two things today. The first is that I just want to thank everyone on City Council for expressing your support for the expansion of Portland Street Response. Of course, special thanks to Commissioner Hardesty for leading the effort. When I see this support, it makes me think that all of you understand how dangerous it could be for many of our community members to encounter armed Portland police officers. I wish we'd seen this level of support from Mayor Wheeler and Commissioners Ryan and Maps during the spring budget process, when $2 million was removed from Commissioner Hardesty's request for Portland Street Response and added to the graffiti removal program. Had Portland Street Response been funded in the spring, we likely would still have at least one more living community member with us today. Michael Ray Townsend was shot and killed by a PPV officer in June during a welfare check. We can't keep sending armed police officers out to do welfare checks. So thanks again for getting on board with Portland Street Response. The second reason I'm here is to ask you not to bring back officers who've retired. It's a short-term proposal that really just kicks the can of reimagining safety in Portland down the road. The way to get to a safer Portland for all of us is to make sure that everyone has what they need to survive and thrive. Shelter, food, physical health care, mental health care. Please use the money that you have currently earmarked for more police to build up systems of support instead. When you do that, and when you stay committed to it for the long term, you're going to find out that you won't need as many sworn officers. That's all I've got. Have a lovely evening.
Next up, we have Chris Estes, Tom Perrick, and Brandon Farley.
Good evening. Thank you for letting me speak. I've had the opportunity to listen since 2 o'clock this afternoon. I want to lend my voice to the chorus of the citizens who have been advocating the need for increased safety and to cleaning up our city. I'm a lifelong Portlander. I am sharing the broken heart that I heard so many business owners and mothers and people who are just distressed by seeing the fact that we can't even walk down our streets or be safe in our neighborhoods anymore without the fear of gun violence, without the fear of tripping over homeless people. It is truly a crisis. I have fortunately learned a lot today by listening to all this. So I feel wiser for this experience and just really want to lend my support. I think the things that Peter Blackstone shared were spot on. I loved Bonnie's poem about the heartbreak of seeing just Portland be completely destroyed by the lack of any action on the current homeless crisis. And I just urge you to continue to support that. I am distressed that the meeting started off with amendments taking money out of this program, putting it towards the air tram, putting it towards lights in downtown Portland. I don't see that as much value if people aren't willing to go to downtown Portland. So again, I think that this started off with a recognition that our city is in crisis and wanting to do the things we can to address that. And I would urge you to continue to move forward in that direction, recognizing that these funds came from businesses that are being devastated by the current situation in our city. So if those funds come to you in that direction, it's best to invest them back in that direction.
Thank you. And colleagues, just a heads up and to folks still waiting to testify, after the next two, we'll take a 10-minute recess.
Next up, we have Tom Perrick.
Thank you, Keelan, and thank you, Mayor Wheeler and Council. I am Tom Perrick, tonight representing the Oregon Restaurant and Lodging Association. I am a registered lobbyist in the city of Portland. You have our written testimony in your council packet, and I'll just add a few more comments here. I'm representing approximately 60 Portland hotels and 220 Portland restaurants, from exciting new startups to the iconic local hotels and restaurant names that we all know and love. Over the last 20 months, no industry has been dealt a more severe economic blow than the hospitality industry. For the lodging and restaurant operations fortunate enough to have survived the pandemic, they've been rewarded with months of violent demonstrations, property destructions, graffiti, vandalism, theft, and more broken windows than we care to count. Add to that the verbal assaults and sometimes physical assaults of our hotel and restaurant staffs, our guests, and our vendors by those in mental crisis or by those in masks just looking to break things and rant. Travel Portland recently quantified that the convention and conference business in Portland has been lost, first due to COVID and now due to lawlessness, destruction, and the city's badly damaged reputation. We will never know really how much business was lost by people and companies who just quietly took their business elsewhere. Council needs to pass this supplemental budget, get Safe Rest Villages open and functioning, add navigation teams and Portland Street response teams that work so tremendously in the community, add impact reduction teams for trash removal that blights our streets and hillsides, adopt a citywide real-time dashboard for shelter bed availability, and by all means, retain, rehire, and recruit more armed police officers and more unarmed peace officers. Law-abiding citizens are tired, tax-paying businesses and employers are tired, and you can bet the hospitality industry, your best ambassadors to the city, is beyond tired. You have our support in passing the supplemental budget, and I thank you for your time.
Next up, we have Brandon Farley.
Hello, I'm Brandon Farley. So last fall budget, a majority of people giving testimony wanted to defund the police and stop the sweeps. This year, many are singing a different tune. As city leaders, you should have always been in support of our safety and sanitation. First, I want to acknowledge the family of Jacob Vasquez and give my deepest condolences for their loss. I hope Don's testimony today resonates with the council and that you will act accordingly, expand our police force, commit to removing dangerous criminals from our streets, and hold traffic violators and open drug users accountable. In the wake of this alarming increase of homeless camp and squatter fires, we need more assistance from Portland Fire and Rescue. That should include adequate staffing for the fire department on Southeast Powell Boulevard and Milwaukee. In collaboration with Multnomah County, we will add 400 shelter beds in the near future. That's a step in the right direction. Ideally, as a community with self-professed human compassion, we should offer more housing and income opportunities to uplift our financially disparaged citizens, but that's not in the discussion at the moment. So let's work with what we have. Stop trying to reinvent the wheel. Commissioner Ryan's Safe Rest Villages are an overhyped and unnecessary expense that not only uglifies the landscape, it merely places homeless people in single occupancy wooden tents and effectively does nothing to end homelessness, which should actually be the goal. The reason you can't find even 6 promised locations is because nobody wants this in their backyard. We can enforce the code against illegal camping and still be in compliance with HB 3115. Offer free bus tickets to relocate homeless to other cities that currently have shelter capacity. Finally, we have to look at the data, acknowledge what isn't working, and cut it off by the umbilical cord. I'm talking about Portland Street Response. Stop funding programs that make you, as politicians, look good to the voting public and actually do something to preserve our future.
Mayor, that completes this group of testifiers.
Thank you, Keelan. Colleagues, it's about 10 after. We will reconvene at 20 after, just to give everybody here a brief break. We are in recess until 20 after. session. Thank you, Keelan.
Okay, next up, we have Wendy Rom, EFLC, and Sarah Iannarone. Wendy, you're muted. Are you able to unmute? All right, let's go to EFLC.
Hello, everyone. I'm E. I use she, her, they pronouns. I volunteer with Free Lunch Collective, and we are an anarchist mutual aid group here in Portland. We bring food and supplies to our houseless neighbors, including sometimes the sanctioned camps when those resources have fallen short. I'm here today to say that sweeps should not be considered houseless services and ask that the proposal to fund a 5-fold increase in sweeps be eliminated from the 11-point plan. Sweeps harm the houseless community, and mutual aid groups like ours are on the ground every day witnessing that harm firsthand. That $6.5 million could be used to fund long-term solutions like transitional housing options, in addition to the 400 temporary overnight shelter beds that are being proposed currently. People in the streets need homes, not sweeps. These budget proposals are in large part focused on refunding programs and bureaus that have historically been shown to harm the people of Portland. The amount of funding for PPB being proposed during this budget monitoring process makes it clear that the thousands of Portlanders protesting in the streets since George Floyd was murdered have not been heard. Why would funding the expansion of PPB's behavioral health unit be proposed instead of fully funding programs like Portland Street Response right now? In 2020, the people of Portland asked you to defund the police and invest in the community. Not even a year and a half later, you're trying to refund them. Mayor Wheeler, we urge you to reevaluate your priorities and listen to the people of Portland. That's all.
Next up, we have Sarah Iannarone.
Hi, good evening. Thank you for your hard work here. We appreciate you taking time and staying so late on this issue. Behind me, I have some good data showing that the amount of police we have isn't going to reduce the crime that we have in our city. You've heard from the advocates, the passionate people working here on the ground about what will work, and I'm encouraging you to listen to them. I want to say sincere gratitude to Commissioner Rubio. I think addressing the climate crisis with urgency is important, so thank you for advocating for that. And I want to say thank you to Commissioner Hardesty, because traffic violence, the deaths from it are almost as high as from gun violence. And I don't see people turning out in droves to say, fully fund PBOT, open my streets, get me traffic calming, stop the deaths. We had 2 deaths on Powell just last week. We have to think about these things in context of who is dying on our streets. I watched this whole hearing today, and you know what? Not one person was testifying from inside a tent, from under a blue tarp. They don't have Wi-Fi. They're not here. They see where you're sweeping them. They see when you move them from in front of the raceway because you need to host an event there. I am paying out of pocket to clean up in my neighborhood. I'm paying out of pocket to clean up in St. John's. We're delivering water. We're delivering basic services for the amount of every executive that you add to this problem solving. We can fund a whole camp for a whole year at the community level. So I need you to stop throwing good money after bad, paying too much for cops who don't achieve what we need them to, especially those very expensive, just retired police who are double dipping on us. And let's please get back to what we were trying to accomplish all last summer, which was rethinking our future so that it is just, so that it's humane, so that people are not dying unnecessarily on our streets. Please use our money wisely, invest where it will help. stop funding things that do not help, and keep up your good work, Commissioner Hardesty, Commissioner Rubio. Thank you.
Next up, we have Elena Wyndham, Samantha O'Reilly, and Seemab Husseini.
Good evening. My name is Elena Wyndham, she, her pronouns. I'm a teacher in East County, homeowner and resident of Southeast Portland. I spoke at a prior budget meeting, spent all of last summer in the streets, and I'm here again today to say that I'm beyond disappointed about all the proposals regarding police and Ted Wheeler's continued devotion to the Police Bureau over the needs of a majority of residents in our city, along with Commissioner Mapson Ryan. Last summer forever changed my life. We witnessed and experienced war crimes committed by police. And unless you were out there, you'll never know the trauma that results from that. I'll never accept that violence from police as normal. And with no accountability, it has been made so. I cannot and will not move on. And when I see some of you who are supposed to represent us do so without any hesitation, no memory for what we went through as a city, no memory for what we were and are still demanding, I feel sick. When I see you openly supporting and advocating for the historically racist and violent system we were beaten in the streets for speaking out about, I feel angry. To be honest, I'm enraged. I get why people break windows. I've tried to participate in every forum I can over the last year and a half to do my part, learn, participate, and advocate for what I now see is the truth, which is that police don't keep us safe or prevent violence. They compound and create more harm. Portland officers in particular have proven themselves to be a danger to the community, and I want more of them off our streets. Your dismissals of the requests and demands of thousands of Portlanders who flooded the street last year to not give our money to the police and to reallocate it to alternatives is absolutely maddening. After everything we've been through, the data on police clearance rates don't support that police are the answer. Thank you, Commissioner Hardesty, for all your steadfast work, especially with the street response team. You're on the right side of history, and your name will be honored for that.
Next up, we have Samantha O'Reilly.
Hello, good evening. My name's Samantha. I she, her pronouns. I am a resident in the Southwest Hayhurst neighborhood of Portland, and I also work in Northwest Portland. I've lived in Portland for half of my life, and I have continuously seen the Portland Police Bureau be a tool of violent white supremacy against the Black and people of color in this community. I've also seen them do untold violence against our unhoused community and our citizens that also experience mental illness. And to have this budget surplus and continue to double down on giving more funding to a system of policing that does not work and does not have good outcomes for the people that they are supposed to be servicing is just hitting your head against the wall just because. There are other solutions at hand that have been shown to work, such as Housing First. There are other policy proposals that are being talked about this evening that would have much better outcomes for people, but instead we're dedicating to throwing more money after bad for the only real organized crime in this community, which is the Portland Police Association. I would much rather see this funds and this excess spent on real solutions for supportive housing, permanent housing, not temporary solutions or safe camping zones necessarily, but as a temporary solution, sure. What I hear a lot from people on this call is a staggering lack of compassion and understanding that just because people are unhoused and living on camps means somehow that they are undeserving of dignity and basic human respect. These people live just like us. They just don't have the benefit and privilege of living under four walls and a roof. And they are not criminals because they are unhoused. And it's wrong of us and moral of us to criminalize those people for being in those circumstances. We can do better. We should do better. Thank you for my time.
Next up, we have Seemab Husseini.
Hi, greetings, Seemab Husseini, community organizer, co-founder for Muslim Civil Rights Organization in the state. Tucker Carlson Janine Pirro, Sean Hannity, Donald Trump. It's an industry of misinformation, which is the base of igniting white fragility, NIMBYism, fear-mongering, anti-police accountability and distortion of the 2020 protesters as overall violent. It's been made manifest, all of it, in this entire display of the mayor's office through a massive PR push. And it's worked. Congratulations. I'm not kidding. Like it's been very impressive, and it's worked. You can hear all the fears and the base nature in which people are now reacting out of pure ignorance without actually being delivered actual data. Between the mayor's addressing of these solutions on our houseless community, gun violence, and police funding, these set of solutions are based on unsound data and intentionally done so with heavy investment in really nice PR campaigns at the expense of lives that I've buried. Children, 3 of them in the last 2 years. Gun violence has not led to the shuttering of gun violence reduction team, which historically has had less than 25% clearance rates on homicides at its best. If anything, it's had a proven track record of profiling young Black men and children at their peak of operation. The mayor peddles law enforcement as a deterrent to crime, as they only function and appear after the fact and never have played a function to reduce. With very little time left, I would ask you guys to understand, and independent research this week have released data visualizations. Please go to Portland Mercury and check it out. This is the truth. This is what people need to hear and see. Thank you.
Next up, we have Kevin Provost, Oak A, and Emery Moore.
Hello, can you hear me?
We hear you.
My name is Kevin Provo. I've lived and worked in Portland for 20 years, and I am against the proposal to add any funding to the Portland Police Bureau. I disagree with the fear-based testimony I've heard here today that frames the city as a war zone or Portlanders as children who need the parenting of an authoritarian city-state with a standing army. I believe instead that we need to fund efforts at civilization and mutual aid. PPB already has budget authorization to fill about 130 open positions. They frequently mention their lack of resources when excusing their failures to serve and protect Portlanders. But I believe they use the word resources as opposed to budget in reference to human resources they are unable to entice. Shoveling more budget into the PPB is a waste. PPB is a failed organization, and it's not for lack of funding. More important than their failures, though, is the corrupt Portland Police Association, or PPA, which has such control over Portland government that it is akin to a protection racket. Their contract with the city makes it impossible to simply reform PPB because PPA fights every effort for police accountability or community control, and they have the contractual power to win those battles. The only way to break the PPA's stranglehold over the mayor and the city government is to eliminate that organization, and that will only happen when PPB is reduced or ideally replaced. The mayor has provided no data to back up the proposal to increase PPB funding, even after arguing the Portland Street response should not be expanded until there was data to support that expansion. Same should be true for PPB. Defunding the police has been misrepresented as an elimination of public safety. That's false. We all want a safe city. Let's start by admitting that PPA has made PPB a public safety failure. Thank you.
Next up, we have Oak A.
Good evening. I would like to first off start by thanking Tawasi for the land acknowledgement earlier. We exist on stolen land. Everything we do should acknowledge that. My testimony reflects a lot of what the last testimony said. So many nonprofits and programs like PSR have to jump through so many hoops to be justified, to get their funding to exist. Meanwhile, the status quo of armed police officers meets little to no resistance. Crime goes up, you add more cops, even though the data says it won't do anything, even though there's so many studies showing that the way to reduce crime is to give people homes and to take care of their needs. As someone who's currently studying social work, I can tell you that there has been no class I've gone into that has taught me that more armed people make situations, communities better. For the people here who are angling for more cops, I want you to think about why that is. I want you to investigate that internally and why they make you feel safe, why your community scares you, why the people trying to survive on the streets scare you. People turn to crime when they're desperate, and if you don't meet their needs, they will continue to. No police officer can stop that. No police force can eliminate crime in a city. It doesn't work like that. The data shows that. It's been reflected time and time again. These waves of more cops and crime have been repeated so many times. I'm against the budget. I'm against paying cops $25,000 as a bonus to sign on. I'm against these armed officers in our streets. The idea that you're going to get foot patrols is ridiculous, by the way. Those cops are not stepping out of their SUVs. Not unless it's to brutalize somebody. You're not going to get police officers walking down your streets. They're not your friends. To the person earlier who told the story about the guy with the flags on the building, that person had interacted with the police and he was still there. So clearly it doesn't work. I can't believe you'd still testify after that. To my mutual aid community, thank you so much for the work you do. You are seen. Your labor is incredible. Thank you.
Next up, we have Emery Mort.
Hello, Mayor, Council. My name is Emery Mort. I am a volunteer amongst the Portland Metro People's Coalition. For the record, based on just a quick review, I want to express my support for the following amendments: Hardesty's 1 through 4, Rubio 1, Ryan 1, and Wheeler 2. I want to address some key misunderstandings around policing policy and staffing. Like with housing, in policing, federal policy is both telling and key. After talks broke down, federal qualified immunity remains in place, meaning a massive movement against police brutality failed to move a single Republican senator or the police lobby or the justice system. And that hurts us here, and it resonates. Because locally, police have freely offered barely any substantive reforms. On body cameras, they have still not accepted policy put forth by the community, yet the city is set to endorse $2.6 million for so-called accountability measures. Imagine a world where the policing industry had come forward offering structural changes or endorsing and acting on a stance of justice. Instead of bad-mouthing the city, they are recruiting officers away from Portland. They are bargaining hard against Portland's street response that alleviates their workload. Furthermore, police corruption and racism led to a massive crisis at the State Training Center, the DPSST, and that has slowed training and recruiting. So the Bureau has 127 open positions, and for some reason, this is being blamed on people fighting for the very policies that we need. I want us all to thrive and heal, and I hope the council and the county put forth amazing work. And to solve difficult problems, it's made more difficult when we're misconstruing problems and using pain to exploit political ends. Thanks for your efforts. Happy to discuss anytime, and let's work better together.
Next up, we have Noah Grunswag, Nick Caleb, and Terry Parkin.
Ooh, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Great, thank you, Council. Noah Grunswag here, white, he/they property owner in Southeast Portland. Don't spend more money on cops, please. Don't bring back more or retired cops. A whole lot of things I wanted to say, but I'll just add something that's kind of personal experience. I have a couple of houseless folks who live much of the week and did full-time for a little while in my backyard. They're nice folks. One of them, who's a guy, struggles with some mental health stuff and also struggles to find work because of a felony. Sometimes he breaks down and he's screaming and hollering in the back of my house. And I send him a text and ask if he's okay. And he usually says, "No, I'm struggling. Thanks for checking in. I should go for a walk and cool off." He and his partner are looking for work that will hire them and that won't exploit them. And you know what they really need to get a job? An apartment. You know, $62 million could put $750 every month for 1 year into the hands of 7,500 adults and children in neighborhoods experiencing the greatest inequity. That's one full year of relief money that could be spent on housing or whatever things the recipients need to recover and stabilize, not what we think they need. And my experience tells me that human beings know what they need. It's our culture that has taught us that we, the haves, know better than the have-nots, because the have-nots clearly aren't people. Yeah, people who medicate, self-medicate on the streets are often doing so because there's no stability in sight. People don't choose that when they see that there's a path towards stability. And that could stabilize or offer stability to almost every houseless person in Portland, not just 400. So last thing I want to say is at a time when conservatives are waging culture war and controlling liberal narratives about policing and getting hella creative with the ways to disenfranchise and control others, like, why is one of the most self-proclaimed progressive...
Next up, we have Nick Caleb.
Excuse me, before Nick speaks, can I ask, where's the clock? I'm not seeing it anymore.
Yep, we had a technical glitch. It dropped out. We're trying to get it added back.
Okay, thank you.
Greetings, Mayor Wheeler and the rest of council. My phone may have died. I've been waiting for a little bit here. Thanks for enduring all the testimony. Just quickly, I wanted to support and raise up a lot of the testimony that drew into question the narrative around policing and crime statistics. I think it's, you know,
2 minutes.
it's a false argument that's being put forward. And I feel like I'm back in the 1980s or something like that with the tough on crime rhetoric that's being pushed around in the city of Portland right now, and the intentional fear mongering and promotion of narratives that are just not defensible by any datum at all. I'd also like to say that there are programs available like Portland Street Response, and also funding staff positions within the Bureau of Planning Sustainability for climate emergency resolution activities that are going to yield a lot better economic benefits than over policing will. So as my phone dies, thanks again for listening, and I hope we're able to reallocate funds to areas that are actually going to support caring and life-affirming activities in Portland, and not just continuing cycles of fear and violence. Thanks very much.
Next up, we have Terry Parkin. Terry, you're muted.
Hi, can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. I've got a couple of issues. I'll try to be short. I did some research recently based on the history of homelessness. I found out that across our country, we've had homeless problems since 1851 with various iterations on how cities have chosen to deal with it. Since 2004 in our city, the problem has become much, much worse based on the rising costs of rent, housing, and so forth. I looked at it like if it is in fact a humanitarian crisis, it should be dealt with as a humanitarian crisis. And we could take patterns of approach from, for instance, if we deploy 20,000 military into a different country because there's a humanitarian crisis, how does the military deploy 20,000 people and house them within a few months? If we have a humanitarian crisis, such as earthquakes, floods, and so forth, FEMA comes in is able to house tens of thousands of people in a very short time because they have a method and a mode and a practice. I believe that we should use methods, modes, and practices that are in place that have in the past proven to help people in need immediately within days and weeks, and that we could use that as a model. Secondly, I believe we need more police that are better educated and kinder people. I've waited 45 minutes on the phone before for a non-emergency response when I saw people selling assault rifles on the corner. So that's not going to work. I think that the whole idea of going completely against police is not going to be helpful. I believe that we do need help, and we need different kinds of responders and police methods to get the street people housing immediately. Use models that have proven in our society to be helpful, such as the ones that are easy to find on the internet. How does the military house 20,000 people in 3 weeks? How do they do that? We could do the same thing and work on permanent housing later. Thank you.
Okay, next up. Next up, we have Sam Pierce, Diane McMahon, and Wendy Rom. Sam, you're muted. Are you able to unmute? Okay, let's move on to Diane McMahon. She might not be on the call. Let's try Wendy Rom. Wendy, you're muted. All right, let's try Advocates for Lead-Free Portland. Okay. Next, we'll hear from Elliot Young and Tess Fields.
Hi, good evening, and thank you for staying with us. So I want to start, my name is Elliot Young. I'm formerly was with PSEP. I am professor of history at Lewis and Clark College. And I want to start by acknowledging that I believe that all of the commissioners sitting here tonight want to promote public safety and gun violence and make Portland safer. That is the common ground we stand on. If we're going to have a substantive conversation about how to do this, however, we need to have a data-informed conversation. One of the most frequent refrains I've heard in Portland from the media, politicians, and certain dark money groups, and tonight by some of the people testifying, is that crime is way up in the city. This is simply false. According to PPB data, crime since 2017 through September 2021 is essentially flat. And in written testimony, I've done the graph using the PPB data, and you could see that this is true. You could check that data yourself. It is true that homicides have experienced a recent surge and are at record levels, and that gun violence is also up. But in a city that has around 60,000 crimes a year, the 70+ homicides are not reflective of a general pattern of crime. Something must be done to reduce gun violence and homicides, but what must be done? Some argue that more police will reduce homicides, but where is the evidence? Researchers who've studied this issue nationally indicate that the relationship between more police and fewer homicides is mixed at best. A study by Morgan Williams of 242 cities between 1981 and 2018 revealed, well, let me just end because I see my time is ending. The relationship is not there, and more police is going to end up causing more harm. Thank you for listening.
Next, we have Tess Fields.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. And thank you, commissioners, for all of your hard work. My name's Tess. I'm the executive director for HomeShare Oregon. We're a nonprofit organization working to expand access to affordable housing across the state of Oregon and prevent the rising number of homeless Oregonians as a result of the lack of affordable housing. Currently, there's 1.5 million spare bedrooms in owner-occupied homes across the state, and 1 in every 3 homeowners are mortgage burdened. A 2% penetration means we could house 30,000 people affordably and keep 30,000 people in their homes who are at risk of foreclosure. At HomeShare Oregon, we call this underutilized housing stock, which is already constructed and can be put to use. When we launched our program, we weren't really clear what the response would be. We had people that were really skeptical about whether or not folks would genuinely home share if provided with encouragement, support, tools, and incentives. We went up on television, radio, and what we learned after that experience was that there was a resounding yes, an overwhelming yes for the number of homeowners across the state and in Portland who are willing to share their homes. And then clearly an amazing number of people who are interested in home sharing as renters. It's significantly less money to home share than it is to rent an apartment. We had over 2,000 people traffic our website, 633 people signed up to home share, and hundreds of emails and phone calls came flooding into the organization. In fact, the response was so overwhelming, the organization needed to take the ads down until we could obtain more staffing. Home share programs are up and running across our globe and exist in many, many states across the country. And these programs are financially supported with city dollars. The solution to the affordable housing crisis has got to be approached with innovation, creativity, and courage. Home sharing is a critical part of this solution and also an obvious one because it does expand access to affordable housing for many, many people that are low income and does not require new infrastructure. Thank you for your time and have a good night.
Yes, before you disappear, Commissioner Hardesty, I think has a comment or a question. Commissioner, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Tess. Before I came to City Hall, I learned of a program that Ecumenical Ministries did that was very similar. And it was kind of like a speed dating thing where houseless community members would come to an event with house community members and empty nesters they'd meet. If they made a connection, they would have a contract. And off they go, right? When I first got here, I actually approached the Joint office. Wouldn't it be great if we started a program like this? And needless to say, we never did. My point is that you're absolutely right. We need a multitude of solutions. We will never build housing fast enough to house all the people in our community on the street today, and certainly not the ones coming as of December 1st. So I want to know more about your program. Please contact my office. This is the kind of innovation we need. And we need the whole community helping us, not us sitting here as elected saying we've got the answer. We don't. It's out there in the community. And thank you for being here tonight. You woke me back up.
Thank you so much.
Thank you
so much. And thanks for everybody's hard work.
You just froze, Tess, but feel the love. Thank you. Appreciate you being here.
That completes testimony, Mayor.
Well, that actually went a little faster than I thought it would. Thank you, everybody who showed up to testify tonight. Thank you for making great points in very limited time. Thanks for making space for everybody to have that opportunity. So colleagues, and Wendy, our very able attorney, correct me if I do any of this incorrectly, but I believe at this juncture, I would ask my colleagues if they have any final amendments that they'd like to put forth. Finishing that, then I assume that we will go through the amendments one by one. Alternatively, if people have questions for staff, assuming we still have staff available, which I think we do, there would be opportunity to ask questions. And Director Kennard, I assume you're still here as well, correct?
I see you on the screen.
Yes, Mayor,
Yeah.
I'm here.
Okay, good. Commissioner Hardesty, you've got your hand raised. Go ahead.
Yes, Mayor. We've heard a lot tonight. And there were some really good ideas presented to us. I am not in a position to formulate in my mind. There's too much information rolling around. Amendments for tonight. Is this my only opportunity to provide amendments before we vote on this document on next Wednesday?
I'm going to ask Director Kennard. It is my understanding that we are time pressured.
So my understanding of the sort of legislative process is that that amendments need to be proposed and voted on today. If members of council wanted to offer additional amendments next week, that would require a continuation to the final vote to the following week, which is Thanksgiving holiday, and my understanding is council is not planning on meeting that week. So there is a desire to move forward with the vote by next week. There is an option if there were additional amendments put forward. I believe that council could vote to add an emergency clause next week if there was a unanimous vote.
Mayor, I've heard too much information tonight to really formulate in my head what would be appropriate amendments. I like you, I really appreciate all the testimony that I've heard. And I do have some concerns about the long-term implications of some of the stuff that we're doing tonight. I just have I've heard too much to actually propose amendments. And I'm not sure if I'm in a position to vote on the amendments that we've already just put on the table. Some of those amendments are inconsistent with some of the recommendations that I'd want to move forward. So again, I'm feeling rushed through no fault of my own. I would have liked to have had more time to have more conversation. But I'm not going to vote on something just because there's an arbitrary timeline that I have to vote on it. So I need advice, maybe that's council, of how we move forward in a way that is legally appropriate, but not forcing us into a little box that I'm not good with. City Attorney?
Sorry, Commissioner Hardesty. My understanding is that there would be a vote on the amendments that were put on the table and seconded, but that you could have additional amendments that modified those amendments. But with that in mind, Director Kennard would then need to ascertain whether those amendments had impacts on the budget as a whole. Is that your understanding? Yes.
Yes.
I feel I have been put in a box that is very uncomfortable. I'm being asked to vote on long-term policy decisions without having enough time to deliberate on it. And I am very uncomfortable with that. There are some things I think we should do immediately, like the 18 million that we're working with the county. But this is not a good process. So I'm looking for recommendations about how we are respectful of getting to a conclusion in a timely manner, but it is not the council's fault that we are in this time crunch. That decision was made by somebody else. Nobody asked me.
Well, I'll speak for myself. I hear what you're saying, Commissioner Hardesty, and I want to respect your needs. I'm prepared to vote tonight on the amendments that have been put on the table. I think there has been sufficient opportunity, or at least there is sufficient opportunity tonight to discuss those amendments. As far as additional amendments that might be forthcoming, we have known what the number is, and we've provided opportunities for council to provide amendments. We've even collaborated on a couple together, Commissioner, which I'm very grateful for. But I don't know if I can ask the council to delay indefinitely this process. And I guess, Director Kennard, I didn't quite understand the answer you gave to Commissioner Hardesty about the time frame.
So Mayor, what I would encourage, I think it's important because primarily for reasons related to the CalTarget authorization, the bureaus are wanting to see this ordinance pass so that they can receive their targets for next year's budget process. My concern with the timing is that in 2 weeks' time, it's Thanksgiving and council is not planning on meeting. And then if the ordinance gets continued beyond that, then we're in December. What that says to me is ideally council would vote to pass the entire ordinance next week. There are two options to do that. One would be to vote on all of the amendments today and continue the item to second reading to vote next week. Additionally, I believe that folks could offer additional amendments next week, and you could hold the vote next week if you were to have a unanimous support and add an emergency clause.
And what if we did not? What if we held the vote till next week and we did not have unanimous support? Let me give you a scenario. Somebody offers up an amendment, the amendment does not carry. They say, I'm not going to support the total package as a result of an amendment not making it onto the table. Then what happens?
Then the item, the option is for the item either to continue or to fail. So the item could continue, and if council is willing to meet the week of Thanksgiving, we could take it up then, or it would continue to December, or the item could also fail. We are not required to pass the fall bump, as we are in the same way with our annual development budget development.
How much time must pass between a first? If we were to vote tonight, and I'm just being hypothetical, and I'm going to poll my colleagues on this in a minute, but if we were to vote tonight on the amendments and move this to second reading, we have to wait some number of, I guess the question I'm asking is, Friday is off, but I'm prepared to work if necessary to get this closed. Could we meet again on Friday?
I think I would defer to Wendy or Lindley to help me answer that.
That may be a holiday. I'm not real clear on that, but
let me jump in, Wendy, just because I've been communicating with staff on this. You could meet on a Friday. You have to give 24 hours notice for any special meeting. I think we're at a point where, because tomorrow is a holiday, that's difficult. It's possible. So you could potentially meet on Friday. You need to have 5 days in between any amendment and final passage of a non-emergency ordinance.
Okay, I'm trying to get Commissioner Hardesty out of her box, and I'm not being successful. So I guess what my preference would be, Commissioner, and people don't have to necessarily agree with this. My preference would be, since we've put the amendments on the table tonight, we've seconded the amendments, we've heard testimony on those amendments. My preference would be to vote on the amendments we have tonight, then move this to second reading. If I understood Director Kennard correctly, and Wendy, and please immediately tell me if I'm wrong, if Commissioner Hardesty wanted to bring forth an amendment next week at the second reading, she could do that, but then we would not necessarily vote on the entirety of the package next week. It would have to go to another day. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mayor, unless the council
the council can reach unanimous agreement at the end of the next week's session that we're all in agreement and we're all going to vote for it, because it requires unanimity for us to be able to put an emergency clause on it for next week, correct? Otherwise, we would go to the following Wednesday, which is Thanksgiving vacation, but I work every day anyway, so I'm more concerned about city staff than I am myself or my colleagues on the city council, but at least it's what I'm hearing you say is it's theoretically possible we could do that.
That's correct.
I will say, if just to help this conversation, if in fact there are amendments next week, if in fact we end up where I don't feel comfortable that I can vote for this package, my understanding is that if I just happen to be in the restroom when you vote, the 4 council members who are present will be able to continue to vote, and that would be a unanimous vote. Am I accurate?
Lindley, I'm going to ask you to jump in here.
I'll jump in. An emergency requires a unanimous vote of all of those present. Right. So if you are not present,
a minimum of 4.
Correct.
A minimum of 4, yes.
So nobody wants to say it, so I will, Commissioner Hardesty. The answer to your question is yes. Commissioner Ryan, I see you have your hand raised.
Yeah, I hope this helps. So what I heard is that we're going to vote on the amendments that we listed earlier, excuse me, that all of us were aware of for the past few days, and we've been working on, our staffs have been working on. So none of this is a surprise. However, we've heard some compelling testimony, and we could bring an amendment next week, but that amendment would have to pass unanimously for it to be considered.
So Mayor, can I add one thing in just really quickly? I mean, I don't want to presume what council will do with any amendments next week presented by any of you, but if an amendment were presented and were to fail, there's no amendment to the ordinance. So council could vote on the unamended ordinance without an emergency next week. If there is an amendment, it is supported by the council, then you would have to wait another 5 days to vote.
Correct. That's my understanding. Thank you for.
Unless there was an emergency clause, right?
That's what I was trying to say, if there's an emergency clause.
Just want to make sure we close that loop. Okay.
Okay, so Commissioner Hardesty, I have your attention. It sounds like this is a path that you would accept, voting on the amendments tonight, moving to second reading. This would give you a couple of days to ask questions and potentially enter new amendments or not between now and next Wednesday. Commissioner Ryan, does this work for you?
Yeah, it's what I've been thinking about all day.
Great. Commissioner Rubio?
Yes.
Commissioner Maps? Commissioner Maps, you're muted still.
Yes, this is fine.
Awesome. Okay, good. Then with that, colleagues, why don't we just go through, unless there are any other general questions before we do this, we'll just go through each of the amendments in the order they were presented. We'll go ahead and start with.
Excuse me, Mayor. I actually do have a couple of general questions, and I realize it's a late hour, so I'm not even sure if anybody's here that could answer it. And this is an overall policy question, not specific to a issue. We've been talking about adding 200 to 300 staff in Portland Police Bureau. I've heard you say that in several press conferences over the last couple of weeks. And this budget really doesn't, this budget, of course, doesn't fund that.
Correct.
But what I wanted to say is we right now have 130 vacant positions in Portland Police Bureau. And as you know, we funded 30 additional positions in the June budget process. So we have 160 funded positions already in Portland Police Bureau. The issue, of course, is we have a hiring issue, and we also have an issue of training that still needs to happen. As I was looking through the community officer and community liaison report, we're still waiting for information that should inform how we bring people into the police bureau. And I don't see that reflected at all. I see us running to solutions without actually answering the outstanding questions. For example, we will have a report at the end of this year on white supremacist activity within the police bureau and whether or not the police show up differently when Black Lives Matters protests as compared to white supremacists or soccer moms. The community has strong opinions about what's going on with that. So I think it's really important that before we start finalizing plans for a specific number, that we first get the staffing study done so that we can actually find out, A, what Portland police officers do today, and B, what the community wants them to do tomorrow. And so I want to be a partner. I have had great conversations with Chief Lavelle. And I think that he and I are in alignment as far as values are concerned. What we're not in alignment on is the rhetoric around what is happening on our streets right now and whether or not police are using the resources they have in an appropriate way. I'm saying this now because we are setting policy with this vote. And otherwise, we'd be having this conversation over a few months as we're preparing for the next budget cycle. I also noticed that the use of force has gone up over the last couple of years in Portland Police Bureau, and it's gone up with the behavioral health unit. And the COCO has asked many questions that have yet not been answered about why that is. And so again, if we're talking about setting policies about this transformation that we're going to do in policing, I am 100% in support of us hiring a civilian training czar. But I think we should not be deciding whether we set up trainings now before we have a new person in place. So as I look at all the data we're still waiting for, as I look at all the information we don't have, we're still waiting for the August 8th report about why white supremacists were allowed to run free in my neighborhood, why 400 police officers were on duty, and there was $150,000 spent in overtime. And so you're asking me to invest in policies before I get the answers to some critical questions as I work with you to do the transformation that the community demanded of us last year when we had 70,000 emails and 700 people testify. I find it ironic tonight at this fall budget bump process, everybody's ready to vote. Last year, though, we were too confused. They had too much information and they couldn't vote because they had to process the information. I'm a little emotional about this because I see us going down a path that we need answers before we go down that path. And so I'd love to have a conversation about what is the policy we're moving forward if we approve this budget.
Yeah, fair question. And I appreciate the way you laid that out. I'd like to respectfully respond. First of all, the types of information that you requested and the types of changes that you requested, I believe are in fact reflected in this fall budget. But let me speak first more broadly to the question you asked. I'm out there talking about an aspirational 300 more officers, 200 who are sworn certified officers, 100 are the unarmed PS3s, which I think is an important, not only reform for the Portland Police Bureau, I also see it as an important step in the right direction in terms of effective staffing and filling the gaps with the kind of response we need for non-emergency calls through PPP. There has been some data that I have not had a chance to thoroughly evaluate, put forth today about how crime is not impacted by the number of officers. I'm also interested in the question of response. And as I said right up front, I'm concerned about our very slow response times to critical calls when people in this community call 911 and they say they're being burglarized or they're being carjacked or there's somebody with a gun in their store. The police need to respond in a timely manner. You have been a leader in asking questions about that response and offering up other alternatives that would help reduce the demand for policing, like the street response. I put forth my best effort through the PS3 program. Commissioner Maps is trying to steer us towards an improved 311 non-emergency system, so more of those calls are shunted away from the police bureau towards other more appropriate service providers. And from my perspective, this isn't an either or. I see this as a both and a more comprehensive solution. I don't come to this with an activist mentality that there's some piece I just won't accept. I'm trying to look at the totality of the public safety system. And I said right up front, and I know you have said in the past, that public safety means different things to different people, and it requires an holistic approach. And I agree with you vehemently on that. Some of the things that we are directly investing include the Dean of Education and Training, the civilian Dean of Education and Training. I think that's an important reform. It's also something that you know well, Commissioner Hardesty, the Department of Justice expects us to do. The study around crowd control that is focused on 2020 predominantly and what worked and what didn't work. And I would expect that we would use, rather than just having a report that goes on a shelf, I'm hoping that is ingrained in our recruiting and our training and our directives, and that we get the value out of that consultant report. There is civilian oversight that we are bringing in. You meant one of the things that sort of got lost in the shuffle here is that we are better staffing the Portland Committee on Community Engaged Policing through this budget. Separately, next spring, I'll be asking for continuing resources for the Focused Intervention Team Civilian Oversight Group, the Community Oversight Group. So that's another level of community engagement. And I agree with you on the staffing study. The funding is here for the staffing study to be conducted by Mike Myers with Chief Lavelle, and I would also assume the fire chief and the director of the Bureau of Emergency Management and others to really get at what, where do we need to be? I have said aspirationally based on what I believe and what the chief believes, that we are about 300 understaffed, but we have to fund that study. And we should know and have a data-driven approach to that, but the public needs me to express and state where am I headed, and I want to be really open and honest with people about where I'm headed. So I appreciate what you're saying. I believe those issues are addressed in this budget as a first step. And I've also agreed to some of the additional parameters you've requested for the PS3 programs. I can absolutely live with that. I think that is the right policy. So I think there's some good collective compromise and work that you and I have done together on this fall budget process.
Yes, I just wish we could have done more together on this process. There's a little data out of the COCO report, and just over the last couple of years about racial profiling. As you know, community has worked on that issue for quite a few years. I was actually shocked myself knowing that we've done limited patrols because of COVID and other issues, to find that all three precincts have seen a rise in African Americans being stopped. And if you think about Central, 2.9% of the population is African American, yet 15.9% of the stops are of African Americans. East Portland, 5.6% population African American, 20.2% of the stops are of African Americans. And North Precinct, 8.8% population African American, and a 20.2% traffic stop. Again, I believe that Chief Lavelle, and I believe you, Mayor, I believe you and I share a vision of what's possible moving forward. My question is, putting $800,000 aside to train officers like we've trained them in the past is not going to get us into the transformative future we want to go to. I know that you are committed to this like I am, and I am terrified that because we're making these limited investments with one-time money, that there's going to be a requirement that money continues to be utilized in ways that we could utilize it now to help people on the street, as compared to using it to build a system that we don't know what the system is we want to build yet. And again, I keep mentioning Truth and Reconciliation. Out of that, the community will tell us how they want to be policed. It is not up to the police to tell us how we should be policed, or us as a city council. The community should tell us how they want to be policed. I will stop.
And this is a great conversation, and you and I could discuss this all night
forever,
because we heard a number of people testify tonight that they believe it's our responsibility as well to come up with this. But you and I have covered these talking points well over the years. We should let our colleagues in on this conversation as well. Colleagues, are we ready to vote on the amendments? Can I get a thumbs up or a yes? Or it looks like a yes. Thumbs up. All right. So amendment number 1, and I'll just do a quick review. That's a motion to make the following adjustments to the supplemental budget as proposed to support winter and spring public events in the city of Portland. This is co-sponsored by Commissioner Mapps. This was Mayor Wheeler 1. Any further discussion on this item? Keelan, if you're still with us, I know you are, and thank you for your efforts tonight. Please call the roll on amendment.
Thank you, Mayor. Mapps.
Aye.
Rubio.
Aye.
Ryan.
Aye.
Hardesty.
Aye.
Wheeler.
Aye. The amendment is passed. Number 2, motion to make the following adjustments to the supplemental budget as proposed for the Behavioral Health Emergency Coordination Network, sometimes called Beacon. Mayor 2, please call the roll.
Mapps.
Aye.
Rubio,
Aye.
Ryan,
Aye.
Hardesty,
Aye. This is a great investment with one-time dollars.
Wheeler.
Yeah, I want to second what Commissioner Hardesty just said. We had a number of people testify about the withering need around mental health and crisis intervention, in addition to the great work that's being done around the Portland Street Response. Beacon also offers a great opportunity looking forward. I vote aye, the amendment's adopted. Amendment 3, motion to make the following adjustments to the supplemental budget is proposed to costs related to the Department of Justice settlement agreement. That's largely a technical amendment. Any further discussion? Please call the roll.
Maps,
Aye.
Rubio,
Aye.
Ryan,
Aye.
Hardesty,
Aye.
Wheeler,
Aye, the amendment's adopted. Wheeler, amendment number 4, motion to make the following adjustments to the supplemental budget is proposed to reflect reductions to several line item allocations. Any further discussion on that item? Seeing none, please call the roll on amendment 4.
Maps,
I'll confess, I have some disappointments in some of the choices that were made in this amendment. But overall, I think it moves the ball forward, so I vote aye.
Rubio,
Aye.
Ryan,
Aye.
Hardesty,
No.
Wheeler,
Aye, the amendment passes. Commissioner Hardesty, amendment number 1, this is a motion to make the following adjustments to the supplemental budget as proposed to add Directive H to the ordinance related to the Portland Police Bureau retiree hire program parameters. Any further discussion on this item? Seeing none, please call the roll.
It's late at night. I would like to have more discussion about this, but
Sure.
I am reassured. Well, I'm reassured that Commissioner Hardesty and the mayor have. Mr. Mayor, are you a co-sponsor of this?
This is a necessary must-have in order to get the necessary council support for the retire rehire program. So I will just confess I will be voting for it. I will be supporting it.
Okay, I vote aye.
Rubio,
Aye.
Ryan,
Aye.
Hardesty,
Mayor, I appreciate you working with me to make this motion a good one, one that I think the community who doesn't want us to hire retired cops, they can feel comfortable that it will not be cops that have been part of the brutalization of what happened to community members all last summer. So I'm happy that we were able to come to this compromise agreement. I am happy to vote aye.
Wheeler,
Thank you, Commissioner Hardesty. I vote aye, and the amendment is adopted. Hardesty number 2, motion to make the following adjustments to the supplemental budget is proposed to move the expand public safety support specialist funding to policy set aside pending the outcome of a program evaluation in accordance with the fiscal year 21-22 adopted budget note requirements. And that's regarding the public safety support public safety support specialist that Commissioner Hardesty and I were referencing earlier. Any further discussion on amendment 2? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Maps,
Mr. Mayor, colleagues, one thing I heard clearly tonight is the public's hungry to see the PS3 program expand. I'm glad to see that we're moving in this direction. I'm concerned that there's some language in here that will slow down the expansion of the PS3 program. If you want to reinvent policing for the 21st century, the PS3s, I think, are an obvious and important step forward. Again, this is an amendment that both moves us, I think, 2 steps forward and 1 step back, but I will take the step forward and vote aye.
Rubio,
Aye.
Ryan,
Aye.
Hardesty,
The great thing about this amendment is it actually holds the police bureau accountable for reporting back to the city council, as we asked them to do in the June budget process. We asked them, what do PS3s do all day? Do they just do paperwork in the police bureau? Because when it was presented that these would be outwardly facing people that would engage with the public. I heard through this budget process that apparently there's a pilot in North Portland I knew nothing about that actually has PS3s doing patrols. We will have to negotiate that. So just because we have PS3s does not mean PS3s will be patrolling our neighborhoods. That is a bargainable issue. And we, as the public may not know, that PS3s are in the same union as the Portland Police Bureau personnel are. And so it makes it a little difficult to be negotiating a change in their job. I vote aye.
Wheeler.
The Portland Police Bureau is eager to demonstrate the success of this program, as am I. So I'm more than happy to support this. I vote aye. The amendment's adopted. Commissioner Hardesty, number 3, a motion to make the following adjustments to the supplemental budget is proposed to eliminate an increase to the Portland Police Bureau current appropriation Cal target to the Public Safety Support Specialist Program.
So Mayor, this is the component of the PS3s that as in the ordinance you filed, it included a Cal target ongoing funding increase, removes that ongoing funding increase for those new PS3s.
Maybe could we get a little more description on this one?
Sure, Mayor. So the budget which you filed included both funding for limited term positions the budget that you filed included ongoing new authorized permanent FTE to expand the PS3 program. In order to support permanent FTE, it included both one-time funding to support the current year.
Oh, right. Sorry. Yes, Commissioner Hardesty and I discussed this. Good. Sorry. Now I'm tracking. It's been a long day. Thank you. Please call the roll.
Maps.
Aye.
Rubio.
Aye.
Ryan.
Aye.
Hardesty.
Aye.
Wheeler.
Aye. The amendment's adopted. Item 4, motion to make the following technical adjustments to the supplemental budget as proposed. This is jointly proposed by Commissioner Hardesty and myself, and it relates to graffiti appropriation funds. Please call the roll.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Maps.
Aye.
Rubio.
Aye.
Ryan.
Aye.
Hardesty.
Aye.
Wheeler.
Aye. The amendment's adopted. Hardesty 5, motion to make the following adjustments to the supplemental budget is proposed for the Portland Aerial Tram Project. Any further discussion? Seeing none, Keelan, please call the roll.
Maps.
Aye.
Rubio.
Aye.
Ryan.
Aye.
Hardesty.
Aye.
Wheeler.
Aye. The amendment's adopted. 6, motion to make the following adjustments to the supplemental budget is
Mayor,
proposed.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Mayor. That one was not put on the table. That was
You're right. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Ignore me. Ignore me. I'm putting a ghost amendment on the table. Commissioner Rubio 1, a motion to make the following adjustments to the supplemental budget is proposed for climate emergency declaration work. Any further discussion on this item? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Maps.
Aye.
Rubio.
Aye.
Ryan.
Aye.
Hardesty.
Aye.
Wheeler.
I want to thank Commissioner Rubio for including this. I'm happy to support it. I vote aye. The amendment's adopted. Rubio number 2, motion to make the following adjustments to the supplemental budget is proposed for parks programming. Any further discussion on this item? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Maps.
Aye.
Rubio.
Aye.
Ryan.
Aye.
Hardesty.
Aye.
Wheeler.
Aye. The amendment's adopted. Commissioner Ryan, number 1, a motion to make the following adjustments to supplemental budget is proposed to provide relocation assistance for households residing at manufactured home parks subject to imminent closure. Any further discussion on this item? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Maps.
Aye.
Rubio.
Aye.
Ryan.
Aye.
Hardesty.
Thank you, Commissioner Ryan. Aye.
Wheeler.
Commissioner Ryan, thank you. This is great. And we know through the efforts that you've undertaken, as well as the Housing Bureau, the whole subject of manufactured home parks is a very important one, particularly low-income homeowners in the Portland area. The City Council has repeatedly identified these as important housing that needs to be protected. And I want to thank you for bringing this amendment forward to help further that work. I vote aye. The amendment is adopted. Commissioner Maps item number 1, motion to make the following adjustments to the supplemental budget as proposed for utility debt relief. Any further discussion? Commissioner Maps.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, if I could, I think I just want to take a minute or two to place this amendment into context. Of the $60 million in this proposed budget, this amendment is the only item that provides direct relief to Portlanders who are still trying to recover from the COVID recession. I bring this amendment to council because as of October 15th, I think we have Portlanders have accumulated more than $24 million in unpaid water and sewer bills. Of that $24 million in unpaid utility bills, roughly $1.6 million from people in our low income program. That $1.6 million in unpaid bills is tied to approximately 1,600 low income households. While COVID clearly hurt the pocketbooks of many Portland families, these unpaid bills are not all due to COVID and therefore do not all qualify for relief under ARPA funding, which requires that COVID be the reason why you're not able to pay your bills. Now, of course, the Water Bureau is working to match our customers who are eligible with ARPA funds with those relief dollars. However, we already know that approximately $8.6 million of unpaid utility bills are not eligible for ARPA funds because those debts were accrued prior to COVID. If this council wants to use this budget as an opportunity to provide relief to Portlanders in need, this amendment is our last best chance to get that done. And that is why I am bringing this item before council today.
Thank you, Commissioner Maps. Any further questions on this item? Please call the roll.
No, I do have a question.
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Hardesty.
That's okay. Commissioner Maps, have you had any success with the Water Bureau developing a program to assist low-income people?
Oh, yes. I mean, we have a robust low-income program. And in fact, many of the folks who, I think I just shared the number, I think $1.6 million of unpaid bills come from people who are currently in our program. And we have some exciting new innovations coming down the pipeline in the next fiscal year, which I think will do an even better job of getting aid to Portlanders in need.
Thank you, Commissioner Mapp. I think I phrased my question wrong. Is this paying our bills or is this paying bills of people who are are they paying us their water and sewer? Are we taking $500,000 out of the general fund and paying ourselves? Or is these people with utility bills from anywhere?
No, these dollars are specifically targeted towards water and sewer bills.
The city of Portland water and sewer bills. So we are paying ourselves, basically.
Correct. And by law and court order, we are obliged to charge for water. I've not turned off anybody's water. I've not sent anything to collections, but at some point in the near future, we are going to have to return to whatever our new normal is. One of the things I want to do right now is to provide help to our most vulnerable Portlanders so we don't have to send these bills to collections as the recent court rulings suggest that we have to.
I'd like to know more about that recent court ruling, but I can't absorb it tonight. It's been too much.
I understand. I'll make sure my staff talks to your staff to provide you that with background around spending, not giving away water and only spending ratepayer dollars on ratepayer projects. It's that policy space.
Great, thank you. Any further questions or discussion on this amendment? Seeing none, please call the roll, Keelan.
Maps.
Aye.
Rubio.
Aye.
Ryan.
Aye.
Hardesty.
No. I'm
Wheeler.
troubled that we are going to set aside money that we could use for a whole host of things to pay ourselves, and then say that what we're basically doing is taking care of low income people. We should figure out a way to charge low income people 1 cent because they have not been able to afford to pay it. I mean, I just think that this is a bad policy decision. So I'm no.
Wheeler.
I would also like to know more about the state law because I think we are being put into something of a tied into a Gordian knot here. And I think Commissioner Mapps, you've done a good job of trying to untie the Gordian knot and ultimately preclude the possibility of foreclosing on individuals or turning off their utilities. I see this as an approach that could help do that. So I am certainly willing to support this. I vote aye, and the amendment is adopted. And last but not least, a motion to make the following adjustments to the supplemental budget as proposed for the Human Access Project. Any further discussion on this item? Commissioner Mapps, you have your hand raised.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, this one's a little bit in the weeds, so I think it might be appropriate if I just took a minute or two to place this amendment into context. I bring this amendment to council because this relatively small investment, just $20,000, could be a catalyst for fundamentally reimagining and improving Portland's East Bank Esplanade. As you all know, Multnomah County is about to replace the Burnside Bridge. I think this council should have at least 2 concerns about that project in its current form. First is the fact that the current bridge design does not include a ramp, which means it will be inaccessible to people without who suffer from physical disabilities. And tonight, certainly one of the things that I heard over and over again, and I suspect you heard too, are the challenges that people with physical disabilities have as they try to navigate our community. I think that it's worth setting aside a few dollars to study the cost of actually adding a ramp so that this bridge could be accessible to all Portlanders. My second concern with the bridge project in its current form is this. Replacing the Burnside Bridge is literally a once in a century opportunity to remake and reimagine the East Bank Esplanade. Instead of just replacing the Burnside Bridge with a new bridge, which is more resistant to earthquakes, this bridge replacement project is also an opportunity to reimagine our waterfront so that that space is greener. Those are some of the reasons why Environmental Services joins with Parks and Recreations in declaring our support for this project. This amendment will bring other benefits too. It furthers a vision which will, number one, improve the quality of life here in Portland, create more connections with the Willamette River, improve habitat, and offer new access to the waters for Portlanders with disabilities. Colleagues, the next step in advancing this vision would be to produce a cost estimate for adding a ramp and doing some improvements around the base of the bridge. As you know, new federal resources are available for transformative infrastructure projects like this. However, in order to access and tap into those new federal dollars, the city needs to come up with an estimate for how much a transformational project like this might cost. That's why I hope this council will join me in working collaboratively with Multnomah County to make this transformational vision for a new, greener, and more accessible waterfront a reality. Thank you. That's all my comments.
Thank you. Commissioner Hardesty.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Commissioner Mapps. This is a project I certainly support. Currently, Multnomah County does not plan to, as Commissioner Mapps say, have a ramp. Instead, they want to put an elevator. They also need to raise an additional $500 million. They don't have the money they need yet to actually replace the Burnside Bridge. And so they are continuing to demand that the city PBOT invest significant dollars. I just want to put on a public record tonight, since we're talking about the Burnside Bridge, that PBOT has already invested all of our DMV revenue into the Burnside Bridge. By the time the new bridge opens, we would have invested somewhere around $45 million into the Burnside Bridge. I do not expect the city to invest any additional resources. I do expect us to partner with the county seeking additional federal dollars. And so I just want you to know that I've been working with the county and Commissioner Vega Peterson, who's leading that bridge project. But I do not want the city to get snookered into making a commitment that we don't have the resources to keep. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hardesty. Commissioner Rubio.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to also just chime in because Parks has been consulted and has a role also in some of the planning along with PBOT. And Commissioner Maps and I have talked about it. I'm conceptually supportive and I really love the Human Access Project and all their community-centered work. So I completely support their visioning. I just want to just state too that it's a separate process than what Parks has been doing in concert with PBOT and the bridge. But we're certainly open to seeing where their project, the visioning leads.
Very good. Thank you. Commissioner Rubio. Oh, no, sorry. It's all right. Keelan, please call the roll.
Maps.
Aye.
Rubio.
Aye.
Ryan.
Aye.
Hardesty.
If anybody's been up to Vancouver, Washington lately and seen the beautiful waterfront they have, I continue to come back to Portland and say, why not us? This will give us an opportunity to start imagining what would life look like if Portlanders got to enjoy the riverfront and they didn't have to own a expensive condo in order to enjoy access to the water on a regular basis. Human Access Project is my hero. They do things, they hear no, and they never hear no. They just go and talk to somebody else. My kind of activist, Commissioner Maps, this is a good investment, and this is a great way to spend $20,000 of one-time money. So thank you for bringing it forward. I'm very happy to vote aye.
Wheeler.
I have long believed that the city's waterfront is underutilized and it is underprotected and it's underappreciated. And the Human Access Project and Willie Levinson in particular, who leads that effort, have long been visioning how we can not only activate the waterfront, but also protect critical habitat along the waterfront. This play here happens to be about equity. It's about accessibility. And that should also be an important part of our thinking when we're thinking about a broader vision for the Portland waterfront. So I'm very happy to support this. I vote aye. The amendment is adopted. And so at this point, I want to make sure I have all my pieces together here with our legal counsel and with Director Kennard. My understanding is we will move this to second reading as amended. My assumption is we'll take this up next Wednesday. Is this a time certain item or we'll be taking this up during regular council session? We decided?
I believe that Keelan was looking at a time certain. Keelan, were we able to confirm that for next week?
Yes, there is a 2 p.m. time certain on Wednesday for 90 minutes.
And that's Wednesday, November 17th?
Yes.
All right, so this is the first reading of a non-emergency ordinance. It moves to second reading as amended. Time certain 2 p.m. next Wednesday, November 17th. And does that complete our business?
It does.
All right, I'd like to thank all of the people who testified today. There's still about 30 of you on the line who've been here with us since 2 p.m. I want to thank you for your input and thank you for participating. I want to thank my colleagues for all of their incredible efforts around not only the original bump formulation, but also some of the really good thinking that went into the various amendments that were just offered up. I also want to thank you, Director Kennard, and the Budget Office. Keelan, you and the clerk's team put in just a tremendous amount of effort today. And I want to remind folks that most of our staff who've been working on this have been doing it since early this morning. We actually are in our second council session today. I also want to thank our city staff, the bureaus, as well as our city council staff who have worked tirelessly on this. Many of them are still on the call. I want to thank my team for all the folks who worked on this, Sam and Sarah and Haley and Bobby and everybody in the office who's still there. Thank you for all of your work. With that, colleagues, have a great night. Commissioner Mapps, you get the last word.
I just wanted to take a moment, and I'm sure the sentiment is shared by everyone on council, to thank all the members of the public who turned out to testify today. I'm sure that we all learned a lot, and we heard your passion and were inspired by your ideas. And given the hour and the day, I also just want to wish everyone a happy Veterans Day tomorrow.
Thank you, Commissioner Mapps. Colleagues, we are adjourned.